Yeah, I mean the impact of your input recently has really declined a lot lately. You don't offer much to the room anymore. It's just disgruntled
To
arguments
this room?
and
To this room? No.
accusations.
To this
When
room? No.
has
I
he
mean,
though?
so when they
You
launch
fell
Artemis,
off,
you guys
dude. It's
just
all
say no,
good.
huh?
You
So
fell
when they
off.
launch Artemis,
I'm
you
just
just
kind
say
of
no,
curious,
huh?
like when you say any more and fell off, like that has a pretty heavy implication.
I don't care. Just trying to
Yeah,
get to me.
I'm kind of wondering the same thing. When
They're
did I?
just trying
Because
to get in
since
my
I've
head.
been here, I haven't noticed anything positive
Of
from
course
him,
not.
other
Of
than
course not.
devolving the room into bickering.
Of course
Hey
not.
NASA, can I ask you a question?
On the
Can I
fact
ask you
that
a straight? Can I ask you a
oh, please.
straightforward question?
What?
Will you answer it if straightforward?
Depends. Tell me.
Oh, okay. If the interference pattern, like the fringe shift, right? The interferometry fringe shift that's
This what?
measured at the surface and say like an MMX style demonstration, if it increases proportionate to altitude, would that refute the claim that that like it is detecting no motion of ether?
Do you have the data for this, or you just proposed an experiment?
Yes, I do. Let me ask you another straightforward question. If I were to take a gyroscope and it the fringe shift that was in that ring laser gyroscope increased with altitude, would that refute the claim that the cause was Earth rotation?
You mean Nodell's gyroscope? You understand
Yeah,
that
like a
you understand they
like a ring.
analyzed that. You understand they analyzed that, and it was within the error expected of the
Wait,
instrument.
who, what? No, I'm not
Back when
talking about
Nodell
any.
released, back when Bob Nodell, back when
No.
Jeremy here embarrassed Bob
Bob's
Nodell
measurements were
into
no good. Bob's
no,
measurements
they're
were no
excellent,
good.
actually quite good. No, and
No.
Jeremy actually embarrassed him into releasing the
They're
raw
quite good,
data,
huh?
and
Bob's
they were
measurements, they put the sensitivity up
not.
way too high.
Yeah, what
So
they did was, but the Octards analyzed it within, I think, within a day, and found that it was all within the error of the instrument.
Yeah,
okay, that isn't what I was
it's
asking you
I know,
about
but what's
though.
your first one was found to be temperature differences. That's what generally the scientific
No, it
committee.
wasn't found
Hold
to
on.
be
Let me just
temperature differences.
finish. I'm almost done.
Hey,
So yeah,
brother, I would love to
most of
hear
the
your
things that the
answer
scientists
if
do.
if
Hold
you
on.
answer my
Let me just.
question.
I just wanted to say one thing, and you just can't stop your help.
It just
That's
sucks
how it's done.
because you just answered my
No,
question and then
I
say your
want
thing. You know what I
because
mean?
there are two things I said. I want to make sure I keep it straight. So the first one was about high altitude studies, and I think the consensus for most scientists is that it's temperature related. The second one you said, I don't quite understand what you said there. You said on the gyroscopes, like the ring laser gyroscopes, you're saying they have some type of proportionate change in their readings at altitudes. Is that what you said? I just want to make sure I didn't miss it.
I wasn't even making a claim, right? Like I'm just asking a question. And
I
my
know.
question was if the fringe shift in a ring laser gyroscope were to increase with altitude, like proportionate to altitude, would that refute the claim that the cause of the fringe shift was Earth rotation?
Well, we'd have to learn more about what that fringe shift was and how much it did change, and then what other variables could affect the fringe shift in a ring laser gyroscope, which is quite different than the Michelson-Morley experiment. Even though
Yeah,
it
it's in a
sounds
vacuum sealed chamber, bro.
right.
Yeah.
Materials still are temperature related. I don't
Oh
know.
my god.
I would say
Oh my
that
god.
if you could rule out all the other factors, yes, it could refute that
Thank
particular
you. Okay.
guess.
Because of
But
course, if it was Earth rotation, that rate would stay the same independent of altitude. It's only relative to latitude, right?
Why would altitude change something in a vacuum sealed?
That's what I'm saying, right? Yeah, why
Temperature would.
would it? Right. Okay. So, and then
Do you have data? Do you have the data for this or not?
no, he's
wait,
just
no,
asking.
I'm
Oh,
just
you don't
asking.
have the data for this.
Well, this is the point, right? Like, you guys are afraid of even interacting with hypotheticals. Like, to be fair, Zanuck did, right? But here is the other point. If we go back to the MMX, right? And you said that it was proven to be because of temperatures, which isn't true, but Also, if
consensus was.
MMX, wait a minute, Michelson-Morley experiment? That was
yeah,
140 years ago, Witsit. That was
no
100
one
and
cares.
that was
No one
no
cares.
one cares. It was
So
140
what?
No.
years
Chill.
ago.
What?
And
The hell?
So they've
specifically,
redone the experiment. They have redone the experiment over and over again, and they've gotten
okay,
much
do you want me to
more.
drop one of the
They've gotten
papers that
much
you're
more.
talking about?
They have gotten much more accurate results, so that the
Mhm.
time difference between the
He's
two
talking about
legs is now.
Miller's. He's talking about
So
Miller's
the
experiments
Okay, can I
time
respond?
difference. So the time
100
difference
years
between
ago.
the time difference between the two legs is now 10 to the minus 19th, which
Okay,
is
I'm
a
gonna
lot
respond.
better.
Okay,
Which is a lot better
so
than Michelson-Morley.
the issue that you have is you are assumptively conflating a result nearer to zero with more accurate due to your bias and presupposition that that is the accurate result. And therefore, who cares what needs to be done in order to achieve that desired result? As long as I see the numbers closer to zero, that means it must be more accurate because I know that that's the proper result. Okay, that's
No,
Well, that
insanely
is the result.
fallacious.
That is the result. I don't care if you
No,
think it's the proper
well,
result.
when you
It
change
is
the arm, when
The
you change the
result.
length of arms, and you go put them in basements, and you go put them and run them through crystals, and you do whatever you can to change the propagation rate of one of the beams because you keep getting an interference pattern, that is not science. That is not a true measurement. That is you fulfilling a bias, and that's what most of those tests did. That's why I
Oh,
asked if you want to drop
Jesus.
a paper. If you want to drop a paper where they don't cook the books by actually running it through a crystal or extending the length of one of the arms and trying to make it closer to zero by slowing, quote unquote, one of the light beams, because, let's just use common sense. If both of the light beams are supposed to be the same and there should be zero fringe shift, if I have to consistently slow one of the light beams by introducing a crystal bit so that it gets closer to zero, what does that tell us? That tells us
Yeah,
that
that
one of the
Tells
light
me
beams is
it tells
actually
me you don't
faster than
understand.
the other one.
It tells me you don't understand the experiment. That's
no, it's
Yeah.
just like Foucault
Yeah, yeah.
pendulum. Just
No,
like the
it's not.
Foucault pendulum. They do it
Not.
until they get it right.
Well,
the
that's
focal
that.
pendulum is. They do it until they get it right? Because you know if
Yeah,
you
they
introduce
do. They
bias,
make adjustments until they get the
you know
expected
you know
result, and that's what
you
what's
know
talking about with MMA.
if you put in a bias into the telescope into the focal pendulum, it'll stay there, right? So you have to make sure
Hey,
you don't put any bias into it when you release it. That's the problem with the focal pendulum.
before
What?
it gets
What?
fully lost, can we talk about this whole like temperature claim? Okay, like Zanik, are you aware that MMX was you know this? It was replicated, right, by Elias. I think that's how he says it.
Right.
And okay, and so he said, "Please give me any explanation as to what this could be." And he went and tested all of them, right? And so temperature was the leading proposed explanation. So he took like radiant heat sources and introduced it directly to the device, like in close proximity to the interferometer. And it did not affect the results proportionate to the consistently measured fringe shift. So he completely nullified that as an answer. And this is the follow-up piece of data that's extremely interesting, right? Um and you know this too, I think. It showed a correlation with time of year, right?
Right.
So like if we just think about it in like really, really simple terms, it's like, okay, before they proposed the theory of relativity and everyone kind of accepted the ether and we assume the earth is rotating and revolving around the sun, logically speaking, right, based on how we know that the motion of a medium will cause the light beam to, go faster, right, c plus v. We took that understanding, which is well known and established and proven, and we applied it to the assumption of an ether and the assumption that we're orbiting the earth. So therefore, based on which way we're orbiting and which way the light beams are going, the light beams are going to go different speeds. The
Orbiting
light beams
sun.
are going to go different. Yeah, orbiting the sun. So
Okay.
so we're going to go different. That's what MMX was about. It was about the orbit, right?
Remember, you should also be talking about Michelson-Gil-Pierce. I mean, just so we
Well,
know.
no, we're not there. We're not there
I
yet.
know,
Like,
but that was something that actually got definitive answers for this fringe shift based on the rotational. The
which is
acceleration.
exactly what would be expected if the Earth weren't moving and then the universe was rotating around it. Because if there was no orbit but there was a rotation, then that
Mhm.
nullifies the Earth. moving as the explanation. But instead of accepting that on its face, we of course had to come up with some way to hook the books, do some mental gymnastics to explain why you just can't detect the orbit one, but I promise it's still there. But like back to my point, bro, like it is interesting, right? Like if the idea is that we're moving around, if real fast, if the idea is we're moving around real fast, and if the idea is we're moving around the sun, and that's what gives us seasons, right? Supposedly we move one time around the sun every year, and we get 4
Seasons are due to
seasons
the
because of
tilt.
it.
The seasons are due to the tilt, not the
The se-
movement.
wait, come on.
You're not going real fast, and we could go back and forth. So you gish gallop, and you kind of like throw a bunch of things out. You scattergun, and it's tough to really address. And that's why I speak so quickly when I'm talking to you, Witsit, because you
Okay.
always you're hyperactive like I am, but you gotta be able to pare it back a
But
little
I'm just
bit.
trying to lay the
You
foreground
already
for
laid
this.
it out. I get it. Stop. You had me.
No, there's like 2 more sentences.
I know, but you had the first point was actually well taken by you.
But this
And
is,
now
but
I almost forgot what it is because you keep on going.
because
Alright,
this is
just-
that's not the point I want to make.
Just let him finish, bro.
Right. So if they believe we're moving around the sun, you guys believe that, right? And we do that once a year. It is pretty interesting that the test we design, right, based on the orbit, actually did give us like a measurement that directly correlated to time of year. That's my point, right? Like the azimuths. So you have the equinoxes, right? Like the fact that the measurements corresponded to the equinoxes, and it was the highest in one equinox and the lowest in the other equinox, it was changing throughout the year based on solar motion.
Okay, you made the point. You belabored the point, but I wanted to go back to
What is your response to that? What's your take on that?
This is why I don't want you to keep on going because I'm fixated on answering the first objection, and you bring 5 other points to the table. I don't remember.
You got to respond to all of it. So I hope you took notes.
I
That's the problem. Brandolini's law here.
I don't mind.
When you spout out 5 or 6 lies there, and it takes 10 minutes to undo each lie,
everything
we're
I
talking an
said
hour
was
here.
with what your side agrees with. That's why I don't understand the interruption.
Well, first of all, if it's a flat Earth and it's rotating, and you're saying with stationary rotating, and the atmosphere or the ether is rotating around it, and we have this 15 degree per hour measurement, that means the ether should be moving much faster through these sensors and these tests, these light tests at the outer wall of Antarctica versus the North Pole. We don't see that. Number 2, when we have jet airlines, which have 3-ring laser gyroscopes, which gives you the 3 axis of rotations, and we see what's happening, that they actually won't even be allowed to take off unless we do measure that 15 degree per hour change with the 3-ring laser. That's anywhere, whether you be in North America or the equator or South America. So that doesn't really follow this ether, right? I mean, I know it's not exactly.
We're not even talking about 15 degrees per hour at all. It isn't even relevant at all.
It seems like it was. Okay.
This is why I went through the painfully rudimentary foundation of the sun. The Earth moves around the sun in 1 year. Seasons, Earth, around the sun, orbit, around the sun. I don't get why do we immediately talk about the daily sidereal rotation, right? Which is what 15 degrees is. So I'm talking about the sun. The idea the Earth moves around the sun. We did Michelson-Morley, we didn't detect the orbital motion that we assumed happens around the sun. So of course we propose, Lorentz contraction, and then ultimately the implied necessity of time dilation within relativity, blah, 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 blah. As to say, well, we won't detect it. It did change, but only in the reference frame of the sun. We can't detect it in the Earth. Whatever, very convenient, magic. Okay. But in really simple terms, right? Like Earth moves around the sun. Tests try to test and measure Earth move around the sun. That test measurement showed a direct correlation based on solar motion, where the sun was throughout the year. This is a major problem if we're going to claim tests can't detect around the sun.
You have 2 sets of errors, right? You have the first errors that were within the error margin, which were the initial values. And you're saying now that they also detected errors seasonally as well as altitudinally, if that's a word. Right? There's 3 sets of errors that you're talking about. Is that really how you're framing this?
No. That's how you're framing it, right? Like it wasn't
No, you
within the
talked about
error
it.
margin. It wasn't within the error margin. But even if I were to just pretend for a second that it wasn't, but if we pretend for a second that it was, okay, why is it directly correlating to solar motions?
I don't believe it was directly correlated to solar motions at all. In fact, like I said, it was in the error margin because if it was traveling around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour, we would have saw this particular diffraction pattern that we didn't see, they didn't detect. Now you're saying they saw the error did change in different altitudes, and it did change for different seasons. They saw they're very, but still within the error margin. But why was it in a certain? I wanted to research that to find out if it was in a certain the same direction that would parallel the motion. If it was somewhat, even though it wasn't the amount that they were looking for, or what we thought was the velocity or the speed around the sun, that we get something that actually follows that same direction. And I don't know whether they did that or not. I thought it was a plus or minus error.
It's always the same direction. So,
It could be.
which is inconvenient for the claim that it's an error, right? Because an error would have no directional preference,
Well, it could
right?
be a non-zero and non-negative type of error based on the apparatus and the type of structure and mechanism that you're dealing with. That's not uncommon at all. But I mean, I'll give you that. I don't know. I don't know for sure what the errors were, and I know they were well within the error of margin based on what they were looking for, what they thought the speeds were going to be. So
No,
that was that. But
no.
yeah, general consensus was for the apparatus that there was a temperature, maybe a thermal issue that could have been present going up at altitude versus on the surface. And the 3-ring laser gyros, I think, will play through a whole different set of rules versus MMX.
Okay, so sorry, I was tapping something. If it was an error margin, what like let's pretend it's hypothetical so we can just actually get some substance, right? Because the actuality of it really just throws you guys off. So it's hypothetical. If there is a consistently detected and measured correlation between the fringe shift that is measured and the solar motion, the time of year, specifically the equinoxes, but it changed all throughout the year, as in like day after day after day after day, the amount measured slightly changed and it reached its highest at one equinox and its lowest at the other equinox. And it did this year after year after year, right? With hundreds of thousands of measurements. So do you agree if that were the case, hypothetically, that like the claim of an error doesn't work? Like instrumental error isn't a sufficient explanation.
What I don't no, I don't agree with that at all. I think let me throw out something random. It could be a gravitational effect of the apparatus.
Well, for one, that wouldn't be an instrumental error, right?
Right. It could be a gravitational effect.
Okay,
Close to
so
the
it
sun.
wouldn't be an instrumental error, though.
Yeah, it could be. It could be. Yeah, it's absolutely possible. It could be just something else. I don't say it has to be ether because that does seem to be disproven by the tests they did do and the incredibly exhaustive amounts of tests they did using MMX as
Well,
well as
let's not get carried away, bro. Like,
but I'm just saying it could be something else, and they should probably test for
yeah,
that.
yeah, but we agree what it can't be is instrumental error.
No, because you could have gravitational effects on the instrument, which cause instrumental error.
So the gravitational effects change day to day to day throughout the year relative to solar motion.
Yes,
Do they?
yes, absolutely.
Can you drop a paper that shows that gravity changes in a singular direction relative to solar motion? Because then you'd be able to see a slight variation in that effect based on latitude. The issue, and I think you're actually smart enough to know this, and that's why you would invoke something like gravity, is like you conveniently can always claim like 30 other variables, right? Like, oh, the density of the mountain, oh, the composition of the materials inside the mountain, oh, it was cloudy. It's like
Why are you making fun of it?
because
Those are
it's like a
those
BS
are variables.
excuse that you can never boil down, right? Like if I
Well,
If
Yeah, you can
that's
actually.
that's not valuable in science. No, you can't, because if you say that claim, which I've never heard in my life, that gravity changes at a
Yeah.
single location based
You
on
don't think it
solar
does?
motion.
You don't think it does?
I don't believe in your version of gravity, so I wouldn't be
Well,
particularly surprised if
I'm
there's
just
some
talking
type
about
of
the gra
electromagnetic
I'm
variance.
posting something. There, that's a simple search gives you this. Gravitational force between the Earth's center changes slightly throughout the year because the Earth's orbit is elliptical, not perfectly circular, with the distance varying about 4%. The Earth closer to the Sun in perihelion in January results in stronger gravity, and the farthest aphelion is in July, resulting in weaker gravity. So yeah, we all know this. You know this too, I'm sure.
Okay, okay,
That would be now. You say, then I say, oh, I don't believe in gravity.
okay.
Well,
So it's based on orbital motion.
hold on. All I'm talking about is dropping something. We don't know what causes it. We don't care if it's bending over space time. We know there is
Oh
something
no,
that causes things to drop. That's what I'm saying. That
I think
the
you just messed
hold on,
up,
God, let me
bro.
just finish. I let
Yeah.
you finish everything. Just let me finish the
Oh,
sentence.
there you go. You
I
just
have to
messed
slow
up.
down and make it more listenable. So what I'm saying is that just the fact that we observe this thing called quote gravity, that could be affecting these tests. I don't know. I don't go into what causes it.
Okay, okay.
That could change it. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So based on what you just read, can you tell me what you think the problem would be in the context of our conversation?
Well, it would bend the path of light slightly.
No, no.
So
Based
light
on
gets
what you
bent by
just
gravity?
read, could you tell me what would be the problem with that explanation in the context of our conversation?
Well, in the context of the conversation, you have an instrument. An instrument has measurements of straightness, of mirrors, of light's paths, the type of light
Okay,
it is.
bro. Let me re-ask the question.
The
Can
results
you
will
pretend
change.
to be
When it is in
me?
presence, and when it's in the presence of gravity, it doesn't follow a straight path. It follows a geodesic path, which may
Okay,
look curved, but actually is
I'm
straight.
not.
And I know you know this. So I don't know why you're objecting to my objection.
Bro, why? No, we haven't gotten there yet. Can you pretend to be on my side of the conversation? And if you were, and then you were to now reread your sentence out loud, which is that there is a slight variance based on, or there's slight variance of gravity based on the time of year due to the orbital motion because it's an elliptical path.
Okay.
So if you were me, if you're on this side of the conversation, which we know what my argument is, right?
What's your
Instrumental error is not a sufficient explanation.
I
Okay.
think they're just going
So
faster. Going
if
faster.
oh, I'm just curious, like if you were me, can you spot the problem?
I'm guessing it maybe has to do with the velocity. You're thinking that because we were going faster at the
No.
no? Okay. The
No, okay.
velocity.
So the problem is that you said gravity, right? Sounds cool or whatever, but turns out you end up saying it's because of our motion, right? Our orbital motion. That's the exact thing that your mainstream paradigm claims isn't being detected.
As far as what?
So
As far as measurements on Earth, the gravitational change.
no, no. MMX, the claim is that
Yeah,
we are not detecting the effects of orbital motion with our interferometer.
yeah, the Earth is in free fall. No forces are acting on it around that trajectory.
Okay, so can we turn around and then have our cake and eat it too, and then claim that the direct correlation with the periodicity of the solar motion and the interferometer somehow is because of orbital motion?
Now we're getting to the relativistic aspects of that statement. So yes, it's almost like the satellites. Are they following? Yes. But what's really happening is we're matching the centrifugal force with the centripetal force.
Oh
Is that
man,
really what's happening? I mean, how do we measure? How do we measure forces on the ISS? Is gravity
yeah.
still? They do transforms to say if we weren't moving, we'd fall straight down, and this is the acceleration we'd apparently take before we hit the Earth. So I mean, we're getting in a whole bunch of loaded statements and questions. It's not as simple. You make it seem like it's so straight, cut and dry, and it's not. You're laughing now too.
Well, I mean, I'm laughing because I've been away for a while, but I
I know
still
you have. It's
remember.
good to hear you
I
back.
still
Trust
remember.
me, I
I
like to hear
still
your voice.
remember. Bro, I still
I like your
remember that
creativity.
that's your go-to. That's
I
your
like your
go-to. When you're in the
creativity
corner, you
and I
just
like
start
your
relativity babbling, dude.
not relative. Dude, these are things that are
Dude,
part of
dude,
Einsteinian
that's
physics.
not
I mean,
relevant to what we're
you've
talking
read
about.
enough about it. I know you haven't studied it, but you've read enough of it to know as much as anybody who's been graduated in physics that has not been in school in 10 years. You could probably have a great debate with them.
All right,
So
man. Thanks for the
I like
backhanded.
the spirit. I
But
like the
hey,
spirit.
man.
Hey,
Hey, man. Hey, man.
trying to give
Man.
you a bone.
So,
Just you can't even let people
a
talk and give you a
backhanded
bone
compliment. So look, dude,
because
this is the
it's
thing.
not a
This is
backhanded
Just keeps
compliment.
interrupting. Does he
it
never
was
not interrupt?
backhanded. It
It's
was
not a
backhanded.
backhanded compliment. You just babbling on. You won't stop talking.
No, that's not true. You were babbling on.
No,
It's
I
all
wasn't.
good, but it's
He's
just
being
funny.
very
But look,
specific about my objection.
no, bruh. Everything you just said is entirely irrelevant. It was obfuscation, and you know that. And that's because you really don't have an answer. You realize that, yeah, you're right. I just contradicted myself, right? Like you can't claim that Michelson-Morley isn't able to detect orbital motion because motion is relative, and because we're in the reference frame of the Earth, we don't detect that motion. Therefore, the interferometer isn't making the fringe shift measurements relative to the orbital speed, right? That's the entire argument. It's like we, in very simple
Wait a
terms,
minute. MMX was looking for the motion through the ether
yeah,
and didn't find it. So
yeah.
what? There's no ether.
Okay, wait. We're actually talking about how there was a measurement, and the side of your side's answer is not just there was no ether. Your side's answer was okay. There can't be an ether, and the motion has to be relative, and there had to be length contraction, and there had to be time dilation. You have to make all those claims. You don't get to just say there was no ether.
There was no ether. That was the definition or the conclusion of Michelson-Morley.
No.
The errors were not anywhere near what would be expected for length contraction.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Okay, Xander, do you agree that your side's explanation is not simply there is no ether and that it actually required the explanation of relativity?
Did
Not
it?
for Michelson-Morley. That
Didn't.
relativity came after Michelson-Morley.
Correct.
Yeah, duh, because it was a response to it. So
Okay. So
okay, so that's my point. It's like
no,
when
it's
you
not
guys
your
like to
point.
you guys like to just say, "Oh, it just meant there was no ether," as if that just solves the problem. Like you present it as though people thought there was an ether, then we did
People thought there was an
Michelson-Morley,
ether.
and then we did Michelson-Morley, and it proved there was no ether. Case
Correct.
closed. But that's not what
Yes,
happened.
case closed. Boom.
No, that's not what happened.
That's what
People
happened.
thought there was an ether. We did Michelson-Morley. We didn't detect the orbital motion fringe shift. And then, as a response to that, they said, okay, we have to throw away the ether. And then we have to propose an explanation as to why that motion
That was
isn't
not
being detected.
that was not Michelson-Morley. Michelson-Morley showed there was no ether. The rest of it came
And
later.
no. Let me just
You're
quote
so
Einstein
wrong.
a few times here. Yeah, it's like,
Have
he
you read the
said, in my
Michelson-Morley paper?
younger years, yes. And I
No,
know what the title of it
you
is
haven't
too.
interpreted it.
What's the
What's the
title of
title?
the
Yes,
paper?
all of it.
Tell us the title.
No, you tell me. You tell
No,
me.
you claim you know the title. Tell me. I don't know it
You
off the top of my head.
asked me if I read it. I'm
So he
asking
only
you, do
You
read
think
you
I
the
know
know
the
the
title.
title
title?
you think I know the title of the Michelson-Morley paper off the top of my head?
So you
Yeah, you know
don't
it because
know.
it goes along with what you just said. So that's why you think
Okay.
that was the conclusion.
Yeah, the title is On the Relative Motion of the Earth and the Luminiferous Ether.
Thank you. And that's what they're trying to prove.
Can
Tell
you
us there
repeat it?
was none.
What's the
He did
title?
exactly
What's
what
the
I said he
title?
was doing.
Yeah, what's the title?
You just said it was on the motion of the relative of the Earth and the ether, right?
Oh, so
I don't
it's
know the title off the top of my head. But
on the relative motion of Earth and the ether. Okay,
right.
so if we
They
don't get
found
the
no they
result that
found
we
no motion.
predicted, let's just think about this
They found
very
no motion through the
logically.
ether. There is no ether.
Let's think about this very logically, right? On the relative motion of Earth and ether. Okay, we don't get the result we expect. Okay, so therefore, the motion of Earth and the ether now have to be addressed. They both have to be addressed because
There's
the
no ether.
result didn't match it. Okay,
Yeah.
so step
There
one
was
for
no
your
ether.
side is to religiously throw out the ether.
Correct.
And then,
They found no ether.
yeah,
Thank
well,
you.
religiously
Welcome.
assumed there was no ether. And
Not
then,
religiously. No,
oh,
excuse me. No religion involved. Scientific theory, scientific
no,
experiment,
no,
no
no,
ether.
No,
we're about to get
actually
to the
not,
religion.
Chill.
Yeah,
you know,
no
we'll have to
aether.
get into the religion part of it because, like, if you
No,
make
no religion.
claims,
No religion involved. This is
okay,
a
would
scientific experiment.
do you agree that this is a decent definition of religion? A belief system
We're
built
not talking about
upon the
religion. We're
doctrine.
talking about
Wait,
science.
is it? But you're contending that it's religious in nature. So, like, is this a decent definition here? Like a belief system built upon the doctrine of men that requires blind faith.
Yeah, and there's no faith in science. It's
But
all
right,
Wow.
right.
Wow.
Agreed, agreed. Okay, so here is an example of where they did that, right? What they said, masquerading as science, right, is that
masquerading.
here's your new doctrine. There's a man named
Here's a
Einstein,
new man-made
man.
doctrine, right, that we proved with scientific theory, right? Thank you.
Wait, so man-made doctrine, relativity, Einstein. Okay,
No,
and it's a
relativity, excuse
system
me,
of
relativity does not,
beliefs.
excuse me, no relativity in Michelson-Morley. Relativity comes after.
I know that. So
Okay, then why did
system
you
of
say relativity?
beliefs, system because it was a response to Michelson-Morley.
Oh,
Duh.
okay, but
Are you serious, Joe?
in the meantime,
Okay,
Michelson-Morley was before relativity, so
Yeah, and they
duh.
didn't know how to explain it, idiot. Like
yeah,
what?
So
they knew how to explain it. There's no aether.
Okay, so system of beliefs that require blind faith, right? So what the
Blind
claim
faith
ended up
involved.
being, in very simple terms, right, is if the Earth were moving, then one light beam would have had to travel further than the other one, right? Which would mean that when they got back to the destination, one would be a little bit behind the other one because the light beams are going the same speed, but one's running further. Like if we both ran a 4.540, but I had to run 60 yards, right? I'm gonna get there after you. I'm gonna get to the destination after you. So if we had a zigzag a certain way where we met at the same place, but my zigzag was 20 yards longer, I would get there. It'd be more like 43 yards or whatever, right? I would get there a second after you, right?
Yep,
Okay,
that was not
that's what
noticed.
was supposed to happen. Yeah, and
Yep,
it did
that didn't
happen.
happen.
It did
Didn't happen.
happen. Wait,
Didn't
time
happen.
out. It did
Didn't
happen.
happen.
It just was very, very, very small.
Right,
Okay,
because their
it was
instrument wasn't that
it was
good.
it was
This was 1880s. This
time
was
out,
the
time
sci
out.
Oh my
this
god.
was
To
1880s.
clarify, no. It was no. When it was
1880.
replicated by Elias, it was able to detect as sensitive as 1/100,000th of a wavelength.
Yeah, it was way more sensitive than it had to be, Shill. You got to reread this, man.
1880.
I want to say that they said it was even MMX's version was 10 times more sensitive than it needed to be, and
And
the
they didn't
result was
find it.
one
Thank you.
sixth. Can we do basic math here? It was 10 times more sensitive than it needed to be, and the result detected was
And
one
they
sixth the
still
predicted
didn't find
value.
it, did
So
they?
would that be in the error margin?
Yes, that was the error margin.
No,
The
it
3
wouldn't.
kilometer
No, it wouldn't.
Michelson-Morley 4 to
Holy
8
shit.
kilometers per second was within the error margin.
Okay, can I ask you a question again? Okay. If the device was 10 times more sensitive than it needed to be,
Right,
and
because they're
it
expecting
detected,
33. Weren't they
and it,
expecting like
why are
33
you interrupting the
kilometers
math
per
question? I
second?
thought you loved math.
Didn't they expect like 33 kilometers per second?
Oh, wait, I thought
And they
you
found
were,
and they only found 4 to 8, which was the error in the instrument.
4 to 8 is way too
Only?
wide of a range.
Yeah, they were expecting 30
I
kilometers a
think he
second.
said 48.
4 to 8.
428, not 48. 428.
My bad.
Okay.
It's
If
basically
the,
a null result. But Witsit's saying that they got something, and he's focusing on that, which I don't blame him. But he's saying what's causing that, and that's what the argument is about. What's
The error in the
causing that?
instrument.
Yeah,
Because again,
he wants to know
they've done it
caused
over and over again. Wilson, Cleveland, they can, Wilson, Tomasek, Kennedy, Michelson did it again. Then they switched to a different, slightly different test. And now they're down to the difference in the two beams being 10 to the minus 18. Come on. So
okay,
I
so
don't
can I ask you a
understand what the
question
problem
now
is.
without you freaking out?
Well, no, the thing about it is they've done this experiment over and over and over again. The latest one, Nagel et al. In
You just
2015.
said this, Shill. Chill.
Well, I mean, so what? I mean, Witsit obviously isn't hearing this because I've said this more than once, and his answer is, poof, we're going to ignore all this and we're going to concentrate on the error in the instrument in Michelson-Morley, which was 1880. We'll ignore the 2015 data and concentrate on the 1880 data. Okay, let's go. Concentrate on the 1880 data. Go.
Okay, check this out. If the device is 10 times more sensitive than it's needed to be to detect the measurement, and then the measurement detected is 1/6 the predicted value. That is not under the error margin. Okay, that is very simple math. Do I need to explain the
So
math?
so you say that the error in the instrument was 1/10. Where's that in the data? Do you have that in the
It's
instrument?
1/6. It's in the paper.
In the paper? Where does it say that in the paper? Show me
Look
exactly.
it up. Look it up. Look it up. 1/6. Okay.
Chill,
So
you said
anyway,
it yourself, dude. 31 and then 4.8 or whatever you said, 4 to 6.
428. Meantime, was it 30 or was it 4?
it
Which is
was
closer to
1/6.
0? So which
Oh,
is closer to
closer. Oh,
0,
wait. Did we
30
just
or
revert
4?
to? Wait, did we just actually go that far down where we're saying which one's closer to
Yeah, which
0
one's closer to
and
0?
equating that to error margin?
Yeah, that's error margin, right?
Okay, let me ask you a simple question.
Did they find 30 or did they find 4
And let me
or
ask you a
6?
question.
Whatever.
If the error
What did they
margin of
find
an
with it? What's it? They were expecting
they
30.
found like
What did
they
they
found
find?
like
How much?
they I actually don't remember the exact number,
Yeah,
but it's not
was it
4 to 8.
30?
But
It was close
no.
to 30
No, it
kilometers.
wasn't 30, right. It was
Okay,
closer
now
to
listen,
0.
here's my question. If the error margin of an instrument was 0.00000001,
Was
and
it?
then what you detected was 5,
Was
would
it?
that measurement be inside the error margin?
Was it
Yes.
that precise?
Did you
He's,
say yes?
he's giving hypothetical. Let just play his game, NASA, because I think it's
I'm not playing
If a
hypotheticals with it. I'm sorry.
device's
Listen, if you want
error
to play
margin
hypotheticals, you have to start off once upon a time in a galaxy far, far away, a man made an instrument that did this, and then I'll play your game. But you have to start off with that.
pretend that he
Okay,
said
if
yes to all of it.
No, yes, actually say it. So I got an
Chill,
idea.
who the fuck are you, dude? Shut up. Let him talk.
They
so
got
if an instrument
5. They got 5. It was 5 to 7.5.
Yeah, there you go. I thought it was like 5, 6, 7. 6 or 7. 6, 7, right? So, all right. So we got 6, 7 on the measurement. If the sensitivity is much lower than
Yes.
that, meaning that
Was it?
the instrument is capable of measuring much lower than that, then would the 6 to 7 measurement be within the error margin?
Was it 30 or was it 6 or 7? They're expecting 30.
It was between 5 and 7. He just said
Yeah,
that.
which is like, that's not 30, right?
No, which is why it was classified as a null result.
Correct.
Because
But
he's
that
And then
doesn't.
using
guess
the
what?
error margin.
Guess what?
Do
They
you
come
guys
back.
understand?
They come
You,
back and redo the
you're
experiment time and
interrupting me.
time again. They come back and do the experiment and get closer and closer and closer to
Keep
0.
You've already
keep in,
made that
Wonder
point,
why?
and I've
Why?
already
Why do they get
refuted that
closer to
point.
0?
and keep in
Why
mind
do they
the
keep getting
error.
why do they keep getting closer to 0 when they do the experiment with better and better instruments, if
Why
it's
don't you
not
ask him
actually
what the
0?
error is due to, NASA? Ask him what the error is due to, because we have some answers for that. And I don't think he's
No, no,
addressing
no.
it.
We're not going
5
to
minutes.
skip over
It's
what I'm
5
saying.
minutes of
You guys are
midnight.
doing this
I'm
It's
not
little
getting
like
into
important
it.
tag
point.
team
It's
thing
5
where
minutes of
NASA
midnight. I'm
just
not
like
getting into more.
incessantly interrupts to center the point, and then you jump in on the end of him and then try to change the subject,
It's
No, no. It's,
effectively
5 minutes of midnight.
eliminating my point. It's not. I'm
I'm
not
not
doing
getting
that.
into
That's
there's
I'm
a
stupid.
not getting
reason
into
there's
the
an
topic.
error. There's a reason there's an error. That's all I was saying, and you acknowledge that as well.
Yeah. But before that, we got to establish basic facts here. I don't know why this is like 8 years in and we're still getting it wrong.
Because you're
Do
talking
you guys
about a
agree that a
130-year-old
null
experiment.
result that means even stronger point that you should be able to understand it?
We do, and we've
So
redone the experiment
it
over
doesn't
and
seem you do
over
because you
and
keep
over
claiming it
again
was in
with
the error
better
margin.
and better equipment and get less and less error to now we're down
That
to
isn't
10,
true
1 times
though.
10 to the minus 18.
Actually, there was a test done with Air Force grade equipment in 1987, and it showed a result almost exactly the same as what they got in
We don't have that experiment.
MMX. Do what?
It all in 1973 was 2.5 centimeters per second. And then the next one was Wolf et al. 2003, which they went to a
And
slightly
that's
different
convenient
experiment.
that your
It's
list
10
omits the
times
one
to the
done by
minus
the Air
15.
Force. That's convenient. Your one omits
It's
the one
convenient
from
that
the
you
Air
pick
Force.
out with the one that doesn't that's the
Well, no, see,
outlier in the data.
unlike you,
From
I'm
from
not cherry
1955, they were
picking.
3 kilometers per second, then 30 meters per second in 1958, 2 centimeters
Mm,
per second in 1968,
mm, mm. Can I
2.5
ask you a
centimeters
serious
per
question?
second.
Like
So
you're
then they switch to slightly different
definitely.
equipment, and they get to 10 to the minus 15
Mhm,
difference, 10
mhm.
to the minus 16 difference, 10 to the minus 17 difference, and the latest one, 10 to the minus 18 difference between the
Okay,
between
man.
the speed of light
So I
between
could
the
have
two.
heard someone talk about how I was supposedly interrupting, and you know,
Yeah,
Only
bro.
got 3 more minutes, with it. I got to get it in before I go to before I
yeah,
let you
man.
guys.
Okay, so I'm curious about the psychology of it, but I'll kind of leave that to the side. Like, where you know that you're stifling the conclusion. So, like, are you actually subconsciously scared of the conclusion and not confident in your ability to truly defend your position? And I think that
Oh
is
no, I'm
actually the
just
obvious
laughing
answer.
at I'm laughing at the fact that you concentrate on a 130-year-old experiment and ignore data
You've said that
from
7
10 years.
times, so it's
I
certainly
know,
not
but you
worthy of
continue to do it.
interruption, right?
You
So,
continue to freaking
for
Well,
the
do
it's
it.
a
room
good
here, for the
tactics.
room,
For
right?
the
Like,
room here,
I have this meter,
Witsit
right? And the
concentrates
meter,
Witsit
this is
concentrates
my
on a
patience meter. Wait, time out, stop. This is my patience meter, right? And what happens is it slowly builds up. And you guys, this is a perfect example of how I've repeatedly given into the interruption, right? And allowed. So what ends up happening is I'm not going to yell over them or anything. So I'm going to start talking super fast because it's the only way for me to get my point
You know,
in.
dude,
So,
talk as fast
so
as you did on Alex Jones that one time. That
when
was
you
so
talk
impressive.
super fast, you just talk
if I
super
have like
bullshit.
7 seconds, right? But I have to make a 20-second point, I have to like 2.5x it. So then people were like, "Oh, you're just talking fast." Try to no, just to actually say the point. Like I'm just gonna say the point real fast. But this is like a really simple point, right? Like you guys are conflating null result with error margin. That is incorrect. So can we just kind of fix that? Can we polish that up a little bit and move forward? And 7 years in, a null result's not synonymous with error margin, meaning they predicted 30 kilometers. If they had gotten 27 kilometers, they would have called it a null result. Do you understand that? Do you understand that
Only if the
based
error
on
margin
their
is 3 or 4.
proposed causal mechanism in the test, you have a hypothesis and a null hypothesis, right? So if they're proposing a certain cause of the effect, and if that cause truly was the cause, that would mean it's going to give us this effect. So if we then go measure and we get a different effect, we cannot claim that our cause and our understanding of the cause was correct. So one thing we know is that it wasn't correct. That is a null result. It could have literally been 33 and it would have been a null result. It could have been 27 and it would have been a null result. That doesn't mean that it was an error or that it was no longer a measurement. Those are two completely different things. Do you guys understand that? That even if the
Oh, so
measurement
they
was
didn't get 30,
above
did
the
they?
predicted value, do you understand that
They
if the
didn't get
measurement
30,
was
did
above
they?
the
Witsit.
predicted value, it
No,
would
Witsit.
still be
They didn't get
classified
30,
as a
did
null
they?
result?
Witsit, did they get 30?
No, but I need to know that you
They got
understand this
they
basic
got 4.
elementary
They got
concept.
6. They got like a whole shitload less than they expected. Not just a little bit
Yeah,
less,
but hey,
a shitload less.
but
So you
if
didn't understand his point
hypothetically,
there.
like
I do
hypothetically, if
understand
they got,
his point, but
oh my
he's
gosh.
ignoring the fact that they didn't get what he said they got. He's
Hey, NASA,
supposing now. He's
NASA,
supposing
how
now,
would
saying,
you
"Oh, if they
feel?
got 30, then they would have said they got a null
NASA,
result." No, probably not.
how would you feel if you didn't eat any food yesterday?
How would you feel if you like actually listened for a change and actually, took what you're using 130-year-old data and you don't understand
Holy
130-year-old
shit.
data, therefore you ignore everything else that's
Okay,
done
hey,
in that previous
Chill. This is
in the
embarrassing.
130 years
Can you chill,
obsolete
bro?
now.
NASA, do
My
you normally
God.
eat
I
breakfast?
can
I'm
jump
just
in.
genuinely curious. Do you eat breakfast normally?
What does that got to do with shit? What's it?
Just answer my question, man.
What the fuck does that got to do with shit? What's it?
It's just like,
Why don't
how
you
do you
just
not
like
know?
It's
why don't you
guessing
just
you
throw
have
shit
not
against
had
the
to
screen for a while?
The question is like, how would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast yesterday?
I have no idea what this has to do with this discussion. You're just throwing
It
shit
has to do
against
with the fact that you can't entertain a hypothetical. You're fucking retard.
I
Exactly.
don't play
Exactly.
I don't play pretend games with flat earthers unless you start up once upon a time in a galaxy far, far away, there was a man who did
Okay.
Oh,
something.
cool. So
And I
stop
want to
talking.
hypothetical.
All right,
Stop
NASA, this
talking.
is
Just
an
quit trying to talk.
age. It's an age-old example, right? Which is like if you ask somebody how would they feel if they didn't eat breakfast yesterday, and they say, "Well, I don't know. I did eat breakfast." And it just shows like a basic inability to reason hypotheticals. And if you can't do that, you can't even properly examine the alternative position. So you literally don't even have a claim. Like you can't even like claim your position's correct because you've yet to even understand, comprehend, and reason through the alternative position. Okay, so
The
if you can't
alternative position is nuh-uh
hypothetically,
with it. All you've got is nuh-uh. I'm
okay,
Oh
sorry, but
my
nuh-uh
god.
doesn't hack
so,
it.
Oh
so
my god.
So
This
I'm gonna
isn't
give you an
real.
example. I'm gonna give you an example, Nas. Okay, if hypothetically,
Projecting.
if hypothetically their measurement was 33 kilometers a second, do you agree it would still be classified as a null result?
Incorrect.
Okay, so
Yeah,
you
with
don't
the error
understand what
margin
null
of
result
3, like
is.
that's a big error margin for something like
They
this. With
didn't
error
get
margin,
30 though, did they?
Well,
They
see, but
got
you don't.
6.
But that's not the point right now, though.
No, that's
Like you
not the
don't.
point. That's not the point. The point is that, I'm gonna make up some shit, and if they got this, then they would have still done this, but only they didn't get 30. They got 6.
No,
And we've gone
the
back
point.
and redone the experiment. And God, now we're down to like 10 to the minus 18 or 10 to the minus 17 or whatever the hell it is. That's a lot smaller than 6 kilometers per second. They're down to like 10 to the minus 19. I think it's 19 meters per second. That's a pretty
Yeah.
fucking small number.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to respond, right? So you keep making the same point with the tactic as though if you just repeat the point as though it wasn't rebutted, then it just
Oh my
remains
God.
true without
Keep
ever
talking. This
addressing the
guy, I don't know
refutation.
anybody else who says this thing over and over and over and over again and can't
That's what
learn from there. He keeps
that's
on
what you're
bringing
doing.
130-year-old
It's
things.
his
Well, who
it's
does that
his
with it?
And
it's
he,
his
he
coping
hasn't brought up
mechanism.
the higher accuracy of the newer Michelson-Morley tests. We also went over a little bit of what I was objecting to, or
So
commenting
Zanuck,
about.
why do you sit
Are
here
you
and
guys
watch
serious?
him
Why are you
interrupt
guys
you?
Hold
interjecting?
on.
Stop interrupting, please.
There are ways to measure
Wesley, you're a
ground.
troll. Thanks
did-
for exposing yourself. So I mean,
Witsit got interrupted originally. NASA left, so and then I
yeah.
just muted Danik so you could. Dude, they interrupted you completely.
Jeez.
So
And Wesley, you know that, right? You know that NASA was not letting me speak, and then Zanuck used that as an opportunity to
It's
take
so
it over.
meta. It's boring.
No, because I
Then
wanted
why
to
are you
jump in.
commenting about interruptions then?
You ran
Because
over
you're
me.
complaining
You went on
about
a
it.
tangent, and you wouldn't. Do you want to
No,
discuss
you
the?
complained about it.
Yes,
Well,
because you
I'm
keep
willing to go
doing
back
it.
and forth, but you're not
Okay,
able
so
to.
you were exposed. Okay. So Zanuck, can I ask my simple question, please? So do you understand that null result and error margin aren't the same thing?
Of course.
Okay, so why do you keep on saying that, like he just said, right? I said null result. He said, yeah, exactly. It was an error. Those aren't the same thing. Okay. And I explained
Understood.
what it really is. Okay, cool. So Michelson-Morley wasn't an error margin. That wasn't the conclusion of the test, right? It was actually far outside the instrument's error margin. Okay. It was a null result because based on what they understood and predicted, it should have been 6 times what they actually got. So they're like, okay, this is a null result. Our idea, our theory wasn't right. That's what we
But
know.
okay, stop. We can go back and forth. I will go slower, and you can go slower, so we can make them more listenable. So the error margin they were looking at was in that range. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was within the accuracy of that instrument, because that instrument has fixtures and these have lengths, and if the lengths are exactly perfect, and we're talking about over 120 years ago, they weren't perfect, and that would definitely affect the fringe. If two of these bars were not exactly the same length and the mirrors, etc., that would cause an error, and that was within the error margin. So when it was within the 4 kilometers per second that they were, saying there was error, it was in that error range, within the margin of error. They were okay with the fact that it should have been 30 and it was 4 or 5, 6, whatever. So you can acknowledge that it was much lower than it would be if it was due to the luminous ether that we're supposedly traveling through around the sun. Now, I don't want to do what you did. I'm not going to pile on. I'll just let you go, and then I'll make my
Well,
little
that's what you
point.
just did. They're complaining. Okay, so you're just trying to like kind of obfuscate.
No,
And
I'm
yeah,
not actually.
Meta.
we know that it was less than the measurement. Okay, that isn't the point. The point is that the instrument was 10 times more sensitive than it needed to be to detect the measurement predicted. The value was only 1/6 of what was predicted. It was classified as no result, but it was still outside of the error margin. After that, Elias then replicated the test with hundreds of thousands of measurements with extremely more precise and sensitive measurements and quality controls. And it even introduced all of the proposed ideas as to what caused the error. In addition to that, even your boy Einstein, who proposed relativity in response to Michelson-Morley, literally said, if the results of Elias's replicate, or not, Elias did the analysis, right? But what's the guy's name? I don't remember the guy's name. I don't know. I forgot his name. Miller. Dayton
No,
Miller. So
after Dayton
Da-
Miller, though, there's even more. That was still 100 years ago.
stop trying to obfuscate
I'm
my
not
point.
obfuscating. I'm talking with you about it, and we should be accurate. Yeah, Dayton Miller, 120 years ago, or 100 years
Right.
ago. Yeah.
Einstein's quote was about him, so we don't need to talk about someone else. So like Dayton Miller, right? He did the test all those times, and then Einstein himself came out and said, if Dayton Miller's results are accurate and not caused or due to some fundamental instrumental error, then my entire theory collapses like a house of cards. Okay.
But
So
it
that
didn't.
okay. Now You say it didn't, but can we acknowledge, do you agree that Einstein was correct in his assessment?
Well, yeah, if you take everything for what he's saying, absolutely, of course. But that's why we continue in science to do further testing. For example, the Kennedy Thorndike experiment that used a whole different set of instrumentation to be able to detect what we thought we could detect as far as ether, and it didn't. Again, it was even more accurate, well within the well under the margin of error that this 120-year-old test had shown us. And we measure. There could be gravitational. There's relativistic issues. There's all sorts of things that we could look at that could be possibly affecting this test. I know you don't like these things that are relative. Yeah, I don't like the word relativity, but velocity is relative. And you had a big argument with Jace a while back about measuring linear motion, how it's impossible, and we all agree.
Oh God, you're scattergunning.
And I gave you the examples about laser guns, how we can follow someone going 200 miles an
We're
hour.
talking about meta, and it has nothing to say when Zan just meta scatterguns.
No,
Why are we
that's not
scattergunning?
example of why
You said,
if
"Hey, can we
it's real, we can measure it."
points and take one point at a time so it can be right back and forth?" And then I did that, and you just did the opposite.
I
Both
know. We
times.
see how hard it is to respond when someone does what I just did to you.
I don't do that.
You act really?
No, I do. Sometimes I do put a lot of
You do a
information.
lot.
Sometimes I do put a lot of information there, but it's all about the same point. It's like
What's mine?
supportive of the same point. No, it wasn't. It wasn't even a response. Out of everything you said, you didn't
Thorndike's
respond
not
to my
part of the same
point.
point. A more accurate test that we're talking
Okay,
about.
this is meta, and what sucks is, yeah, it does get meta a lot in these rooms because I have to always correct the other person just to try to have a basic back and forth that's relevant. Like, let's just get back to the point. Do you agree? You said yes, okay, and then you said a bunch of other stuff. You said yes, that you agreed Einstein's assessment was correct, right? To reiterate it, now that it's been lost, he said that if Dayton Miller's measurements are correct, right, and it's not due to some fundamental instrumental error, then my entire theory collapses like a house of
Correct.
cards.
I agree with
And
you.
another quote, he talked about it, and he says something similar to that. And he says, because, and he uses the Latin phrase for experiment is king, right? Okay. So now what that means is to keep relativity intact, and with it, the excuse, the quote unquote explanation for MMX not detecting the orbit of the Earth, right? We have to have a sufficient provable explanation as to what the error is caused by.
Okay.
Okay, do you have one? Because no one ever proposed one that actually worked. Many people proposed different ones, such as it's a fundamental instrumental error. And they were like, okay, what does that mean, right? Because it's changing based on the periodicity of the solar motion. It's changing based on altitude. It's changing based on cardinal direction. None of these things make sense.
Okay, I agree. And that's why I brought up newer, more updated types of measurements that actually can measure a fringe shift because of the properties of how atoms fall and how gravity changes their phase. These are all things that actually happen that are not anything near part of Mike Michelson-Morley. That, like, again, that's has been mentioned. It's very, I can't believe they even did it back then. By the way, we both could admire these people, but today we have things that are incredibly sensitive and use a completely different technology, and we're still seeing fringe shift based on gravity and other things, quantum gravimeters and things. These are things that will give a fringe shift. I mean, we took huge leaps forward with the three ring laser gyro, and we're not seeing anything. Okay, I don't want to scattergun and go in a different
Yeah,
direction.
because your whole tactic here is just like, yeah, you're right. I don't have an explanation, so I'm just going to claim that it's really old and we have better stuff. And if the audience doesn't know that actually it's not true, then it'll sound good. No, you don't. Okay, the most modern replications, even with radio interferometry, radio wave interferometry in like 2014 showed the same result. The Air Force did it in '87, showed the same result. What you're saying isn't true. Okay, but we're gonna not go over to sidereal rotation and gyroscopes and Michelson-Gale-Pearson and whatever else we can do to completely like divert away from the point. It's an entirely different topic.
I just said
Sidereal
a quantum
rotation is totally
gravimeter.
different.
I just said a quantum gravimeter. That's all I said. Didn't say any of these other things. I said
Hey, you
same
did. You
type
started talking about a gyroscope.
instead of using light, they use matter waves. Okay, same type of test.
Not relevant.
It is because it's a more updated, more accurate test.
Oh, does the test detect sidereal motion?
No, it doesn't.
Oh,
But it measures a fringe. It measures an error, and it's not due to sidereal rotation or motion around.
What's it trying to measure? What's it trying to measure?
It's set up to if there was this ether, it would affect it, and it doesn't.
I've never heard of such a thing. I've heard of like gravimetric interferometers that use matter, and
Yes.
they're not built to replicate Michelson-Morley and try to detect the orbit of the Earth because
It's the
because
same thing. It's the same. I'll tell you what it is. It's the same thing as the Michelson-Morley setup, except it uses matter waves. Not
what are
instead
they
of
trying to measure? Drop a paper. I've never heard of that.
they're trying to get the fringe shift. They're trying to measure it in the direction that we're traveling around the sun. See if there's a fringe shift. If there's
You're claiming that people are trying to measure the orbit of the motion of Earth around the sun, the motion of the Earth around the sun, when they claim it can't be due to relativity. Okay, drop a paper where that's the case. I've never heard of such a thing. I don't believe you at all. That's what he just claimed.
Well, no, relativity doesn't say we can't measure the orbit of the Earth around the sun. It just says you measure the two relative to each other.
No. It says you can't detect the Earth's motion around the sun on the Earth. That is a fundamental claim. No. Not only optical means, he also has another explanation where he says any physical experiment on Earth.
That's not true at all.
I can't tell the difference between the Earth is moving versus
it's incorrect. It's incorrect. Wait, it's incorrect that Einstein said it.
That's why when you cut me out,
when four people all talk, they can act like I'm interrupting them. I'm responding to the first person. When you said it was incorrect, do you mean it's incorrect that Einstein said that, or you think Einstein's incorrect?
Your interpretation is incorrect. What Einstein said. I think
My interpretation. Dude, why are you doing that? My interpretation of Einstein's incorrect. Okay, can you tell me what the quote was and then what the proper interpretation of it is?
Okay, the proper interpretation of it is that you can't tell whether the Earth is moving or the sun is moving or both are moving. You can only tell their relative motions to each other.
No, can you tell me what the quote was and how I misinterpreted it?
I can't remember the exact words, but you probably got
there is no way to detect
How about
motion.
the other guy who claimed I misinterpreted the quote answer instead of you?
Well, I was the one who said you misinterpreted the quote, so that's
okay. So then you just lied. Okay, so this is the problem. You don't even know the quote. You're correcting my understanding of it.
I know science. Like, I know how this works.
Oh my God, I know science. Oh my God.
Relativity is not that complicated.
Somebody clip that, bro.
It's more basic than that.
The is we can't tell which one's moving, but we can tell what's moving to each other.
Explain relativity.
Sure. I baselessly corrected your recollection of the quote and then claimed you misinterpreted it and then admitted I don't even know the quote, don't know anything about it. But when you call me out for that, I can just say, I know science. Can you give me a brief synopsis of the quote since you just don't know it word for word? Can you give me a brief synopsis of it and how I misunderstood it?
I've already done that. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with your quoting of him. I'm disagreeing with your interpretation.
Yeah.
No. What people always say is he only said it about optical experience. I know you guys are all chomping at the bit.
No, I want to interpret what he said, and what he's right, and I agree with him as well. You misinterpreted because there are ways to measure our orbit around the sun.
Then you're saying Einstein was wrong. That's okay. Just say he's wrong. Is he God? Is he your guy's deity?
He agreed that when you're he said, I don't really know it word for word, but he trusts that you quoted it correctly. He says you misinterpreted your understanding of it. I agree with that statement because you guys
are both assuming that because
let me make a statement that you will.
What was that 3 words in right there? Was that 3 words in right there? You are assuming that because you believe. Hey man, stop. Hey man, stop. I can go ahead and say no because I was in the middle of a sentence.
Oh no, okay. I was actually talking and I validated what he said. And
you always do this gaslighting thing where you interrupt me. Zanik, you always do this thing where you interrupt.
I was making a statement.
You're doing it right now. Stop.
Janik, just for the sake of everyone listening, like a game of tennis, can we just hear a back and forth for the sake of everyone listening?
We were going to do that, Gio. I'm sorry, but I thought I could make a statement. But go ahead, Witsit.
Well, the thing is, dude, you interrupt my point, and then when I go back to get it back, you're like, you're interrupting me. Okay, this is the thing, dude. I will help you guys out and still man you here, right? What you should be saying, instead of arrogantly and assumptively assuming that Einstein is some infallible God, and so any quote he said I must stand by to this day. If you're going to take that approach, you're totally cooked because the modern interpretation of relativity is stop. I didn't say you were doing that. I said if you are going to do that. That's not a straw man. That was just a completely unnecessary interruption, per usual. The modern interpretation and application of relativity within your own paradigm is grossly different. grossly different than Einstein's initial interpretations. Einstein's interpretation of relativity changed drastically within his own life, okay? So if you want to say that there's some more advanced interferometers that say use material, right, that he wasn't aware of when he made his claim, therefore he would have been making the claim based on his current understanding of instruments and tests at the time, you can try to make that argument. I'm going to destroy it, but at least make some argument that's intelligible and stop doing this like haughty, arrogant, like assumptive, you misinterpreted it even though I don't know what it is. I did not misinterpret it. He said very specifically, right, that no physical experiment on Earth can detect the motion of the Earth. He has another quote where he said, I've come to the conclusion that no optical experiment can detect the motion of the Earth. So that means nothing using light and no physical test on Earth. So if you guys are saying, well, he was wrong, actually, we can detect, physically measure and detect Earth's orbital motion while standing on the Earth. Please explain how that doesn't violate relativity.
Okay, Witsit, what he was saying was that you can't tell the Earth's absolute motion. Your quoting is accurate, but he's talking about absolute motion. You can tell when two things are moving relative to each other. You don't know which one is the one moving in an absolute sense.
Holy shit.
Indeed, relativity is based on the idea that, you know.
Oh, yeah,
He doesn't
know
know
that.
relativity. He doesn't know what relativity is. What's it?
Well, I have one other thing I want to add to it. I'd like to finish what I was going to say earlier and be very brief, I promise. And I think you have a good conversation going here, and we'll take it down a notch. I think it's better, as Gio mentioned. So what we can't now, he didn't know of the things we can do today. Einstein. So yeah, he said if there was no errors in his system, and by his statement, he was correct for that time of the that part of history. But now we can detect whether we're rotating around the sun. We can see the gravitational forces on the Earth, measuring things like distances to the sun and our velocity with respect to the sun, relative motion as I mentioned. Hold on, and the tidal forces that make our Earth get stretched at the equator. These are all things that we measure, and that we can deduce from those measurements that we are moving around the sun.
Okay. So
is that funny?
Total red herring. Total red herring. Actually,
No,
made
it's
like
actually
four.
You couldn't do that before. You do that now.
Yeah. Red herring. Okay, we're not talking about the distance to the sun. We're not talking about any of the things that you talked about. And then what you said at the end was we can basically imply, right? You're calling that a secondary measurement. Those existed at the time of Einstein. He writes about them in his paper Relativity. He literally writes about it in his like explanation that he called For Your Mother, right? Relativity, Special and General Theory, where he explains it. He talks about, well, we can obviously deduce secondary measurements or calculations of Earth's motion. And he used stuff like the motion of the stars, right? But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about an actual direct measurement. Okay. And so now that we've clarified that for you guys, would you like to admit that you can't, according to relativity, you cannot make a direct measurement? You cannot directly detect Earth's motion on Earth.
Yes, by using.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
that is true. Sorry, Sam, go ahead.
A small point. Quantum gravimeters. There's all sorts of technology now that can actually measure this, and these aren't secondary. Like looking at the stars and saying, okay, well, we have to assume that they're out there really far away. That kind of thing. I know where you're going with that, Witsit. We can do other things with quantum gravimeters that say, hey, we can do things atomically. We can say this is due to us having motion around the sun and having these tidal forces that are dependent upon how close we are to the sun. That's why I was talking about distance, not a red herring. But I get your point. You're going at it very aggressively, but you have to realize if we use latest technology, we have far different results and better tests and with much lower errors than we did 120 years ago, obviously.
And so this is the problem. I just tried to Google this quote, and I know for a fact he said it, and it just doesn't pop up.
Yeah, the thing is, what Einstein said applies equally well to everything. You can't tell if the ball is moving in a baseball game or if the entire stadium is moving around and the ball's still. That is not in principle.
You can live in that Narnia world, right? But I can actually physically measure.
This is what Einstein was saying. This is what he meant.
No.
Like elementary school,
it applies equally well to literally everything. So,
okay, guess what we can do? We can stand on the Earth and treat it as
you're interrupting him with
Let me finish here. You can't tell which one's moving. You can only tell they're moving relative to the other. Now, in practice, you're going to say, obviously, the stadium is still and the ball's moving. Don't be dumb. But in theory, there's no difference between the two.
Dude, that's so elementary school shit, dude. Like, did you
can't
read
tell
the
which
paper?
one is moving, but you can tell that they are moving relative to each other. And that
Okay,
relative
so
motion is what we're measuring when we're measuring Earth-Sun movements. So that's what
okay,
we're measuring. What you're saying is not relevant to measuring the Earth's orbit around the Sun in practical terms. That's it.
okay. So this is the thing, right? Like if Zanuck, for example, is going to say that super long loaded point to me, and then someone else is going to say another point directed at me, right? Like it. Yeah, when I start to interrupt, like I mean, can we be reasonable? So it's a no. You just always got stupid little girl comments about me interrupting, and it's literally impossible for me to communicate with multiple people at the same time, making 15 points each, unless I start to interject.
No,
So
I mean, it just
okay,
seemed
I
like
want to
you
make
had
the.
a problem with
All right, cool,
interrupting,
man.
so I wanted to point out to you when you were.
Oh, well, are you ever going to point out when I get interrupted?
Oh, don't
No.
worry about that. You'll point that out immediately.
That's not even true,
Weird.
actually. I let it go like 17 times. Okay, now here I want to make this point that we were talking about earlier before it gets lost, right? Because I'm going to
In
put
order
it
to
into
ignore
the.
his point, gotcha.
Wait,
Weird.
what was his point?
Interrupt again.
Wait, come out. What was his point? Can you summarize it? Yeah. So maybe just go on mute, bro.
No,
So
Suck
you
dick.
interrupted him, so I didn't quite catch it.
oh, okay. So his point was as simple as they possibly could come. It would be what you learned in about seventh grade that all motion is relative. That was really his point. That's all it was. So yeah, no one. I understand. Like that actually relative motion
Okay,
isn't
if you
even exclusive
understand it,
to the
why didn't
theory.
you address it?
Oh,
Because
weird.
it
More
literally isn't
interrupting.
relevant to my point at all, right? And what's super funny is that that is not even exclusive to the theory of relativity. Relative motion was known and established long before the theory of relativity, so conflating the two is kind of weird. But you're claiming what Einstein meant. That isn't all he meant, right? He went out specifically to try to detect that and to try to figure out why we can't detect that. Okay, but this isn't like a deflection. The entire context of the conversation is Michelson Morley and supposedly not being able to detect the orbital motion. You have to make that claim or you guys are cooked, and you guys are cooked anyway. But I just want to correct the record so people that actually want to know will know, right? So I went in here and actually got the kilometer per second and fringe shift numbers so that you would understand it. Okay. So they claim that the Earth's orbital speed is 30 kilometers per second. So then they predicted a fringe shift based on that, right? The fringe would be 0.4 fringe. 0.4 fringe shift, which is 30 kilometers per second. They got 5 to 7 kilometers per second, right? So that's like 0.75 to 1 kilometer a second. Okay. And if you or the instrument was capable of measuring to 0.01 fringe. So it was capable of measuring 0.01 fringe. They predicted 0.4 fringe, right? And then they measured like 0.1. They measured well above the margin of error. It wasn't even close to the margin of error. So the margin of error was about 0.75 to 1 kilometer per second, and they measured 5 to 7 kilometers per second. So can we all agree that the measurement that they got was not within the error margin?
If you're quoting the numbers accurately, I agree with that.
Okay, so we just got to stop. It's just this hand wave dismissal claim that isn't true. It wasn't within the error margin. We're going to have to come up with another explanation. Now, of course, the people at the time and after that, they knew that, which is why Einstein set out to explain the result. If it was simple as saying it was an error, he would have never even tried to explain it, right? So the problem is, though, he what they do is they explained why, in theory, it would be zero, right? And then they have to claim it's instrumental error, and they don't understand why. Okay, so and I'm just making that point because that's like the context of this whole thing. And so, like, I'm happy to hear you guys break down supposedly how what'd you say, the quantum gravimeter or something, right? Like supposedly is detecting the motion of the Earth. Because what you guys need to know is that if we're on the Earth, according to relativity, you literally cannot have a direct first order measurement and detection of that orbital motion. And if you can, then you have to now re-explain Michelson-Morley.
Or the more accurate equipment that I mentioned earlier, right? So we
But
have
does the more accurate
Michelson-Morley.
equipment not adhere to relativity?
Oh yeah, well that's why with the Thorndike test they actually didn't get they had the null result also because they said that, and this is like how convenient, right? They say, what did they say? You already said many times that the length contraction obviously matched everything, so it actually kind of just neutral, evened everything out, so it didn't show a result. So that would be your, and I would, okay, good point. It's like saying, hey, it's not a picture of the moon, or the Earth, it's being round, it's CGI. Okay, so when we go to more accurate equipment like the optical cavity resonators, things like that, which have billions and billions of times more accuracy than Michelson-Morley. They have the same exact result as we've had with the crude measuring devices like Michelson-Morley of 120 years ago, because we're talking about an error margin of 10 to the minus 9, 1 part in a billion. That was the Michelson-Morley, and the new versions are 10 to the minus 18. So,
What? Okay.
it's a
I'm gonna say this quote that was argued about. To the question of whether or not the motion of the Earth in space can be made perceptible in terrestrial experiments, meaning experiments on Earth.
These are terrestrial experiments.
Right. So
resonators
to
are.
that question that we are literally currently discussing, the question of whether or not the motion of the Earth can be detected on Earth with experiments, to that question of whether or not the motion of the Earth in space can be made perceptible in terrestrial experiments, we have already remarked that all attempts of this nature led to a negative result. Before the theory of relativity was put forward, it was difficult to become reconciled to this negative result.
Was Einstein aware of what Zanuck is talking about?
No, but now what Zanuck needs to explain is how his object, or his instrument, somehow doesn't adhere to length contraction.
Yeah, it's not a cop out. It's actually an explanation. But I agree with you. I think there should be more detail. Like, how do we show evidence for length contraction? Well, there's many experiments that actually show that we have length contraction for objects that are going near the speed of light. We have SLAC, which is a multi-billion-dollar facility, which is dedicated to show this particular phenomena. Do you think it's all just
Zanuck, are you really not getting it though? Are you really not understanding?
Did you not hear my question? Can you explain how your instrument that you're invoking doesn't adhere to or isn't subject to length contraction?
You're saying it is not?
You're claiming it's detecting the motion of the Earth, which means it can't be.
I didn't say that. I said it's looking to measure the ether, looking to measure this linear velocity, which it can't measure. And so they don't have any ether because its accuracy versus the Michelson-Morley, which is 1 in a billion. This is 8 more zeros than a billion.
But it's using material.
Well, it's an optical cavity resonator. It's a little different technology, just like the quantum those quantum gravimeters that were used as well. The Kennedy Thorndike experiment. I mean, there's a lot of equipment that not only SLAC. We got the LIGO also, which is doing things with measuring these similar types of effects.
Okay, so there is nothing that detects the motion of the Earth.
Witsit, surely you're aware of the Foucault's pendulum, right?
Foucault's pendulum detects allegedly the rotation of the Earth. We're talking about the orbital motion of Earth.
The speed around the sun. Yeah, we're in free fall. I mean, yes, the only thing we can do is secondary measurements, as you admitted to, and we're going to admit to it as well, to measure that. Now, if there are other equipment these all have secondary measurements, so I don't want to bring them up because you're just going to shoot them down, which, for good reason. I'm on your side on this.
So we agree. Do we agree it's a decently sufficient explanation of religion to say that it's like a belief system built upon the doctrine of men that requires blind faith?
No.
In the supernatural.
No, I don't think it's that at all. Because these secondary measurements are valid.
No, I'm just saying, like, is that the definition of religion?
No, religion requires
good one, Rich.
Supernatural.
Good one.
Supernatural. Is scientism about the supernatural?
No, science is only ever about the natural.
I mean, is Scientology about supernatural?
No, but Scientology isn't the same thing as science. Do I need
is
to
it a
explain
religion?
that to you, Witsit?
No.
Scientology is a religion.
If you can follow what I'm asking.
Scientology
is Scientology a religion?
Sorry, I'm not done yet, Witsit. Scientology is a religion, but Scientology is not science.
This guy sucks.
I didn't say it was. See if you can keep up. instead of being so condescending, ironically.
Why'd you bring up
Okay.
Scientology when we were talking about science?
That
Well,
was a
we'll
bit
see
of
if
a
you can keep up here, right? You said religion requires the supernatural. Does
Correct.
Scientology make claims about the supernatural?
Yes, it does.
What is it?
Thetans.
What is
yeah.
that?
Scientology is like nukes.
You want me to explain
in
all of
volcanoes
Scientology
65
to you,
million years
Witsit?
ago, crazy
Is
shit
that
like
what you
that.
want? Okay, so
Explain how
if
that's
Witsit
supernatural.
asks me for what Scientology is, I'm going to give him a very in-depth look at what
Okay, this guy
Scientology is.
sucks.
Okay,
Jesus,
Okay,
this
so
guy
this guy
sucks,
when you
man.
sucks.
have
This guy sucks.
what you have attached to your soul are called thetans. You can read them via an e-meter and specific
Give a
questions that
very
are
short
asked of
version.
you.
Dude, you
So when
think
you have things
religion is
attached to
bullcrap
your
and you believe in
soul
this?
called thetans, they are above the natural because they're attached to your soul.
Oh, okay. So Scientology doesn't just believe in the natural. That's cool. You'll have to let them know that. So this is the thing, right? Amen.
But you
Amen.
know
Amen.
Scientology,
Amen.
right?
Amen.
You read
Amen.
all
Amen.
that.
Amen. Amen. Can you guys agree that science is not about belief systems that men create that require blind faith?
I mean, the whole point of science is you go out and measure the real world. It's
Right.
not
So
blind.
it doesn't require blind faith. It eliminates the need for blind faith, right?
More or less. I mean, you get
Right.
philosophical enough, you can go crazy, but in practical terms,
Okay.
yes.
So we can disagree on religion, right? Whether it needs a supernatural component, what does or doesn't constitute a supernatural component, right? Because that's where you guys will certainly apply supernatural bias. This guy will, but I don't care, right? Like, okay, I disagree with you. I like my definition.
Witsit,
It's
don't
a
get mad when someone says no when you ask if it's a religion, man. If you don't want to hear the answer, don't
what?
ask the question.
No. I didn't ask if it was a religion. I didn't say was science a religion. So you just made up what I said, strawmanned it, and then arrogantly pretended I was spiraling or something. No. I'm saying, is this a decent definition of religion? You said no, it needs to have supernatural. Okay, I guess I kind of see your point. I don't necessarily agree. Maybe, right? Okay, I think you can have a religious belief without the supernatural. I think that the definition of religion is much more about dogma and blind faith. Now,
Cool. So you
typically,
disagree with the dictionary definition of religion. Okay, keep going.
sure, if that's sure. So, and I would say that what we're about to discuss actually borderline supernatural, but I know you guys will just say it doesn't, right? Because conveniently we get to pick and choose, and so things that are outside of the natural world and can't be accessed within the natural world, right, would normally constitute a supernatural, but you guys will somehow claim that it's not supernatural, right? Because you just have this like weird cognitive position where you want to believe that you're a materialist and a naturalist and you're a science first person, but then you have tons of beliefs that require making claims outside of nature and like natural verification, right? For example, the idea that the reason that we didn't detect orbital motion was because there was something called length contraction. And so even though one of the lights did travel a longer path and it did take longer to travel that longer path because both light paths, of course, were traveling the same speed, right? So light goes one speed and then one's going further than the other one. So that means it takes longer, right? Speed equals distance over time, of course. So one of the light beams traveled further, therefore took longer. But when we go and look at the measurement, it doesn't show that it went further, doesn't show that it took longer, but it did. Trust me, what happened was the apparatus contracted just precisely the exact amount needed,
as it should,
to make it look like that's so bad faith to retroactively say as it should when this theory was literally crafted around that measurement. Anyway, it just
I mean,
it,
when does the miracle come in? Even if it
wait,
did contract,
wait,
all of that
wait,
is
wait.
natural.
We're about to talk about. No, it's not. No, actually, it's not. So the apparatus contracted just the perfect amount, but you can't measure it. It looks the same. There's no actual physical, material, natural evidence whatsoever of it shrinking or changing size. It's exactly the same as when you started. But trust me, it actually shrank. You just can't tell. You just can't see it. You just can't detect it. You just can't measure it. It just isn't perceptible in the natural world.
There are measurements of it.
And
There are
Simon,
Yeah,
measurements.
no,
there
there
are
are
like
not.
what
No,
you're
there are
being told,
not.
Witsit, is that
No,
people have
there
taken a
are
more
not.
refined measurement and that they
Yes.
have measured it.
No,
You're lost.
they
You're lost,
haven't.
Rich.
No, they
Yeah.
haven't. And at
Well-
the same time, because we have to claim that the distance contracted, that means that the time also had to change. So time physically stretched out and dilated. It physically stretched, thus slowed down just the precise amount to match just the precise amount of shortening of the arm so that it would look like there was no difference, yet
Well-
it did travel further and take longer. Is that a good still man there?
Let me-
I
We're
posted
looking-
some, I mean, literally just Wikipedia, but I posted it in chat for you to take a look at.
I know the supposed
experimental
evidences.
verification of
Okay, so-
Muons, and I know, no, it just presupposes it's a thing.
Well, let's just talk about what you said. Because I think you get the numbers a little mixed up too. They predicted the 0.4 fringe, right? We all agreed to that. Would you agree to that? Witsit?
Yeah.
0.4 fringe. Okay. The tool could measure 0.01 fringes, and that's what they actually measured. They get this 1.1 fringe as a result. So that's
No.
0.01
Wrong.
versus-
No, Zanuck.
Wrong.
That's not wrong.
They didn't measure 0.01.
Witsit literally just went over this.
Yeah, but he was going off memory, and I think he got a zero. He got a just one decimal place incorrect.
I think you
No.
just did that.
Wait, let's just
I just went through the calculation based on this 30 kilometers per second velocity and the wavelength of light and the length of the arm, and that gives us 0.4 fringes. And he disagreed. What they measured, and that was the limit. The limit of this device was 0.01 fringes, and they saw almost zero. That's what they saw back.
I heard you say 0.1 twice, Zanuck.
Close to 0.1.
But then you said 0.01 because they're not the same.
You're right. 0.01 to 0.02 fringes.
Okay, so you did mess up. There we go.
Well, no, there's a range. It wasn't accurate back in those days. 0.01 to 0.02 fringes, because they expected 0.4 and they got 0.01.
Okay, what's
So that was essentially zero.
1/6 of 0.4?
They saw 1/40th of what the physics of the time predicted. 1/40th. 1/40th of what the physics of the time predicted.
Okay, so
That's my notes. 3 years ago, I have this notes from our little chit chat.
okay, so from my understanding, right, the sensitivity of the instrument is like 3 decimal places to 0.01, and that it can detect like 0.75 or to 1 kilometer per second, but what was actually measured was 5 to 7 or 8.
Kilometers per second, but not fringes.
So there isn't a direct relationship between kilometers per second and fringes. It's like not a 1-to-1 relationship. It's not linear.
Yeah. Oh no, it is.
It's the same number.
Okay, well if it's linear, then it would be 1/6 of 0.04. I mean 0.4. And if very simply, right, if the sensitivity of the instrument was 0.75 to 1 kilometer per second, they predicted 30 kilometers per second, but they actually detected 5 to 7 kilometers per second, and that means the detected fringe shift, right, or interference pattern was outside of the error margin, was beyond the sensitivity of the
Yeah,
instrument.
the problem is, Witsit, it says that it's within the error margin when you look it up. I think they're measuring it in a different way, because I saw that.
Fringes. 0.01 to 0.02 fringes is what they measured. Now I can do the math on what that relates to in kilometers per second around the sun.
Well, it obviously can't be linear then, right? Like if it's a direct relationship, it's like super simple. Like what's 1/6 of 0.4?
I get it, but I think this is what I wrote down, and I think this is. I know 0.4. We all can agree. Can we all agree that's 0.4 fringe? So all we have to do is do the equivalence of what 0.1 fringe equates to in a velocity.
0.01.
0.01 or 0.02. They measured 0.01 to 0.02. They can easily measure 0.01 is what I remember reading. Yeah, let's look it up here.
No, it's 0.06. 0.066.
0.06 is when you multiply 1/16 by the 0.4 or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, 1/6 of
0.06.
0.4.
Okay, so at the time they said it was around 1.01 to 0.02. Maybe the new versions of Michelson Morley saw something larger, 0.06, whatever. still a small fraction of what you needed to have that amount of velocity through the ether around the sun.
That isn't the argument, right? Like, yeah, it was way less than what would be needed if the Earth was orbiting the sun.
I agree.
Yeah, the Earth's not orbiting the sun, bruh. Like, duh, right? But that the question is like, is there any motion, right? Because there should be zero.
Right.
There should be zero.
So you can say, I know you can say it can be convenient. How convenient it's moving in this fringe now is explained by the Lorentz contraction.
Well, Einstein called it convenient. He actually used that word.
I know.
Yeah,
I'm with you. This is physics. That's why we're talking about it, because it could be like spooky magic at a distance type of stuff, right? I get it.
Well, it's post hoc rationalization and requires blind faith.
Yeah, dude, that's a problem. Is you get the math that makes it work, and then everyone's like, "Oh, that's it. There it goes."
And then you literally flipped all of physics upside down and changed all of it to make sure that somehow could be claimed to be the truth.
Right. But then after you go, okay, let's try to figure this out, guys. Let's try to build something. Here's $1 billion, 100 years later. Let's build LIGO. Let's build SLAC. And let's do some tests to see if we can actually replicate
LIGO
this
shows the same thing.
LIGO's not the same thing as SLAC.
No, LIGO shows the same thing.
Oh, yeah. SLAC's different because they actually can measure these pulses at near light speed and see how they contract relative to the observer. Showing it's
how is that? Like,
do you honestly not think, do you honestly not think that it is a possible, like a genuine possibility that the explanation to why we didn't detect the orbital motion is because there isn't any?
No, I think there's enough.
That would be consistent with
really
that
honest.
one experiment. It's not consistent with all
I
the
truly
other
think that
experiments.
there's enough evidence to show we are moving, but I understand it's not conclusive in your mind.
Well, at the least you would have to say it's possible with your whole nothing is 100%. But this is the thing, right? I happen to not believe you, right? I think you do believe that we're moving around the sun. I think that you have strong doubts about it, right? And I think maybe it's been a while since I've talked to you. I don't know. Maybe those doubts are a little less. I don't really know, because most people don't really hit this point as hard as I do, because I think it's the first point before you talk about shape or anything like that. I think it's actually the most important.
If I might, you speak to a lot of physicists and PhD physicists and astrophysicists, and I've heard some of the arguments. What is some of? I'm sure not all. I haven't seen all of them. What are your most favorite responses by these physicists that actually know this topic much better than I do, or maybe other people here possibly? And there's a lot of smart guys around. What are they telling? What do they respond back to you with?
My favorite is your question. What do I think is the most intellectually honest and most viable one? That relativity is wrong. That we don't that there is, from your paradigm, the best argument all around is that the fundamental principle of relative motion is true, and that some type of causal mechanism akin to Lorentz contraction must exist, right? And so the 4D space geometry effects claimed, though assumptive, must be true, but relativity is not the correct understanding. And I've heard that put forth in a few different ways. It just depends on how honest people are, and it depends if it's on the record or not. As soon as the camera comes on, people are way different.
Yeah, that's why I asked the question, because I wanted to hear, because I know you interact with a lot of people, and you have a good way of presenting your questions. You're not being deceptive, and you're trying to gotcha. I think you want to actually know, and you also have beliefs as well as we do. And you think your evidence is stronger than ours, or maybe how convenient all these are excuses to you. All these theories are just excuses of why we are living in a flat plane that's, we're not on a sphere rotating around the sun, flying through the cosmos at breakneck speeds. I get that.
Well, I can understand people. Getting hung up on the flat thing, especially after I saw the sun, way more, and always has been way more than the not moving thing, right? When someone isn't honest about the not moving thing, like not meaning that they just concede we're not moving, but they're not honest that there's a strong possibility once they actually learn the history of it in like the retroactive post hoc, rationalization way that they just hijacked the geocentric prediction over and over and over because it kept being right and they kept being wrong. And so they just changed the model to be the geocentric claim over and over. Like when people are actually informed of that, which will not happen unless you go somewhere like this, right? And then they still continue to pretend they know for a fact that we're moving. Like, yeah, like I don't respect that at all. I think it's intellectually dishonest.
I get it.
I was going to bring up the exact same thing, just because, like, I could see like people still being whatever about flat Earth, but Zanuck, I don't know how you guys can't be like, wow, relativity is really weird, and there's a lot of stuff that goes against it, and it just doesn't seem to make a lot of sense.
It is weird, and I don't understand it. But I do know there's a lot of evidence for it. For example, like atomic clocks and satellites and all these things that we can show that, hey, you know what? Maybe we don't understand it totally or what causes it completely, but we can show the things that we think we know. I think we do know, like the Lorentz contraction.
Yeah,
you're relying on a whole bunch of like technology and stuff. You're
stealing my thunder. Yeah, and I'm relying on all the, like you said it for me. I'm relying on all these things that people have told me. Yes, I haven't experimented. I haven't been in the lab. I mean, I've been in some of these places, but I didn't do the experiments, and I don't. I spent millions of years since I've done the math, so I'm way out of the loop. I'm just going off. It's not a belief, but it's like whoever has the best evidence kind of wins in my mind.
Yeah, but here's the thing. When you actually look into those things, man, like, okay, that sounds good, right? Like if what you're saying is true, it's a strong piece of evidence. If like this is the mainstream story, right? Like we couldn't even properly utilize satellites if we didn't make relativistic corrections. And what do you know? When we did, it worked perfectly, and it perfectly matched relativistic corrections and predictions, and is strong verification for relativity, right? And that if that were true, that's pretty strong evidence. You're like, that's true, right? Like that's pretty crazy. When you actually look into it, that's not what happened at all. And it's the same thing with like the Halfling-Keating experiment, which is touted as this gigantic verification of relativity. And it's like, oh, relativity says, right, that one clock is going to go slower than the other based on the direction that they travel. And it's like, what do you know? It actually did that exactly like relativity predicted. That's pretty crazy. Then I went and dug into it. We did, right? And we saw the actual data sheet of Halfling-Keating, like their actual recorded measurements, which you're not going to find in like a Google search, which should speak for itself. Just like I just tried to look up the terrestrial experiment quote, and you can't find it anywhere. You can only find the optical experiment with hit pieces against people that supposedly cherry pick it. But my point is, you that should be a flag right there if we're using any type of pattern recognition, right? That the actual data of that test is super hard to find. When we actually find it, it does not match the relativistic prediction at all. It shows that the clock slowed down and sped up in both east and west directions. So not only is that not a verification of relativity, it's arguably a falsification of it. And
which
the same thing. The
Halfling-Keating
experiment where they put atomic clocks on a plane. And like if you Google it and you say like, what are the proofs of relativity, that'll be on the list. And the other claim is where Dayton Miller, like in what was it, like 1917, he saw it was 1917 or I don't remember, but he supposedly saw relativity predicted that you'd see the star from behind the sun, right? And that happened. That because of the gravity of the sun, the relativity would have the bending and warping of space-time cause the light to basically bend around the sun and be visible, although it was occulted by the sun. And what do you know? We went and looked at it and we saw it.
Why would the direction affect the atomic clocks?
You tell me.
I would think it's not. Since motion is relative and you're on the ground, it wouldn't matter which direction the satellite's going.
Right? You tell me then. You tell me.
Well, because one satellite, I'll tell you, because one satellite's going to go 1,000 miles an hour less orbital velocity, so it's going slower with respect to the observer than the ones that are going east to west, which were given that bit of angular momentum when they took off and got into orbit, right?
What is that? What you were saying that the relativistic prediction is?
I wouldn't think there'd be I'm just kind of thinking off the top of my head. I wouldn't think there would be a difference going east or west.
Okay, so
Well,
it
about
is
the Sagnac star correction in GPS.
The Earth is going 1,000 miles an hour east to west. So if you're an observer, you are actually going 1,000 miles an hour east to west. Angular velocity of one revolution every 24 hours. This satellite's going to be relative to you going 1,000 miles an hour faster than a satellite going the other direction. Right?
Yeah, I mean that's in the right direction of what they're claiming.
So I think
Right.
that wouldn't be that far-fetched to say that's not like made up or stupid. I mean, it just seems like that makes sense.
Yeah, this is my point, right? Like when we go do the test showed that in both directions, the super sensitive atomic clocks both increased and decreased. Okay, so if like on its face, my model predicts it's just like this very like simplistic AE model that I never claimed, right? But like I entertained and a bunch of people claimed. Like once I went to Antarctica and saw the sun do a circle and whether it was optical, whatever it was, right? Like that current understanding and model claim isn't true. How insane and asinine would I look to come back and claim it was still true with
Right.
no alternative explanation, and then to actually actively suppress like all of the search results that showed what we actually saw, then came back and rephrased what we saw and claimed it actually proved the AE map. I mean, you would immediately think like this is
Yeah.
super scary. If you ever found out I did that, you'd be like, okay, not only can I not trust this guy at all, but it seems like he knows what he's saying isn't true. And this actually seems to falsify everything that he's ever said. And it
Right.
seems like he knows he needs to lie to even try to claim it's true.
I got
Right?
you.
Yeah.
I got you. No, you're making sense. By the way,
That happens over and over.
I don't think I've talked to you since you did this whole, by the way, good for you for going, man. I'm very proud of you for going and what an experience that would have been. So now that you saw the 24-hour sun, maybe we talked a little bit when you got back.
Oh, man,
Do you think I know you still think the Earth is flat, but you think it's some kind of dome or some type of thing where that sun is local sun, or there's two suns?
I don't know. I have no. I mean, dude, it just resets everything. So I don't really know. Right?
You're kind of on the fence. You're like a glober on the fence glober now.
No. Because like there's like a long list of falsifications of the curve of the Earth, bro. I went and did some of them, right? Like I don't like it would be super illogical for me to just throw those out. And trust me, I know the supposed answers better than almost anyone, and you should know that, right? Like I don't buy them. I don't buy them. I don't buy that when it's super clear outside. I see way further, but not just because it's clear and I'm seeing what's actually there, but because coincidentally, when it's super clear is when there's more refraction, right? I don't believe that magically when we shoot high frequency microwave beams horizontally parallel to the Earth that only have 1 meter of beam divergence. And I mean, we use this for targeting systems for the military where people's lives are at stake and has a 99.9% accuracy, right? And according to the globe, it should get blocked very quickly, like a few hundred feet, and it's going miles, dozens of miles.
We talked about the tunneling and the atmospheric effect.
It's the most insane claims I've ever heard, dude. It's like tropospheric ducting, inversion, temperature inversion layers.
We had hours
yeah, but dude, if it was a temperature inversion layer, then the military couldn't use it every day, all day, because that's an anomalous effect, right? Like it's the most ridiculous arguments I've ever heard. So like I actually feel that I invested more time into being intellectually honest and trying to earnestly come up with valid rebuttals for the globe than any of the globers do, right? The globers are just in a perpetual, like arrogant victory lap. They're not actually trying to do anything when it comes to the refutations. I mean, sometimes, but kind of not, right? Like when they hit a wall, they're just like, whatever, who cares? I just know it's wrong. So I looked into that. There's not an answer for that, bro. There's not an answer for that. Microwave are probably one of the easiest refutations of the globe. So is the sun interesting? Yeah. And like I'll even go as far as to say like the sky like matches the globe. Like point blank. Like the sky, like there's some caveats to that. It doesn't fully like what people were talking about when they see the star occulted by the mountain and it doesn't actually match the curve geometry prediction and stuff like that. But generally speaking, the way that it's mapped out, the way that the sun looks, the way that the directionality of the sun, like the perceived directionality of the sun, of course, the 24-hour sun, like That's like the match of a globe. Like one thing's for sure on this realm, right? And I can say this, people can believe I didn't go, they can believe I didn't know where I was, whatever, sure, right? As you go south over what people call the equator, it looks like you're starting to tip over, right? Like that's actually what happens. And so, like, obviously on a globe, you would start to tip over. Like the sky looks like you're tipping over, right? And so, you know, like I sat on that entire trip, beginning to end, thinking about if the Earth could be a globe. The whole time before we even got on the plane, where I wasn't sure if we were actually going to get on the plane, and then they were super sketchy right before we got on, and it literally almost got canceled the day before we left.
No, you guys were
Literally,
so
like
all the way around. It was such an amazingly lucky event for you folks. Yeah,
it was
incredible.
super clear when we got there. It was all very wild, and it was like the most beautiful thing I've ever seen when we hit Antarctica. I would do it again for sure. And me stepping away had nothing to do with that. But like anyway, all
Okay,
that being
on
said,
the
right,
fence.
and it was really pretty. We were in it. We were there, and all of a sudden, it's super dark. It's like super surreal. It's like dark, but you just see like a bright spot over there in the distance that doesn't go away, right? Like it's weird. It's like yeah, like the sun's over there the whole time. Like it's very surreal. And then we flew towards it, and what do you know? It comes up, and we see it, and it just stays around us, right? Like that all happened. But my understanding up to that point kind of already incorporated a lot of that understanding, right? Like the very simplex AE map has multiple problems, and like even the direction of the sun, right? Like I've proposed viable options where, like, if you have a personal little dome, it changes directions. I've shown literally that that's absolutely what happens. And I've shown that it would look exactly like a sunrise and sunset, like even though the light source just stays at the same height, all of those things. And then we show, well, what do you know? Like all the evidence kind of seems to show us that we don't see in Euclidean geometry. So is what happened in very simple terms. I'm not just going to rant forever, but like this is my general position here is like I still lean towards we see the world in like a curved geometry and we live on a plane. And if you were to even honestly go out and try to determine the shape or nature of Earth by looking at the sky, if you did not assume or think about us seeing it in a from like a curved geometry, you would naturally transpose that on the ground. And then it would, of course, perfectly match because you would make the ground from the sky. And that's what we did. That's what we did with coordinate systems. That's what we did with maps. That's what we did with everything. We literally made the ground from the sky.
Is it the way your eyes work, or is it this personal dome that you're
Well, that would
saying that?
be similar things, right? But
Well, not
yeah, I
really,
mean,
because you have instruments that actually have you can change your focal points, your focal lengths, your lens sizes. I mean, all that stuff. So I mean, I just have a problem with things in the distance. Getting the whole
well,
trigonometric. I don't want to
this is
bore any.
kind of like what happens with this conversation the whole time, right? It's like one side is admittedly simpler in many ways. And actually, the flat earth is simpler in a lot of ways as well, right? Like just intuitively on a base level and all of that. Like, I don't feel like I'm moving because I'm not moving. I don't feel like I'm moving because I'm actually tilted, wobbling, spinning, revolving, and then I'm free falling. So I can't even measure with the world's most precise measurements. And it feels like I'm standing still, but I'm actually not. And everything looks like it's moving, but it's actually not. It's like everything is like much more complicated and violates Occam's razor from a globe perspective, but there are a few exceptions. This is why I think it's like super weird. What people are doing is they're honing on the few exceptions and being like, look at like, let's apply Occam's razor and clearly the globe works. Because that's the argument for the 24-hour sun. The actual argument, because you can't make any other argument that's not fallacious other than Occam's razor, which isn't like like a substantial like argument. That isn't even a matter of fact argument,
Well,
right?
that's
Like
that's that's saying that spherical geometry is more complicated than planar geometry, which is definitely true. But
well, no,
that's not
it's saying even
really
the
a
motion
basis
is
for
more
argument.
complicated. The motion as well, right? Like the motion is actually the much more complicated claim of the globe model, right? But um anyway, like Occam's razor would say, okay, if I'm on a globe, then I'm going to start to tip upside down. And when I get to the bottom of it, then I'm going to see the sun just do circles over top of me. I see suns do circles over top of me. Therefore, I must be on the bottom of the globe. Like that's affirming the consequent, of course. But you can say, okay, the idea that I'm on a flat plane and then there's a sun moving over top of it, but it just looks like it's doing circles. Okay, there's a dome that has layers and is creating an apparent effect relative to the observer, and just so happens as you get out to the outside that based on the angles of dome optics, it stays above you. And
Spectacular reflection or reflections and all that.
And it kind of makes sense as the sky curves. If there's some type of dome that has layers and it's curving, then as you go along closer to the outside, it's going to start to curve. Right. So if you actually think about that logically, if I'm on a globe, as I get past the equator, I'm curving down. And if I'm on a plane with a dome, as I get to, as I go towards the outside, the dome is curving down. Right. So like again, you have this like kind of this dichotomy of
You need to
T
go to the
curve
edge.
plus
The
that.
problem you need to go to the edge now. You didn't go far enough. You need to go all the way to the edge. Is that what you're
I'm
saying?
never going back there, man.
You need to go to the exact South Pole where there's
I
no other.
literally felt like humans don't belong there.
Yeah.
But
But
it was really pretty. But it was so pretty that I could just see it was pretty on the plane, you know.
well,
But
I'm glad you're. Thanks for everything because I always wanted to ask you about it, and so thanks for being honest.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So who knows, man? But and to conclude that point, like it sounds good to say Occam's razor, like that which requires least amount of assumptions is most likely to be true. It's like very simple. It's basic geometry, and that's why we saw the sun do what it is. Or you're making up all these crazy excuses. The people that say that, and typically very arrogantly, they don't apply that same standard to their side, though, right? Like even with the conversation we're just talking about MMX. Okay, let's apply that same exact standard. Okay, my position is the Earth's not moving. We're gonna go make a test, really precisely try to measure the Earth moving. But like, it really doesn't matter how precise it is. You're not going to detect the Earth moving because it's not. And what do you know? You don't detect it. And then the other side says, well, no, actually it is moving. But what happened was, that the apparatus contracted. It just looks like it's the same size, and time stretched out and slowed down. And it just seemed like it was the same time. And it did it both at the same time and precisely exact amount that needed with this random test that was done in 87. And then we took that random amount and we applied it to everything else. And it's like, just trust me, bro. We can't see it because it's impossible to see it, but we know that it's true. And it's like, okay, bro, right? Or like, we're gonna develop these huge telescopes and look out further into the sky, and the Earth's not moving, so it's in the center of the universe. So as we look out further, it's just going to show that everything is moving relative to the Earth, and everything shows that the Earth's in the center. And if we're not, then we're going to see redshift and blue shift and things moving all over the place because we're just a tiny speck of dust in a random corner that doesn't matter at all. So we're going to see stuff go crazy when we get outside of our immediate little neighborhood. When we actually see outside of it, we see no, everything's very ordered, orchestrated, and relative to Earth. Everything looks like the Earth's in the center. So then the other side comes along and revises its story, changes its model, and says, like, oh, it's going to always look like we're in the center and look like we're not moving, even though we actually are, you know? And so you get my point. It's like a long-winded way of saying it's like I was confused by JR, and I'm confused about the people that are coming at me so crazy. It's like I'm actually the one that's being intellectually consistent. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm applying the same standard to both sides. I'm like, I get your argument with this on, but like, why don't you can't pick and choose? Like, are you going to apply that same standard to everything else? And that's not, by the way, it's not a good standard to live by, right? Like Occam's razor isn't a matter of truth standard. Like it's a good start, right? It
No,
isn't a matter of truth. Sometimes things are more complicated. Sometimes things aren't what they seem. You can't just rely on Occam's razor or what's the easiest, simplest thing to understand.
right. But I agree that we have to take you mentioned it earlier, secondary measurements, and that's what I go off. So yeah, okay, we take the first measurement. Hey, it could be us moving or that or other thing moving. Let's take more measurements. Let's start measuring the gravitational effects. Let's start measuring all the things that all these brand new, incredibly accurate instrumentations allow us to acquire as far as data. Let's do that. And then suddenly the data just piles up in my corner. I'm sure you looked at a lot of it, but it just seems like it all backs up. It could be all wrong. It could be based on one fundamental assumption, and the rest of it's just ancillary, and it could be 180 degrees, inverted. But I don't think it is. That's my personal opinion.
Well, yeah, man, I get it. I get it. I mean, the strongest piece of evidence for the globe that came from the Antarctica trip was actually the inversion of the sunspots.
Right.
So, if there's some type of optical effect, it isn't just like us seeing the sun, it's that it flipped over 180 from someone live time looking at the same thing, you know, on the other latitude. And like, yeah, that's pretty crazy. And it did seem to match like very closely. Of course, it gets to where like people aren't getting the best shots at the exact same time, but it's very similar. And so now it's like now you're flirting with like, okay, it's almost this place's design where if you go look at that, it looks like a globe. And if you just hone in on that one thing, then it seems like very cut and dry which side you should be on. But like that is weird to me. Like, why would I do that? If I had a gone and done that in 2016, then who knows? And maybe I would have stopped my pursuit. I would like to think I wouldn't have, but like maybe I would have, but I didn't, right? Like I compiled, 7, 8 years of information before I did that. And this is what was confusing about Jaron's response is he just like memory wiped like 8 years and then just
Right.
kind of defaulted to the other answers that are for sure not
He
satisfactory.
went full Occam razor. He went full Occam razor on
Yeah, 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 yeah. I think that's why people have beef with
Hey,
him.
it takes a lot of hey, I got to give it to you. It takes a lot of courage to take the position. It's good for all of us because we all have to go out and to argue and to talk about these points. We have to do a lot of relearning of things and learning of things that we didn't know before. And we can gang on you big time. Hey, what about the ships and the bridges and our measurements and laser tests? And you can throw as many of those back at us too. Well, we did a laser test too, and this is what we saw, and this is. So you have a lot of things that you've tested. I think there's a lot more. I think you're going against the 50,000-pound behemoth, but you're putting up a good fight, and you're not saying I quit yet. So good for you.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'll be honest, man. Where I'm at right now, um, is like you can make that same argument for either side. Like, everything is being done as if to convince you that the other is true, and like on like an immediate scale, it's flat. And then or just on the ground altogether, not even an immediate scale. And then for most of the sky, right, it maps to the assumption of a globe. But again, like if the globe was made from that assumption, then it would have to match. I don't know. So like that's kind of where I am. I'm perfectly content there. I think that more people are uncomfortable with that than I am. So they're like projecting onto me. Like that's what's actually happening. Like people were they either like identify with the model and reapply to the same thing that was the problem in the first place or whatever it is, or like they just kind of were like relying on me to formulate their thoughts. So when I came back and then took a break, they're like, oh my god, they freaked out, whatever it is. But like I don't know, I'm pretty comfortable with the situation. Like my position for multiple years now has been like the realm is way more complicated and complex than people like to claim. And like are we going to really believe this is the first time in human history that the side that was super arrogant and swore they knew how everything worked is actually right? Because that's what this would be. This would be the first time in history. And now we're making more bold claims than ever. Now we're making claims about lights that we have no access to that people claim are like inconceivable distances away. I mean, are you kidding me? So, yeah, I don't know, man. I will say this. I'll say this. I think that discussion is almost exhausted. Like, I'm not interested in fully modeling every single conceivable phenomena on a plane because, like, my understanding right now is that we can't. And um,
Well,
I'm much more interested in like a more of a macro setting or like a zoomed out setting where like gravity isn't actually real and everything's electromagnetic and there's an ether and we're in the center of the universe and everything's moving around us in a torus field and all the galaxy clusters and all that match exactly what you see with magnetism. And it's like that's like a much more freeing um perspective that I would like gun to my head wouldn't even hesitate to say is more accurate, and it would literally change all of humanity. It brings in the we're special. It's like okay, to boil it down real simple here, what I'm saying is like if I set flat aside for just a sec, like not moving in the center, both sides could come agree like, oh wow, this place is super, super special. And that's like the most important thing. If this place is super, super special and couldn't just be random and chaotic, then it was placed here intelligently and therefore has a purpose, has a meaning, something deeper than the material. And that's kind of been my objective the whole time.
Yeah, so why isn't a geocentric ball just the best answer then?
I don't. The geocentric ball doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Like the stationary ball has other problems. Like, I guess you could say it's just sitting there. I mean, you could probably try to propose ideas of how it's just sitting there, but my answer would be specifically that it has issues with the with like the physical measurements, like the microwave thing. Like if the Earth is actually a ball of that size, then how do we explain like the microwave transmissions? And um, like also really high frequency radio transmissions. But I like the microwave because the military uses it and it's like perfectly accurate every time. So any excuse that claims like when the conditions are just right, like can't be true. And that's really the only one I've ever found or heard. We can't really say the Earth is way bigger. If we say the Earth's a way bigger ball, which you can have a way bigger ball and explain the 24-hour sun, right? For sure. Because regardless of the size of the ball, obviously you're going to have a 24-hour sun on either side of it. But that brings in way, way more problems. You know what I mean? Like if it's just a way bigger ball, then the way we mapped the sky out was still wrong, and we're going to have to incorporate perspective and a curved surface. So
You
we're
know,
going to
it's
have to
funny.
have like curved visual space plus a curved ground.
You know, it's funny. I always wondered why you never use the argument I always put up, the GeoAid and geodesics and things, because like I always talk about the flat spot, and which could be even worse, than they could be concave down in Indian Ocean area. You could say anything we measure up here, since we all admit that there's geodetic variances, that could account for why there's curvature. And then to your point, this surface of this thing that we call Earth is maybe it's not flat. Maybe it has these curvature over thousands of miles type of, and that's why we see the measurements we've made. You could use that argument as well, right? We'll never, we could always be right. In the end, there's going to be one answer that we maybe can't find out just from local measurements. I guess that's what my point is. If we're being honest.
Yeah, but the thing is, right, like for example, with the microwaves, like those are used like all over the world.
Yeah, and
So
they have reasons for why they work. They don't have to be on these like specifically, ideal conditions. Somewhat ideal. They have to have some temperature aversion, but there's radio waves that bounce off you know, the above the stratosphere, and
Actually, that's not true, Zanuck. That's not true. They
yeah.
they call it anomalous propagation for a reason. It's because it doesn't actually fit the standard model of microwave. It goes beyond the horizon it should be achieving. So
Right,
that's
and they
why
don't
they
use it
call
all
it
the
that.
time. They probably don't use it all the time when that's not
They
there.
just say, well, the military paper says it's 99% reliable.
Then maybe that's not true then.
Well,
But
they call it
Right,
anomalous then.
well,
I mean,
we're
look, dude,
Santa
my
Barbara.
position, you know how you agree we can
Well,
destroy stuff with microwaves?
hold on. Well, not really, but I mean you can, but it's not that
What?
easy. I know how, because I used to deal with some microwave towers and things when we were doing communication through microwave, but that's a whole different story. But what I'm saying is that we have days like Santa Barbara, we can see the Channel Islands, we can see these oil rigs, and they're at eye level. They're above eye level actually, and
All right,
we
let's
know.
not change the subject.
I know, but it's just an example. So we know the conditions can change these anomalous observations.
Okay. But like most importantly, right? Microwaves are like they're like weapon grade microwaves, bro. And let's take the same idea of the microwave, but let's envision like a super powerful laser that's gonna like burn a hole through, concrete or whatever it shoots at. If I took that super coherent, powerful beam and I'm like 5 feet above the ground and I grab it with both handles and I just start shooting it like a weapon, right? And I get this like super space beam or whatever, this crazy strong laser beam, and it just shoots straight parallel to the ground. Very simply, dude, the Earth being a ball blocks it. You can only use that weapon for so far, but like if it goes way further than that and then burns through a freaking concrete block, like okay, well there just was nothing blocking it because if something was blocking it, we
Well,
would have seen a kinetic interaction.
why couldn't it have been refracted? Why wouldn't it be refracted if the whole medium of this is being transferred through is can be subject to bending light up or down based on a differential version of Snell's law? I mean, that seems
Oh,
kind of
it's such a high frequency, we know it wouldn't refract like that.
whoa. That's not true. Their
Wait,
frequency.
why do you think that they have to claim a temperature inversion layer
Because of
if they could just say refraction?
Well, this is used for you're talking about communications, not using it as a weapon or transferring energy.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, so it's a little different scenario with the wider beam.
Slightly different, yeah, because it's a high frequency. So like
quite a bit different as far as microwaves go. But yeah, I know what your point is, but I'm saying that is going through this atmospheric ducting and it's bouncing up and down in this temperature inversion where the atmosphere is. I forgot it. We had a.
I mean, that sounds cool, right? Like it in theory makes sense. Like I shoot the microwave out, and of course it's going to start going towards space because the ground is dropping below it. But there's just this layer in the air, right, that forces it to bounce back down, and so then it just bounces up and down, up and down, up and down, trap in this little corridor,
Right.
like this little hallway. And the reason that it has the top of the hallway is because the temperatures that are typically there invert, right? And so it creates like this little ducting zone, and therefore the beam can't get out of it. And then, of course, that ducting zone, being part of the atmosphere, wraps around the ball naturally. So as the ball bounces up and down within that corridor, it's naturally wrapping around the ball. And that's a stillman, right? So, like, okay, cool, right?
Well,
but in reality, dude, like that temperature inversion layer is almost never seen, and when it is seen, it's only seen in like small areas. It's never seen over like long
then you should be able.
stretches.
Then what is it? What is the professional and the scientific explanation for it being 90%, 99% accurate or 90% possible when these conditions are only 10% of the time or something? There's got to be.
I don't know.
I'm sure there's an explanation for that. We could.
Yeah, it's called anomalies. Anomalous propagation. It's literally just the excuse, explain away. We don't know why it works. It just fucking works. And
let's
all
give an
this
example.
all this ducting
Sorry.
stuff you're talking about too. Like this is they just call it that. It works with other frequencies and other bands.
What stuff?
Hold on.
No, I
The
didn't.
microwave. With microwave, it's just theoretical because they use microwave to look at space. There's
what
a
did you
reason
say?
for that.
Documentary stuff?
It's ducting.
Ducting.
Oh,
This
God,
ducting stuff it's hypothetical for microwave. The other stuff, yes, it's more relevant, but with microwave, they use this to look at space. So it's specifically being used because it doesn't get caught up around the horizon. That's why they use it. Okay. So the fact that they just, post hoc figure out like, okay, well, we're just going to call it anomalous propagation. There's no other application for it though. It's not a realized model. They just make it up. They have to.
Well, okay. What do you think about ham radio operators? I mean, how do you think?
Wait, because that's it. We're not going to swap over to that.
No, that's separate.
Because here's the question about this one. Wait, before we just swap over, it's a weird instinct that you have.
I agree.
Okay. Well, we'll just talk about this one though, right? Like, this is what I don't get. How can someone see that, right? And if that's like a clear problem, right? Well, how can you then come to me and act like I'm insane because I don't just abandon the position that it's a plane that it's moving over, right? Like, no, I think you're crazy for just conveniently omitting that from existence because you saw the sign. You know what I mean? Like to me, that's weird. And another point I want to make is the reason something like this would happen normally, like a company wouldn't even get started if it proposed something like that. Right? Because we're like, well, that would never work. It only work like on rare random times that the temperatures invert or whatever. Like they would never even get funding. They can never even get venture capital funding for that. Like no one would be invested. No one would be on the board. No one would want equity. No one would purchase it. It wouldn't even become a thing. But when it comes to the military, where they just get this like massive amount of funding to do, they don't care about anything other than what works. They don't care about like some type of cosmological bias. They don't care about what supposedly will or won't work. If something works and it gives them a tactical military advantage, they're going to use it. You know what I mean? And when it works and they put it in play, it has to work reliably because they got to kill bad guys. They can't let bad guys kill them or whatever, which really we're normally the bad guy, but who cares? So like you get my point. Like when it comes down to the military, when it comes down to actual action, like practical need, when it comes down to like large swaths of money and tactical like military positioning, all of a sudden no one cares about these little excuses that people say on Discord or these like theories that people come up with or like none of that matters. And what do you think if that's public knowledge, and only kind of, by the way, like a lot of the microwave stuff in the military, it's hard to it's classified, bro. Imagine what they may have,
Radars and
right?
shit.
I like to respond when you.
Imagine what they may have. Imagine what they may have that we wouldn't know. Can we agree that if the U.S. military discovered something that was inconsistent with the globe, but worked amazingly, assuming it's flat, that they would just keep that to themselves, classified, and they may have the best FE proof known to man, and we'll never know.
Yeah. True. I agree. And that's what we've talked about the UFO thing, and there's a lot of these admirals and generals that are coming out with firsthand information about alien technologies that we're trying to, keep. The president can't even be privy to because he can't tell us about it. He's not being informed because if it gets in the hands of our enemies, then it'll be like this, the same thing happened with us having nuclear bombs, over 100 years ago. But here's the thing. So we talk about anomalous. Who said it was they're anomalous? That was mentioned by someone. Was that Bear? Who said that? In the audience here.
No, that was me. That was me. But yes, it's called anomalous propagation.
Okay. The reason it's called anomalous, it doesn't mean that that doesn't mean that it's rare. It just means that it's not common. It is common.
No. It's that they literally do not have a model for it.
Can I finish?
Wait, let him finish. Let him finish.
Let me finish. Yeah.
Bring it back from the top.
Hold on. Anomalous implies that it's rare, like you said, but it's not rare.
Wait, you just said the opposite. Okay.
I went again because I misspoke. Don't rub my nose in it, all right? I'm not a dog.
Okay. Anomalous doesn't mean that it's rare.
Implies that it's rare, right? Kind of implies that it's kind of anomalous. Only happens every so often.
No. It has nothing to do with rarity.
Well, it kind of
anomalous.
Well, I'm saying it applies.
It applies what would be an anomaly? Okay, look, if
anomaly, like something not that is conforming to a standard atmospheric model, for example. Now, let me just finish the thought, and you understand what I'm saying. Because if you keep on jumping in, it's going to take twice as long. You know what I'm saying?
You just okay. I can go ahead. I can laugh.
Thank you. I know it's funny. I can. Don't worry about it. So it's very common and predictable, and it said it depends on the type of atmospheric conditions you have, and it can happen over the ocean. And evaporative ducts, I'll read this part here. It says, over open ocean, evaporative ducts caused by water vapor are nearly permanent, occurring to 90 to 95% of the time. And that's why naval radars use it all the time for over-the-horizon detection. Boom, that's one. Coastal regions, surface and elevated ducts are frequent, appearing 47% of the time. In some areas, like South China or Southern California, it's a daily, like what I said about the oil rigs over by Santa Barbara. Inland temperature zones, here much rarer. So over inland temperature zones, much rarer, 5 or 12% of the time. In these areas, it's truly an anomaly, meaning kind of rare, but it means in one sense that typically only happens during clear summer nights with rapid cooling. So 99% of the time over water and over the oceans and things, 95% of the time it's there. That's why they can use it. So even though it's anomalous, the definition you found and you said is anomalous, it doesn't mean that it's rare. That was my point. Thank you for the floor, by the way.
You actually finished by kind of making the same point.
Well, the original point was true. Anomalous implies rare, but it's not rare. It happens all the time. And the reason why it happens all the time is because these conditions.
It sounds like a you problem. I wasn't assuming that. Was anyone else assuming rare by the definition of anomaly?
Yeah, you said
but apparently
no, it's not. Dude, it doesn't mean intrinsically it's rare. It just means that like it's outside. It's outside the understanding of whoever is trying to understand it. That's all it means.
So let's put it in very simple terms. Typically, the scientism cultists would immediately throw it out, right? Because it doesn't conform to their presuppositions and preferred outcome and belief system. But in this situation, the usability of it is so valuable that they don't care, and they're just going to call it an anomaly.
No, they call it an anomaly because it doesn't conform to standard atmospheric conditions all over the globe. But it's not rare. It is anomalous because it implies rare. You can think he used it in the context of being rare, like, hey, we depend on it. We have to.
Oh my God! It's just like you're on repeat now.
Let me just finish. Hold on. But it's actually common and predictable. Can we at least agree to that? Maybe everybody misunderstood it, or maybe
no. I don't agree that
you don't think it's common and predictable. So you don't think it's common. Okay.
Well, I'm going to answer you. Oh my God! You like live in your own world, then. Let me finish.
Over open ocean.
What did I say? What are you responding to right now?
Because you said I don't agree that it's common, and I just said over open ocean, evaporative ducts caused by water vapor are nearly permanent, occurring up to 90
What is
to
going
95%
on?
of the time. That's
Okay.
why nature.
Okay. Anyway, like, no, I don't agree that a temperature inversion layer is common. It's not.
So you disagree with the actual physics. Okay, that's your
So you're
choice.
saying that microwaves are only shot over the ocean for starters, and secondly, you're saying that the ocean always had the temperature inversion layer. So
Over long
like,
distances, yeah, we don't see a lot of long distance microwave transmissions over land.
wait, time out. First of all, wrong, right? Because sometimes they use mountains, and even with the mountain accounting for curvature, it shouldn't go as far as it does. And actually, when I say sometimes, I mean the vast majority of the time, because if you're trying to use a microwave for a military, why are you going to shoot it over the ocean?
Well,
How
'cause
far do you
usually
think the microwaves go exactly?
usually they're looking at boats or looking at things that are, you're communicating with someone over oceans, over long distances, thousands of miles, 100 miles,
Is
200
that
miles
what
away.
they do? Is that what they do? They
Yeah,
use microwaves. Wait, time out. You think they use the microwaves to communicate with boats hundreds of miles away?
to detect bad guys, to detect or to
Oh.
communicate. Yes.
No, you're making stuff up, and it's okay, but
I'm
just
making
stop.
things up. What are you talking? You don't think
Yeah,
they
you
use
are.
microwave communication?
I think you just made all that up.
No, I'm not making it up. I know for a fact they do use it for
Okay, let me
communication.
say this. Let me rephrase.
My
I
applications
know
might be a
for a
little bit raw,
fact
but
that you made all that up.
okay, go
Is that
ahead.
better? You made it up, bro. It's okay.
Do
Yeah.
you know for a fact they
How
made it
much
all up?
better?
No.
Yes, dude. Yes.
You
You want
have
to drop some
knowledge of something. How is
documents?
it being made up?
Drop some
I would,
documents that the microwave transmissions we're referencing that have way too high of a frequency to actually traverse the distances that they do based on the geometric limitations of the globe model prediction are used primarily over oceans for hundreds of miles to detect where boats are.
sounds like you're reading it off a book. Are you?
Well, I'm literally putting together a microphone right now.
Like,
Okay.
microwaves to detect boats over the ocean, that's called radar. It existed like 80 years ago.
Yeah. Was that my point or not?
I may have
Like,
misunderstood your point.
Yeah,
well,
I
let
think
me
you.
repeat it, right? We're
Right.
talking about a specific system that the military uses that has very high frequencies. And the documents that I read, which I mean, I know Xanix's not reading, right? Like, they almost were always talking about land use. And so I'm not saying that they don't use it over the ocean. Like, why would they use microwaves instead of radio waves over the ocean?
Microwaves are a type of radio wave.
Yeah. Thanks for the pedantic. If they were identical things, they wouldn't have
Well,
different
you asked him a
names,
question.
right?
Let him
Like,
One's a
respond to it.
subset of the other. Microwaves are a type of radio wave.
You asked him a question. Let him
uh,
respond to it.
no, he interjected to correct me that they were the same thing, right? Like, yes, I'm well aware they're both light and they're just based on different frequencies, right?
No, he
But
actually said radar. He actually was.
what? No, he just jumped in and said microwaves are radio waves. Okay,
Uh,
yeah, okay, cool. Pedantic, but cool. Like, I don't understand the point there.
he said
Like,
they're radar.
I-
As I heard.
no, he didn't.
Did he
He
say
said
that?
microwave. He said microwaves are radio waves. Okay,
I think.
which technically is correct, of course. But like, when I'm using both of the terms, it's obviously so that we can have a discussion where we are distinguishing between the two frequency ranges, which is why they have the titles they do. Okay, so I'm asking, like, if they were trying to accomplish like long distance radar, why would we use microwaves instead of radio waves? We wouldn't, right? Because microwaves have a higher attenuation rate.
If I recall, the shorter frequency or shorter wavelength ones, the microwaves, have less problems with refraction. They obviously you can get more accurate readings with a shorter wavelength because the most accurate you can get is two, I think,
Well,
half a
I
wave.
agree with that. I agree with
That's not
that, right? Like,
practical in this case.
yeah, that's why
I don't
microwaves
know
are
what the reason was,
preferable.
because I know that there was. Oh, maybe it was that they could get higher power out of the shorter wavelengths. I think I recall the Kennedy
That's
magnetron
true as well.
in World War II
Yeah.
era. They were getting better power density out of shorter wavelengths, so they could get a higher, more powerful radar emitter by going to shorter wavelengths.
Sure. But what's the downside to the microwaves?
I can't remember all the details of the atmospherics. You say it's more attenuated. That sounds plausible.
Yeah. So they have like a much higher rate of attenuation, right? And then whatever. So like they interact with even like water molecules in the air and all that, and they attenuate much at a much faster rate. And so microwaves are not really being invoked based on like the totality of distance per se. It's just that the distance is too great. And so their primary use case is not like immense distances. Like if we need to know where something is super, super far away, we don't use microwaves usually, right? Because the radio waves can go way further because they don't attenuate. Now, if something is in a specific range, if it's in the range of a microwave, we would always prefer to use a microwave because of some of the reasons that you said, and just like the coherency and like crisp nature of the signal, which you pretty much said, right? Like, yeah. So, but that's not really the point. The point is just like it's not just over the ocean, but at least he's trying here. And let me like, am I still meaning here when I say that you're claiming they're claiming the reason that it's able to be used with such a reliability is because it's predominantly used over the ocean, and the ocean typically has conditions that are being called anomalous, although apparently not anomalous because the air conditions over the ocean create a temperature inversion layer typically.
But the other thing I was going to mention, you said, what are the downsides? And you had good point there. There are downsides to it, and I think he was actually mentioning a couple before I sound like you kind of cut him off. But yeah, it's more easily absorbed by water and oxygen and the atmosphere and this kind of stuff. So rain. It's not good in rain. Absorbed by the atmosphere, and basically that's kind of one of the downsides for it, using these short, but it's also good for very high resolution pictures and images and things if you're trying to get that kind of communications, and of course of this atmospheric ducting that it can actually take advantage of. I mean, that's why they don't standardize on it for everything. There's uses for it, right?
Okay.
Do you agree? Does that seem like it's too far fetched?
No, I wouldn't. I think your overall claim is too far fetched, right? So, like, just to clarify, you're claiming that typically there's a temperature inversion layer over the ocean, like reliably so.
It doesn't have to be a temperature inversion. It could be just the fact that there's evaporation over with the amount of water vapor that's in the atmosphere, and then it rises, and that happens in the upper atmosphere. This ducting area, can be caused by a couple different things.
No, it needs to be a temperature inversion layer, though. Because like water particles are just going to cause it to scatter.
Correct. I agree. No, water vapor, not water. Water vapor is going to be just a less dense atmosphere.
All right. The other guy, your mic's a little muffled and low, by the way. We're not like trying to trample you.
So they got, now I don't know if the evaporation duct is going to be a temperature inversion, but it's caused by this rapid humidity decrease above the surface.
So I can only speak for myself. Zanuck might be trying to trample you. I don't know.
No, I didn't hear anybody talking. Sorry, there was.
I guess the question goes, if we always have line of sight because we live on a flat Earth, why do they even bother with undersea cables, right? They just use line of sight transmission.
Well, okay, if you were going to be a flat earther and answer that, what would you say?
Because the birds are drones and they're always shorting out the wires when they land on them, so we got to get something protected underwater.
Oh, so you're not super bright? Okay, anyone else? Because if you can't stillman or come up with like intellectual responses to alternative
I guess one of the things would be it's easier to mess with the signal if you want to jam it as like an enemy nation state or something. It could be easier to fuck with the signal so that you could break down global communication.
Oh, okay. I would say something like, well, yeah, even though we may have line of sight, right, we still have other variables such as interference, such as scattering and attenuation, the turbidity of the atmosphere. We also have topographical obstructions, right? So if I need to go to a really high mountain to even kind of propose this idea of infinite line of sight, which we are doing. And beyond that, right, when we talk about microwaves, we just talked about how they have a higher rate of attenuation, but conveniently, we can actually take a radio wave of a really high frequency, shoot it in a specific direction as though it's a line of sight, and what do you know? It reaches its target.
based on the ducting. It doesn't have to be temperature. It could be just anything that changes the refractive index of the atmosphere. And you would agree to that because that's what it all means. It all boils down to the differential version of Snell's law, and that is primarily going through a differential medium at a certain angle of incidence. Period.
Wait, time out. So, like, let's just make sure everyone understands what's going on here. Okay, this is what happened in the world. Both were unexpected when they were originally discovered, going all the way back to like, what is it, 1901? Marconi.
Marconi, yeah.
Yeah, 1901. So Marconi, we're going to shoot these radio waves and we're going to shoot them over the ocean. And he's like, all right, I'm just going to aim straight at a tower 2,000 miles away. Everyone's like, bro, you're retarded. That's not going to work at all. It's going to get blocked at like 200 miles, bro. Like the earth is going to block it. He's like, well, I'm just going to try it anyway. And he did it and they received it the first time.
What kind of radio waves? Ham radio operator type, those kind of VHS, UHF, that type of radio waves.
Yeah.
Okay. Not microwaves. But that's how they found it. Yeah, they found it. Wow, we can do all sorts of crazy things. It's actually going around the Earth now. Why is it doing that?
We can't to be clear, this is a lot more complicated. It's a lot more complicated than we're talking about here. Whenever there's this atmospheric ducting, the signal itself carries a very unique fingerprint. It's not like a solid signal, right? It has the fingerprint of the fact that it is being ducted through the atmosphere.
Hold on.
The propagation path at receiving stations that are suddenly able to hear the signal will correspond with the weather conditions that are allowing it to happen.
Guys, Witsit's literally addressing this.
It doesn't behave like a normal, sustained, like line of sight signal. It behaves very differently.
Dude, you guys have to listen, man. Like, it can't be microwaves, Zanuck, because they break through the ionosphere. Back when Marconi did this, that was the whole excuse. So
so Marconi was actually using a pretty low frequency. Right. So
yeah.
Okay, sorry.
So I think the way it worked with Marconi was it refracted because the wavelength was so big that the atmosphere was like a useful medium for refraction.
No. So Marconi's transmission is what led to the quote unquote discovery of the ionosphere by Oliver Heaviside, who was like a genius, right? He was for sure a genius in the field of electrical field theory, right? But he proposed this idea, which was basically that if you had an area in the sky that had such a high frequency that it was a higher frequency than the signal you were sending, then once it reached that area, it wouldn't be able to keep going. It would actually reflect back. So in theory, if you shot it over the Earth and it was a ball, right? Part of the signal will get blocked by the Earth, but the top half of it, as it diverges, is going to go out towards space, is going to hit this area up there. And if it has a high frequency, it'll reflect the signal back down, right? And so that's literally what led to the discovery, quote unquote, because it was actually a theory that was proposed. It wasn't a discovery. Anyway, so their official claim, it's skywave propagation, ionospheric propagation. And that's cool, whatever. Since then, we've started shooting way higher frequencies and, they go vast distances on the Earth. And you can, in fact, just point to a place as if it was straight ahead of you, as if the Earth were flat, and it is going to get to its location. And it doesn't get to its location every time. And no, that's not a falsification that it is a plane because we have all kinds of things. We have all kinds of interference and stuff like that, obstructions, whatever. Okay. But like this is where that gets complicated, right? These are the strongest falsifications of the globe here, in my opinion. Like microwaves and radio waves are a huge problem for you guys. What they claim the ionosphere has a certain frequency. And when a signal goes higher than that frequency, it should penetrate through it, right?
Say it one more time.
If we're using the basic principle that like a frequency, a radio wave, right, shot at say like ionized like plasma or something with a frequency higher than it, then it can't penetrate it and it'll reflect back, which is a very real phenomenon. We can do it in the lab and all that, right?
Frequency higher than
like
plasma.
50 megahertz is the upper limit for ionosphere bounds.
Yeah.
And what are microwaves? What range?
Regis was talking about us if this is true and we're using them to penetrate through out of the ionosphere. How does this even work? Well, it has to do with the type of conditions and the angles at which it's being sent into the atmosphere, so it takes advantage of these ducting. These
Okay,
ducting
okay.
No,
Let's try to
that
keep
wasn't
this
my
like
point. But
coherent. Like, yeah, he brought up microwaves, and he's basically making the point that it's much higher than 50 megahertz, right? But like even radio waves that can be higher than 50 megahertz, and they're shot all the time, and they're shot great distances all the time successfully, right? Like if you actually look at the world record, it's like insane numbers. So if like the absolute cutoff of the ionosphere is 50 megahertz, and they really say it's like a range of like 30 to 50, right? And they'll say like normally they'll say, of course, the average being 40 there, right? Like the median. So 40 megahertz, 50 being like the absolute max. Well, that means if I shoot something 51 megahertz, it should go through it. So if I shoot something 100 megahertz, it should definitely go through it, right?
I mean, these are, with RF stuff, right?
Just
There's
going to
always
get the
wiggle
actual
room in there, but
arc system. Instead of going through it,
What?
you're just going to bubble it out and then create a charge inside of it. And then when it collapses back down, they can redirect that charge.
What? It should go through it.
Isn't that the same technology they're using with HARP though? And HARP's not saying it's going through it. HARP's saying it's going to the ionosphere and then bubbling it outward. And as it bubbles outwards, it builds up a charge inside that expanded area that when it collapses, they can redirect that charge.
Well, then they wouldn't be claiming it was much higher frequency than the ionosphere. Which they don't, by the way. I mean, HARP is a very low frequency. Like I want to say it's like under 20 megahertz. So that kind of makes sense,
I mean, the question would be, like, for example, at the lower frequencies where you do get the ionospheric reflections, like, for example, I have a watch that uses the atomic radio signal from Colorado, right? I can't receive that during the day. There's no signal, but at nighttime, um, that's when you get the most ionospheric reflection. I do pick up the signal, but that transmitter has not changed in its power output, right? It's transmitting at the same rate 24/7. And the question would
Okay.
be, if we're on a flat Earth, why is that signal changing throughout the day?
What? Well, before we deflect, right? Like, can we just kind of like address the uncomfortable part of it here? Like, everyone here knows now, right, that we only proposed the idea of the ionosphere because someone assumed the Earth was flat effectively, you know, and shot a transmission over the Atlantic Ocean, and using line of sight assumption alone, they successfully received the transmission over 2,000 miles away, first attempt, when it was supposed to be blocked by the Earth curve, and all of its detractors said it would be under 200 miles. Since then, which that was a much lower frequency, since then we've progressed, right? And we have like the American Radio Relay League that has like world records, like distance records, right? And this is where we start having our cake and eat it too. Like, oh, we bounce radio waves off the moon. Okay, how do you do that? Well, we just send a frequency that's high enough to go through the ionosphere. Okay, cool. Like what? It really varies, like between 70 and 100 megahertz or whatever. Like, okay, cool. And then we turn around and say that like 100 megahertz bounces off the ionosphere when it goes too far for the Earth to be a ball. Like, I don't understand. But like, if I go through the American Radio Relay League, and I just looked it up. I have the PDF here. I'll drop it. These are the world records, right? And like they literally only even compile the world records above 50 megahertz. So above the ionosphere, like typically agreed upon like highest frequency. And so we come here, we have distances ranging from 2,000 to 4,000 kilometers. Here's 5,100 kilometers. Okay, and then here are the megahertz, right? The megahertz, 144 megahertz. The record is 3,600 kilometers. And If I come down, no, actually, it's way higher. It's whoa. There's 6,200. So we have a 6,200 kilometer signal at 144 megahertz. That right there is a problem. Now we're going to keep going. 222, we got them, 5,900, 5,700. Okay. 432 megahertz. 432 megahertz. We have 4,000 kilometers. So we are seeing that as it gets a little higher, like they're not going as far, but only by like 1,000 kilometers. They're still going like crazy distances, but it kind of makes sense, right? We know there's like a proportionate relationship with attenuation. We got 1,200 megahertz. We got 4,100, 2,300 megahertz. We got 4,000. So you guys get the point. 3,400 megahertz, 3,456 megahertz. We got 4,000. 5,760 megahertz, 4,000, 3,982. 10 gigahertz, 10 gigahertz, bro. 10
But
gigahertz.
you
We
can get
got,
tropospheric ducting up to 300 gigahertz, so there's no surprises there.
that's convenient. So it's not the ionosphere.
Here's the thing, though, Witsit. Like when this stuff was first being discovered in the early 19th or 20th century, or early 1900s, they were able to do experiments where they would send two different frequencies, one via ground wave, one via sky wave, and then study the interference patterns and arrival time. And they were even able to calculate what was the altitude that the signal was bouncing off of up and down at various receivers across the path. They were able to then calculate roughly where that ionospheric bounce was occurring. So there was definitely, like I said, there is a fingerprint to that signal that shows that there is an ionospheric bounce that's happening in the case of the ionospheric bouncing, right? Like, and then, like I said, the same for when there's a tropospheric, tropospheric ducting that's refracting the high frequency, microwave
Let's think
around.
about this logically. If there was no ionosphere and I shot a radio transmission like over the ground, right? We agree that there would be many things that would eventually stop it. Like it would attenuate, it would scatter, it could go across a thunderstorm, it could go, it could keep getting scattered by different, like if it's raining somewhere, then you're cooked, right? Like it'll hurt the signal. If you run into like mountains or whatever, right? Like we have topographical obstruction, we have electronic obstruction, all these things. And then on a flat Earth, just like on a globe Earth, if I shoot a signal out, it immediately starts to diverge. So like if the bottom parts of it are being blocked, then okay. And then the tops, what happens is it diffracts. So it fills in behind the block and fills in behind the block, but it just starts to die out more and more, right? And so even with just like topographical obstruction, you would have like little skip zones. And furthermore, right, of course, an ionosphere isn't even exclusive to a globe, right? So even if we were to just set that aside and assume that under 50 megahertz, radio waves are bouncing off ionosphere, because like if they have receivers set up all throughout it and they're just receiving a signal, well, they can assume that we know it must be bouncing off the ionosphere because the globe Earth would block it far before this receiver. So if we assume that and then we do the math, all they were looking at is, okay, we received a signal. Therefore, it would have got blocked here and had to go at this angle. And for it to get here, right, for it to come back down at this distance, it would have had to go no higher than this height. So it's just like a reverse calculation, right? Which would be accurate if the assumption is true. That's not proof of anything. Like if I set if I was going to send something 3,000 miles and then I have a receiver every 500 miles, and then the first receiver, or say the 1,000-mile receiver receives a signal, but the globe Earth math would say it's going to get blocked at like 300 miles. Well, then I'm going to have to do the math where the ionosphere is going to have to be shallow enough that it was able to bounce back and get to me within just 1,000 miles or within just 500 miles or whatever it is. So then you're going to calculate the height of the ionosphere based on that. Because of course, in order for this to be true, the ionosphere height and altitude has to vary all the time because the signals vary all the time. Right?
Yeah, there's another thing I need to add in just for a moment, is that if the Earth was a globe and Marconi just got lucky, it would be like playing a giant game of billiards where he did a bank shot and just got it perfect.
Bank shot off what, dude? Something that they had to invent later?
No, okay. What?
A bank shot off the sky?
Yes. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be condescending, but yes, that is what a bank shot is. Off
Yeah,
of
but
a
he's
rail.
making he was making the point that they just ad hoc made it up.
Yeah, they just created the ionosphere out of nowhere to explain that. You figure early 1900s, Michelson-Morley results, you figure someone would have come across this mentally and figured out something isn't right, but whatever.
Well, I don't think you're looking at things being a bank shot off the ionosphere, but it's something where things are bouncing off. There is an angle, and refraction acts like basically a bank shot. Not so many words.
Okay, so
yeah, but the
okay.
beam width is like hundreds of, potentially thousands of miles wide. It's not like a billiard ball
Right.
that travels a narrow path.
You have a frequency of light. You have a differential medium. You have an angle of incidence. You'll have a bank shot, and there's an angle for every.
Okay, so it bounced off of this place that we call the ionosphere, and it got from, I think, Nova Scotia to London, and it just happened to get there.
Yep.
Wow.
So, I
When you
mean,
get
just
some
as
of this
another
tropospheric
example.
ducting, for example, you could have a signal that's coming from Asia that's reaching all the way from Oregon to Baja, Mexico, right?
And
That's like
everybody around there.
thousands of miles of width is
Wide.
picking up the same signal. So it's a little to call it a bank shot. It would be like, oh, it just hit my, it bounced off the ionosphere and it hit my house in San Francisco, but my neighbor couldn't pick up the signal. It just hit my house perfectly.
Yeah, we're not doing the retroreflectors off the moon. We're getting one photon back. It's like the entire, West Coast gets the signal from Asia.
In 1901, roughly, that's when they say that Marconi had done that. Now, can we do it again today in a very, very smaller way with maybe aiming up a radio tower, or I'm sorry, some sort of system to transmit the signal at about an 89-degree angle, and then just using basic trig, finding out exactly where it's going to land? Would that work?
I mean,
Radio
define
wave,
land, though.
Yeah, radio wave, depending especially on the type of, if you're using like an isotropic radiator or something, that radio wave is not going to be some laser beam that you're reflecting with mirrors, right? It's going to virtually take all paths.
It's not like a lightning
to the point of attenuation, right? To the point of attenuation, right? And then you can get areas where you have dead zones where it's being reflected away from a area, so you might have a dead zone in a certain spot. But
scattering all that.
Radio waves, radio waves they're like black magic in terms of how they work, in terms of that, like a lot of their behavior is unpredictable, right? Because they're so prone to the conditions.
I do apologize. Austin was taking the helm on this one. I did interject for a moment, but either way, I just had to say that because it's just a bunch of nonsense when people say this. So.
Well, I want to say that you just got them to just say like a magic. I mean, let's just remember that it's like magic because there are so many varying conditions that can intercept it and deflect it. And okay, so then your initial question, you finally accidentally provided the obvious answer to your initial question, right? When you're like, well, if the Earth actually was flat, then why can't we just use line of sight to shoot everything everywhere? And what I want to know is if the ionosphere is reflecting these high frequency waves, right? Because we're going over 50. The world record is only over 50. What is causing the frequencies or the radio waves at that high frequency to bounce back if they actually are that much higher than the ionosphere?
What are we talking about here? Are we talking about tropospheric ducting? Are we talking about ionospheric skywave propagation? What are we talking
You're
about?
asking me. I mean, like, what you tell me?
Yeah, there's a variety of mechanisms that can.
But how do they know which one did it?
reflect.
How do they know which one? How do they know which one did it?
Well, for example, with the tropospheric ducting, the conditions that allow for it can be predicted, where they know that it could be possible to send a signal. And then and those have been, tested, time and time eternal
What are
over
those
the last 100
conditions?
years.
What are those conditions?
Let's see.
Okay,
Under tropospheric
because
ducting.
that's not how it's actually done, from my understanding. Like, I'm not saying there is no like claims of that, but it's really as simple as over a certain frequency, usually it has to be a certain thing. But it is true that within a specific frequency range, right, they have like a conglomerate of claims, right? And it's well, it's even on this list. I'll drop it. I'll give you guys your answers here.
Like here it says, tropospheric ducting occurs during stable, high-pressure weather conditions, often in the summer or autumn evenings, when a temperature inversion traps radio waves in a warm, dry layer of air, allowing signals to travel for hundreds to thousands of miles. This
Okay,
causes
so
unexpected long-distance, high-strength signal reception.
yeah, so a temperature inversion layer that goes thousands of miles.
Yeah, a weather system, right? There are weather systems that go for thousands of miles.
A differential medium. It's all you need to have for
No, a
1,000.
temperature inversion layer.
No, it doesn't have to be temperature inversion. It has to be just a refractive
Well,
index.
that's what he just read. So, like, if you want to bring up something else, I'm not going to go with
High-pressure
what's with
systems,
Xanax.
settled anticyclonic weather promotes subsidence, where sinking air warms and creates the inversion layer.
So a temperature inversion layer, hence why it says warm air sinks.
Yeah.
So
And
okay.
remember, they said dry, right? Because like you said, at the higher frequencies, if you have moist air, they're absorbing the RF energy, right? I mean, that's how your
Yeah, how
microwave works.
convenient that their explanation incorporates what would be obvious on a flat Earth, which is that the signal is going to travel further in drier conditions because there's less to scatter and attenuate the signal. So it's like, and these numbers get up crazy. So is there no frequency? So is the troposphere temperature inversion layer will block a frequency like infinitely, like up to an infinite frequency in theory, like.
Well, I mean, it's light, right? So these are photons we're talking about. So
It's not photons that we're
photons
talking about.
passing through a medium.
We're not talking about photons, man. Like
that's what
fairy
radio is.
Fairy tales, man. But all that aside, whatever. If you want to believe in little light paintballs,
the wave that
if you want to believe in light paintballs, it's cool, man. It's okay, man. Like I'm not gonna take away your light paintballs.
When you talk about these wavelengths,
here,
talk about these wavelengths that are thousands of miles wide. They can't. If you're talking about a photon being a particle or a waveform, that's a good example of it being a wave. Although
Well,
it is a
I have
particle.
no doubt that you want to talk about this, but I really don't.
Yeah, we don't have to get into the weeds. We don't have to get into the weeds, but I think it's important to note, though, Witsit, that when this stuff happens, like it can sometimes be, like for example, then you get frequency overlap, right? Where a certain region will already have like ownership over that frequency. All of a sudden, this rogue frequency comes into your airspace, and now like kind of interferes with your own frequency, right? So a lot of times these are undesirables, right? It's not always the case that they want to send a signal for thousands of miles. Sometimes all of a sudden this rogue signal comes from 1,000 miles away that shouldn't be there because it's in
because
their
Earth is
airspace,
flat.
right?
Yeah.
But that's the thing is that this stuff is very intermittent, right? Where we know when we have line of sight, like when the news van pulls that big ass dish and points it up at the hillside, 60 miles away, they get fucking high speed broadcast power, right? Like they have a rock solid signal every single time they do it. They're able to do it when they have line of sight, and you can't have that type of reliability using these these atmospheric quirks to send a signal, right? That's why we can't rely on them for sustained high speed communication.
No,
So
we
I
can't
think
rely
that
on
that
them
aspect of it
because
cannot be
there are.
ignored.
No, we can't rely on them because there's so many variables like attenuation and scattering and like a thunderstorm system or any type of obstruction or even like competing signals intercepting it. So that's the actual situation. Like that's why what in reality you have to do is show the evidence that, there was actually a 2,000-mile band, a 5,000-mile band, 5,000 miles, there was a band, a little magic corridor where the temperatures inverted, meaning going beyond what they normally are, for 5,000 miles and trapped the signal. That's a claim.
Well, I don't know
Can
where you
we
got
get the
5,000
evidence?
miles from.
Well, let's look at the. Let's look at. Didn't I just drop it?
But, weather systems can be thousands of miles long, right?
So Dazza, that's not 50 megahertz low
And you can
frequency.
have weather systems that are like the size of continents.
Oh, wait up, Dazza. Literally, it says AR world above 50 megahertz. And if you look at the mode there, it starts at 144 and goes up. Those are only records above 50 megahertz, not low frequencies. But anyway,
yeah, you're right. Sorry,
it's all good. But if you look at the
But look,
troposphere right here,
indisputably
like
though, Witsit, when
it's
we have line
4,000
of
kilometers.
sight, we have a solid signal, right? Like satellite TV works like virtually 24/7.
Wait. Remember my point where you were like, I don't know where you're getting 5,000 miles? Like, okay, let's kilometers, 5,000 kilometers. Can you explain to me how a temperature inversion means it inverts from what it normally is? Okay,
Well,
so
you can imply that it reverses direction. It just means that if density is going down as you go up, it still is going down as you go up, but it might not go down as rapidly because the temperature has gone in a different direction.
Yeah, different direction, inverted. Yeah, so it inverts from what it normally is, and it's gonna stretch over a span of 5,000 kilometers.
That's like
That's
roughly
what
the
you think,
width of the U.S.
right? So when does that happen?
I mean, look, we have jet streams that are, more than a continent wide, right? A narrow band.
Why are we talking about jet
of
streams?
Because it's just another type of weather phenomenon that can produce a sustained condition for thousands of
Wait, what?
miles,
Like
right?
extremely high altitudes, which is not where the troposphere is.
It doesn't matter. Look, I'm not a climatologist, like a
Well,
weather
then
person or
don't
whatever,
pretend to be
right?
one.
But it's obvious that like you can get on these continent-sized scales, you can get like weather conditions, right? Like high
Not
pressure
at super
systems.
low altitudes.
You get high pressure systems that affect the entire like eastern half of the U.S., right? Where the entire eastern half of the U.S. either gets crazy rain or crazy heat waves, right?
You think that's the same?
It moves across.
Yeah,
It's
exactly. It's
just
moving. It's
examples of.
moving. So you think that like when we get a rainy storm system that comes into the U.S., like that entire area has a temperature inversion layer?
Well, first, it's not about what he thinks. It's about what the globe model is saying. So it's one needs to learn what the global model is saying, then get the details, do the work, and then present an irrefutable refutation. Doesn't matter what anyone thinks.
It's a decent point.
Yeah, but this is unfortunately you're stuck here because like they're not going to give you that, right? Like there isn't a place to go get that because I looked for it, and this is the way it works. It works the same way the ionosphere worked, okay? Which is I know Earth is a globe, therefore something like this must exist. Okay, we received a signal at this distance, therefore this must have happened. Right. So it isn't like they go out and measure the conditions for 5,000 kilometers and discover that there was a temperature inversion layer. And then they come back with the readings and they say, okay, look, here's the temperature inversion layer. It's very easy to detect. It's in the lowest part of the atmosphere. Like that doesn't happen, bro. Like, for example, there was like a little like fishing boat and they sent a high radio frequency and it went like way further than it's supposed to go. And it hit a little buoy and was received and it like made the news and everything. And they just say it's tropospheric ducting. Like they just say it. And so like to me that doesn't work. And by the way, it's not even they don't even always claim tropospheric ducting. And so by the way, do you guys agree there would be a way to test this? If it's tropospheric ducting, then we could go to an altitude higher than the troposphere, and we shouldn't be able to receive that signal, right?
Well, it depends if you have line of sight to it. If you still have line of sight to it and you have the beam width for it, you would pick up the signal, right?
Like what? Just I thought we don't have line of sight. I thought we were on a globe.
You get up high enough, right? You'd have line of sight, right? If you're 200 miles
No,
up,
no,
you have line of sight for
no.
1,000 miles in every direction, right?
Okay, so we're talking about 5,000 kilometers. And how high up did you say?
I said if you're 200 miles up, you would have line of sight for 1,000 miles in every
In what
direction.
world are we shooting these radio frequencies 200 miles up?
Well, you're talking about getting above the troposphere, right?
Okay. We don't shoot
Yeah,
these
like,
anywhere close to 200 miles up. That's insane, right? We shoot them on the ground, maybe on a mountain, and we receive them thousands of kilometers away. They oftentimes claim the idea of tropospheric ducting, which is the lowest part of the atmosphere, and it supposedly the temperatures invert and it creates this little corridor that traps them. So meaning that the signals are trapped close to the earth and they're bouncing up and down, up and down, up and down in this little corridor that won't let them out. And so in that way, because that corridor is part of the atmosphere and that atmosphere is naturally contouring to the globe, that little hallway is also going around the globe. So as the signal gets trapped in it, it goes along around the globe with it. And so the signal just stays close to the earth, right? It because it's trapped. Meaning, if that were true, there's a way to test it. If I were to go above that little corridor, right, I shouldn't be receiving the signal.
Quick question for you, Witsit. Whatever method is used for getting these radio waves all those hundreds of miles, it doesn't happen with light, like visible light. So it must be something that is relative to the frequency, like it only works for radio waves, right? Because we never see this happen with light. You can't just like look out one day and, oh, hey, there's Everest over the hill. So what do you think it is that makes it radio wave specific?
The frequency of the light, which radio is light. The shorter the wavelength, the more it'll refract. The longer the wavelength, the less refraction it'll have. So if you were to draw it as a curve, the curve would be it'll be a tighter curve if it's more on the gamma ray end. So to answer your question, this being radio, its rate of refraction will be less than visible light. And that is a variable one has to get to the bottom of investigating all this. Does all of this line up?
Like what I will say here, right? Like, I, of course, a lot of people know this, right? Like, I think that the mainstream interpretation of light is completely wrong. So, whatever. I mean, like, I don't bring it up oftentimes because, admittedly, it's a very like nuanced conversation that turns into a very like in-depth one, and it's, like, admittedly, the most confounding phenomena ever, maybe, but. When if you start to move over in that direction where you're going to ask me a question that's fundamentally tied to it's tied to the fundamental nature of light, I don't know, man. Like, I don't have the same understanding of light as everyone else, right? Like, whatever. I think the light's already there. I think the radio signal's already there. I think that the visible and non-visible light's already there. It's already everywhere. It doesn't travel anywhere. And it's simply being excited into a detectable frequency. So, whatever. But and it has a rate of induction, so it becomes like detectable, perceptible, visible, depending on its frequency at a certain rate, but it isn't actually traveling. It would be like a rope that was stretched super tight, not moving, and then I came and thumped it, and it took a second for the other side to get the reverberation of the thump. But it was, if you asked me how long did it take the rope to get to the other side, I'd be like, well, that's a dumb question. It was already there. It's like, how long did it take the rope to vibrate on the other side? But anyway, yeah, radio waves and microwaves have much longer wavelengths. So that's the answer. This all started kind of right because we're talking about me seeing the sun and like how could I still think it's flat or whatever. And it's like, this is my answer, right? Like, I didn't just go get memory wiped in Antarctica. Like, I didn't touch down on the ice and someone pulled out like a Men in Black gun, like a Men in Black suits didn't run up there and memory wipe me. In fact, my experience was like everyone on the trip, didn't really like that I was there because I was very clearly not going to just leave there pretending like saying it was a globe. And I made that very clear before I went. I made it clear before I accepted the invitation. I made it clear in the interviews asking me to go. I made it clear in the negotiations of the contract that I wrote. I made it clear the whole time, right? And whatever. So then we went there. We saw it was cool. It was very pretty. I mean, like I was over it after one day. Like I saw the sun wasn't going down, and I wasn't gonna go climb a mountain. So, it was cool. It was a cool experience. But like anyway, to me, it seems wild that like I'm gonna come back to the United States and suddenly forget or pretend it no longer matters that I have this long list of like geometric refutations, things that are much better understood in the sky from my perspective, right? I mean, people love to claim they understand the sky, but they don't. They absolutely do not. So yeah, I know that's not what people want to hear me say. I mean, flat earthers wanted to hear me, I guess, spoon feed an explanation and pretend I do know how the sky works. A lot of them, and then
Did you actually come to any understanding or explanation of the counter-rotating sun circles that you saw?
Not like a definitive one or anything, right? But like the two at the top of the list for me probably is what does kind of make a lot of intuitive sense in many ways, but does have issues is like, there's electromagnetic field has 2 points of rotation. And so this idea that you have kind of like the straight area in between the 2 points of counter rotations, which is just a very common phenomena of electromagnetism and like the phenomena that makes the whole realm work, right? So like it would kind of make perfect sense that the sky operates that way. Like if we were able to incorporate observations into an electromagnetic field, I would be stoked because it would make everything make sense. So, I've entertained that a bit, where like when you look up at the equator and you see this like straight line and then you see stars moving one way and then the other way on both sides of it, that you're literally seeing what's actually happening. And yeah, I mean that's interesting. And then the other one would be like dome optics. And I would admit that would be pretty wild, but does still make sense. Like I said earlier, if you're walking over a ball and then as you get to the equator, you're just basically curving down. If you were walking over a plane inside of a dome, like if you're looking up at that dome and you're walking underneath it, as you walk out towards the edge, it's curving down. And so, if there were layers of a curved dome that I'm looking at with my eyeballs, is it possible that the phenomenon in the sky is going to like compress down, compress and curve down, and then if I looked at the sky not knowing that, could I like even in good faith, right? Like transpose that onto the ground? I would say, yeah. Like what that would mean is when you get out to the edge, it would mean kind of like if the sun's moving and it gets out to the edge, then it creates kind of like a personalized sun, and that just is apparent and moves. Like the reason that I was like, I didn't just jump on boards like the dome optics explanation and whatever variation of it that was proposed.
The edge of what?
It flipped upside down, right? Like I was the one really pushing that we had to make sure we got a good observation of the sunspots. And I was like, actually had to remind a bunch of people and I would really press the issue. And the sunspots were upside down.
So that sun that you saw there, it relates to the ground somehow that you were standing on, right?
Not
It's a
really, other
distant
than it
sun.
warms it up, right? Like, I mean, I will. It excludes certain model claims, but it's independent of physical measurements of the ground.
So it's not over the Tropic of Capricorn. It wasn't. The sun you saw wasn't over the Tropic of Capricorn.
I mean, that's like a tricky question, right? The sun I saw, am I seeing the same sun as them? Because there's only one sun, but it just has an apparent position relative to me. Then the answer would technically be yes and somewhat be no. Or would it be a different sun? I don't know.
So you're kind of with the flat earthers who don't believe that exists or that you even went there almost, even though you went there. You don't really
What?
have,
How?
you don't have an understanding of it at all.
That's right. Do you have an understanding? Wait, can you, genuine question, like, can you explain to me how it makes sense to arbitrarily select certain parts of the sky that you have to have a full understanding of, and like other parts you can't understand at all, but one makes like is like make or break, and then the rest are not? Because I really can't, like, I don't understand the like logical consistency. Like, what I guess what I'm saying is, like, why do I need to understand the sun, right? And if that's a requirement to substantiate any other claims, like, is the earth curving, then, like, could I not ask you how you explain a bunch of other things in the sky?
Well, you'd be happy to use the sun in the north, wouldn't you?
Witsit, I mean, the short
I would
As
use the
something
sun
consistent.
I would use the sun
As
wherever I
something
went,
consistent,
like,
you would use it, wouldn't you?
what do you mean use it?
Well, use it for whatever means you want. I mean, it's not an illusion, is it? Is the sun in the north an illusion as well?
I very well believe that the sun could be in a apparent position for everyone that sees it everywhere. Yeah.
Because
Witsit, I mean,
it seems like you were on. That's the kind of the front line. It seems. You've just been talking a load of stuff about microwaves that nobody can seemingly prove or come to a definitive on one side or the other. Before you went to Antarctica, look where they were saying that didn't exist. It wasn't a 24-hour sun. So, you have been privileged to go to the front line and see something, and we all consider that observation. And before that, there was only one sun. Now it seems
short answer
like
is
there's
why
two
you're
suns or a reflection of a sun, but that sun you saw has a GP, right?
The
Or
short
not?
answer, Witsit, is like you.
So
If the
when you're
globe
at
can
79
expand
degrees
in
south, hang on.
years,
When you're at
right?
79 degrees south, the sun was above your head for 24 hours. You were looking south at the sun in the south. Where would you expect the GP of the sun to be?
Over there underneath it.
Well, yeah, what in unknown lands or
What? No, what? Like, you act
well,
like
the
I
sun has a
shifted my
GP, right?
position.
The sun has a
Like,
GP, right?
yes, the apparent
Yeah.
sun, yeah.
And you were at the edge of flat Earth, the outward distance of flat Earth that's known so far by you, and you viewed the sun looking south. The sun was in the south. And where was the GP of the sun be? Does that relate to somewhere on the Earth that we know, or does that relate to a place we don't know?
But what? Like, I don't know what the sun is exactly. So, I mean, I don't know what you're lost about. Do not interrupt me within 3
I'm
words,
not
please.
lost.
I'm
Well,
not
don't
sure.
tell me
I'm not
nothing.
sure.
Don't do that. Don't do that, Witsit.
Well,
Don't
you
do
just
that.
were
All right?
really long.
It's not a debate. It's not. I'm just asking some questions because you were
It doesn't
privileged
need
to
to be a
go there,
debate for
right?
you to not interrupt me.
Yeah, but that's what you do, and I told you that when you play that game, I don't accept that.
What,
Right?
not to
It's not a
interrupt you?
conversation.
What the fuck, dude?
Right?
Asking you not to interrupt me is a
Does
game.
the sun
Like,
have a GP in the south?
oh my God.
This dude sucks.
I answered it. I answered that 3 times. I said yes.
Well,
The
that
apparent
would
sun.
correspond to the almanac, would it not?
With the what?
The almanac would tell you what the GP of the sun would be, wouldn't it?
We do have an almanac, yeah.
And that doesn't work in the south where you saw the sun. That almanac doesn't relate to that sun you saw.
Bro, what is your point? What is your point?
I said, well, the point is, what would the GP of the sun be?
Okay, let me explain. Let me explain it like
hang
this.
on a sec.
No, so you're not trying to talk to me. You're just trying to repeat your point over and over.
No, I'm just. Well, you might think that, but up till now, you're the only person that apart from Jaren, that I could ask about that. All the other flat earthers, they say
so
you
then
just
why wouldn't you let me
around.
speak?
Hang on. Oh, you can speak. You speak all the time. You have the power to speak. You have the power to mute me. You got all sorts of power that I don't have. All right.
But you're pretending that you're like
other people
wanting
I
to
asked
speak to
about
me, and then you're not talking to me. So it's weird.
Well, I'm just telling you what I'm saying. Up to this point, and still now,
There's an
if I ask
almanac. The
people
sun has a
the sun,
GP. You went to the south. You saw the sun south of you at 79 degrees. Does it have a GP? Are you going to say it again?
Does it have a GP?
Yes.
And where would the almanac say that is?
Over there underneath it.
Well, where would that be, though, in relation to you?
Holy shit, dude. Why would he know that off the top of his head?
Bro,
Because
you mean like
we have a position for it.
Okay, I don't have an almanac in my hand. But
Well,
over
that
there.
would be the Tropic of Capricorn, would it not? Somewhere.
On a flat Earth? Sure. Like what, dude?
Okay, so technically,
Are you
sun
seriously
looking
building
at-
up to say the whole, how could the sun be over Australia and over you at the same time on a flat Earth?
I'm not claiming it is. I'm just asking you what you think.
No, I'm saying like that's what your question is.
Is the sun over Australia or not?
Well, yeah. Okay.
Oh my god.
The Australia has a sun over them that they see, right? An apparent sun. So we have a couple options. I answered it in good faith, right? And I said, I don't really know. But the two top answers for me is either the sun is in an apparent location relative to the observer, and that we have something to do with dome optics playing a role. And that's since it's actually curving down as you go outward, you could logically assume that you're tipping over instead of the sky tipping over. Or you could look at another possibility of like an electromagnetic field, because like to me, what that changed significantly for me is it significantly changed my opinion on the viability or possibility of like an actual two-pole system. Right. And so that's
Is
it.
that your
Like
position now, the two-pole flat Earth model? Is that where you've moved to?
I don't know how much clearer I can make it, right? Like, I'm not claiming a model. I didn't claim a model before we went, and I haven't claimed a model in 8 years since I've talked about this, because to me, it would be insane to think that we have a model. You think you have a model. You think you have a model. You think you have a model. You don't.
I don't have a model.
You don't have a model.
I don't think I have a model.
So why do I need one?
Well, I mean,
your words make pictures. So far, you've been painting a picture for everybody.
Well, wait. Why do I need a model, but you don't need a model?
Painting it. Now you're painting it as an illusion.
What? No, I didn't say that. It could be, and it could actually be where we saw it. It could be a two. Yeah, duh. Because it's something in the sky I can't verify.
The sun does have a GP.
But if the sun's an illusion, it's only in the south.
Are you like a robot?
Yeah,
I just answered that question as well. I said no. I think that even in the north, it's an apparent position relative to the observer.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I think a better question would be
in your guys' world, you think that too, right? Like you think the sun's not actually there when we see it all the time.
Well, I know it's going in different directions.
No. What? You think that the sun's not there when we see it?
In the Antarctica, it was going right to left.
Yeah. Okay. So that isn't even the hard part of this scenario for me. Okay. Like I was the one that brought you guys, and this is my opinion, whatever, like to me, the fact that the sun stayed up for 24 hours wasn't even the biggest piece of evidence for the globe on that trip. It was that it did that while the sunspots were inverted. Okay. That's very interesting, right? So like any claim of an apparent position or like something like that has to incorporate an inversion, right? Now, this is why I keep on trying to articulate this idea in my mind to you of if I was walking underneath a dome and this dome is curving down, right? You can see where you could mistake that as you were walking on a ground curving down over a sky that was just basically quote unquote flat, just like sitting still, right? Like you think you're tipping, but the actual sky is tipping. So then when you get all the way out to the edge of that, it would tip, 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 flip. Okay. So I'm not saying that is what's happening. I'm just saying, like, you're basically what you just came in here and said is just a bunch of microwaves and stuff that nobody can figure out. What do you mean? Dude, we can figure out the microwaves way more than we can figure
I'm
out
asking
stuff
you about this.
in the sky.
Well, it's one of those conversations you've had for a long time that doesn't have any resolution, like gravity
Okay.
or pressure.
Do you know what gravity is?
Backwards and forwards. But,
Do you know what gravity is?
You physically saw a sun.
Do you know what
when
gravity
you
is?
in Antarctica, and it went from right to left.
Do you know what the sun is?
Not specifically, no.
So why are you asking me?
Because I thought that where you were, that the sun would have a GP. Wherever you saw it.
Okay, but you're asking me
It
what
have
it
a
is and
GP that
how it
relates
works.
to the almanac.
But you're not just asking me about if it has a GP. You're asking me what it is and how it works.
And you're older, Elder Bear.
I'm asking for your understanding. I'm not. You know, I'm just listening to what you have to say about it. That's all.
Yeah, dude, you're older than Witsit, so you lived longer, so you should know.
Hang on. When I spoke to,
all right, just talk over everyone, Elder Bear. Good job.
I'm not talking to you. I was talking to Witsit.
Yeah, you
I wasn't
suck.
talking to you. I was talking to Witsit. Fuck you.
You're fucking
You
awful,
suck
bro.
too. Yeah, I know I'm awful. I'm always awful whenever I speak to anybody. Terrible. And when I spoke to the two whole flat Earth guys, they said that when you were looking south, or when you would have been looking south when you were, and you saw the sun, you're actually looking north. Do you think that?
Okay. No.
Right, okay. So that was their position. Then there are other flat earthers who say
I don't care what other people say.
Right? Yeah. And Witsit's one of those people who's just say. You're one of those people.
Okay. Do you know what north and south is? How do we determine north and south?
You're crushing right now. Keep it up.
How do we determine what north and south is?
You just say.
Elder Bear, how do we determine what north and south
your
is?
Experience and what you got from it. That's all.
Cool. Okay. So you're asking me about north and south. How do we determine what that is?
I didn't ask you about north and south, did I?
You literally just did.
Well, you were at 79 degrees south. At some point,
okay, there we are. You're saying south again.
Yep, that's
what is
right.
South? What is south?
What was east then when you were doing that? Where was east and west?
Bro, what is east, west, north, and south?
It's a cardinal direction. It's a cardinal direction.
What are how do we know what those are?
They're cardinal directions. We know they're cardinal directions.
Okay, how do we determine cardinal directions?
Well, that's what they've always been: north, south, east, and west.
That's what they've always been. How do we determine them?
Sun rises in the east, sets in the west, exactly on the equinox, and
so we're just
that doesn't answer the question though.
But like we're trying to figure out how we determine them, and you're telling me like an observation based on assuming them. So like,
yeah, you guys.
How do we determine them?
Well, you know, it takes you into your east-west circles.
Holy shit!
How do we determine them?
Wow.
Well, you're going to use a compass, right?
Okay. So we're going to use a compass. How's a compass work? How does a compass work to help us know what directions are?
Well, that's where you get a circle and you start painting pictures about the shape of the Earth.
Bro, what?
You would be a lot better off not assuming what I'm saying and just like answer.
Well, you're going to get your east and west goes in the circle, right?
So does yours, dude. Like, just answer the question.
Yeah, and that's where the sun follows that path, doesn't it? On that circle.
Dude, can you answer? Hey, do you not even get the point I'm trying to make? Clearly you don't, right? But how does the compass work? Because you're invoking these cardinal directions as though they are gospel. And so I'm saying, okay, there must be a very definitive... You cannot have a conversation, brother.
Dude. All right. It's a little pointer. It's floating in some liquid that's supposedly is weighted at one end to make it float in the water, in the liquid. Otherwise, it wouldn't be floating, right? It'd be pointing down on the north end.
Okay, so they align based on the needle aligns based on the magnetic field lines, right?
Points to some magnetic place, apparently.
Okay, so if we
That's not the
start
North
with the
Pole, is it?
assumption that we have to start with the assumption the Earth's a globe with a magnetic field with a north and a south, and then we know those locations, and then we know how the compass interacts with those locations, and then we know what the needle points to based on that location and the magnetic field lines within it, and where we're approaching relative to that. And then conveniently, as we go out towards one of these poles, we claim that the geographic and the magnetic North Pole are separated by hundreds and hundreds of miles. And so as I start to get closer and closer to where we were, right, the compass is no longer correct. And they claim conveniently where we were at that the magnetic pole was on the other side of the geographic pole. So it'll still point towards the geographic pole because it's actually pointing to the magnetic pole beyond that. Okay. Do you see some problems here? Right? Like, okay, that's a
I'm
claim.
thinking
I
about
don't
your
know.
magnetic field where you were in Antarctica. That's what I'm thinking about.
Yeah, but do you
So
realize
that
that the
was
magnetic field
a
isn't?
circular thing, was it? Is it a circular field or?
Well, this is what you're claiming, right? Like you
I'm
keep
not claiming
invoking the
anything. I
direction.
haven't made a claim, Witsit. I never made a claim.
Yeah,
I only
you
asked you
did.
questions about your experience, and you want to go somewhere else now.
No, you told me that I was
Your experience,
79
because you're the
degrees
only person
south.
I can talk to about it, right?
You told me I was
I
79
accept
degrees
you went
south.
there, which is unusual because most
Bro,
people don't
you're just
accept. Well, a lot of people don't.
Dude, will you let him
Elder,
answer?
you are
Jesus,
so
Elderberry.
rude, man. Stop
Elder
interrupting.
Bear, you got this, dude. Keep crushing
Yeah,
it.
you pop back over to Roger Ledwell's and talk about ice walls, Andrew, if that's you. You know, you
It was
don't
me,
accept
Andrew,
that
telling you to
stuff.
stop interrupting people.
Yeah. But you put anybody right.
Hey, Elder Bear,
You
can I ask you a question?
entertain ice walls and the OE
Okay.
map.
All
You
right.
still entertain all that.
Can you stop before you get to like way off the rails or whatever? Like, can I ask you some questions now?
And I mean, I've got any answers.
Oh, okay.
I asked
Do
you
you
about
think
the
that the Earth?
south. I was just
Do you think that the?
interested
I'm just
in what
interested
you
in your.
what you understood about it, or what you understand about it now, and what your position might be.
And I gave you a very quick answer, right? I said I'm not sure. I have two
Yeah.
ideas at the top of the list. You're interrupting me again. So what
Yeah,
this
you do
really
that.
could be summarized as like I was interacting with you in good faith while you were interacting in bad faith, looking for a gotcha, wanting to get a few jabs
I'm not
in
looking for
there.
a gotcha. I'm not looking for a gotcha. I told
Holy
you
shit,
Yeah,
are
you sure as hell aren't good faith, dude.
on
Oh,
the front
fuck's
line.
sake, dude. Just have some patience when people are talking.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a
Get
question now?
upset.
Do you think that the Earth is moving?
You know, Witsit, when you spoke the other day, Witsit, about the Catholic Church, and the groups getting together and creating hierarchies, well, that's where you are. So
Stick to the science, bro. Stick to the science. Stick to the
want to
science,
play the
please.
hierarchy game. They're so they're disingenuous. Just because I ask a question of somebody who went to the
Yeah,
front line.
that's right. I
Not my
actually
problem.
went there, and like,
Yeah.
somehow you think that gives you a position to like ridicule me or something?
I'm not ridiculing you. When did I ridicule you?
You literally
Just
are.
what you thought.
Okay, I told you what I thought, man. Like.
Now the two-pole flat. I've gone. Yeah, I'm breaking up. Sorry.
Okay, it's all good, man. But hey, man, do you think the Earth is moving?
I've got no evidence of that.
Okay, so you think the Earth might be stationary?
I don't observe anything other than that myself. I don't feel I'm moving, but that but
Nice.
that can't be proven. You said that. All right. There's no optical experiment that can prove whether it's us moving or the sky moving. So how would I know that?
Well, I would say that the default position, based on all available evidence, is that we're not moving, right? And everything in the sky is moving. So if you're going to make a claim that it's the opposite, then they would have to prove that, right? Like we've kind of already proven that it's
What
not
happens is,
moving. And
well, the observation I've got is that in the north, in the summer, the sun goes round for 24 hours from left to right if you point at it and you turn.
yeah.
And when you went to the Antarctica, it goes the opposite way.
Okay,
I'm
so in
thinking
your
about that.
opinion, that means it has to be a ball, right?
No, who said that? That's just your game. I'm not interested in the ball.
Then stop debating him and just tell him what you know, bro. Stop debating him. Just tell him what you know.
I'm not debating him. He's just saying that I'm interested in the ball and I'm a glober. That's not true.
Well,
I
you're
came in
saying
search
that's
of
not
Earth,
true,
right?
but I gave you my answer, right? Like I don't fully understand the
I came in
sun.
search of flat Earth, Witsit. And you were standing on the biggest pedestal talking about it. So it's fair I should
That's
ask
what's
you as a
up.
subject matter expert about what you think about it. And whether I can
Okay,
get
well,
more truth from what you've done and your
but check
experience
this out,
and
man. Check this out, man.
understand
this out.
something that will actually make me grow as a human. That's all.
Okay, check this out, man. So I don't claim to be the leader of anything, right? I believe my position is the strongest one. That's why it's my position. Please don't interrupt me. That's why it's my position. My position is like, yo, we don't have a model. Like models aren't reality. We can just go based off of what we can observe and verify, and we can go from there and compile that. Right. And I don't know exactly how the sky works. The surface of the earth is not, the measurements do not comport with the claim that it's curving at a rate consistent with the radius of 4,000 miles, bro. Okay. There's no measurements that we're moving. So, based on my evidence, like the sky is very confounding. The surface of the earth is a plane and it's not moving. And that's it, right? Like my position is the default position based on all available empirical measurements is that the earth is a stationary plane, and the antithesis would have to verify that claim. So other people think that you need to have a model and you need to perfect a model, and that's well, then they can go take that position. I don't feel that way. I didn't feel that way before I went. I definitely don't feel that way after I went. So it's just not everyone is comfortable with where I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable not knowing, right? And it's apparently a lot of people are not. Like I may really want to know, and I may actually put more work in to try to know than all these people who pretend they really have to know. They seem to just really have to know, but they want it handed to them or something. But I know that realistically, I'm not going to fully understand how the sky fully works. No one will. No one does. No one ever has. God does, and like that's just my position. So I
Well,
understand
the
why
movement of the
people
sky
would
position
be
on
with
the 1 degree 69 mile measurement.
And if no one understands
well,
how the
doesn't
sky
that
works,
doesn't actually always work, right? That's my position.
But the Earth is flat, though, isn't it? I mean, where does it work?
If the Earth was flat, then it would just be because the optics are making the sky drop, right? So
But
like
every
everything
1
else, like
degree
if
drop, there's 69 miles of flat
okay,
distance.
right, yeah. So like okay,
How
so
far is that true then?
every 69 miles, what happens?
The angle to Polaris drops 1 degree.
Okay, so it drops 1
Changes.
degree. So right
Depends which
now,
direction
if
you're
a
going in.
so as I get further away from Polaris, it drops down in the sky as I look at it. Okay, what happens when a plane gets further away from you?
Can I ask, if the sky's dropping, how does that explain the southern celestial pole and all the
Well,
stars?
that's not what he asked about, is it?
So, I mean, you've got a relationship of 69 miles to 1 degree angle to Polaris, right?
Yes, and I'm saying, doesn't it make the most sense that things drop in the distance as you get further away from them because of perspective, just like everything else in existence does?
I'm interested in 69 miles. So that's
Yeah,
a
but you
flat,
not get that the claim that it's because it's
straight line distance measurement.
Okay, there's just a specific rate based on perspective and based on the sky, and we've reverse engineered that to claim that actually perspective doesn't apply to the stars in the sky. They just appear to be moving because I'm tipping over on a ball. I rejected that. I said, no, the sky also is affected by perspective. It's slightly different, right? Because it has a lot more apparent position relative to individual observer. And is that because of multiple layers of some type of containment? Is that because of a fluid medium? Whatever, the sky is very majestic and seems to be individualized for people, you know? And if you're not comfortable with that, that's okay. But I'm not comfortable believing that there's a gigantic empty vacuum where the stars are a quadrillion miles away and then the perspective doesn't affect them. And, you know, to me, that's
way now, aren't you?
not really, because that's all the required assumptions before you can claim it's a globe.
How many of those 1 degree increments is the 69 miles true for?
What? It's not even a linear relationship in reality. It's like logarithmic. Like under 15 degrees, 1 degree per 69 miles isn't
69
working
miles is not 69 miles?
Not under 15 degrees.
So up to 15 degrees, it is 69 miles.
Above 15 degrees, yeah.
All right, so what's that? 75 degrees.
It kind of makes sense.
Degrees of measurement per 69 miles per degree, right?
Elder, are you defending globe or flat? Can you be honest with everyone?
Just asking a question about what.
No, but we get it. You're just asking questions. But are you
Hey,
from the
Breaker, are you
globe, or-
defending Witsit or the conversation?
No, I can hear I can hear his grin going up to his ear, and I'm just trying to detect where that's coming from.
All right, okay, I'm not grinning.
All right, that's all. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, this is going to require me to be able to explain.
I'm not defending the globe or claiming the globe. I told you that. I came in search of flat Earth. I came in search of flat Earth because it was offered to me as a possible.
Yeah. Do you want the actual answer to your
reality,
question?
right?
Okay. So here's the answer.
Who most talk about that? There's only a few people, and then the rest of the people, it seems, they just copy them and repeat their speculation. So, you know, if I ask the person who's the leader of those kind of speculations about it, I just didn't understand where their position is, right?
Yeah, when I ask who's the leader of your speculations, it's a bunch of pedophiles.
Say, well, where'd you get that from?
Well, all of the main leaders, like Einstein, were pedophiles.
Witsit. That's an extraordinary
Einstein was a
claim.
pedophile. Copernicus was a pedophile. Galileo was a pedophile.
What does anything to do with me?
A bunch of pedophiles.
Don't change
the Greeks were pedophiles.
See, that's what you do. You're not genuine.
You tried to. Don't pretend you're genuine, dude. You just tried to make.
Why is Copernicus anything to do with me? Don't play your games.
Elder Bear, I'm just going to go ahead and tell you, man. If you're going to keep interrupting me,
Copernicus has nothing to do with me, right?
Well, you don't seem to get the point.
You withdraw your statement that I have anything to do with pedophiles.
It has everything to do with you. Everything, Elder.
Dude, what do you not get? You made a comment about if I go to...
I get what you said. You're an intelligent man. Now you're saying my leaders are pedophiles.
No, you don't seem to understand the point. You don't seem to understand the point, right? Dude,
yo, can we go back to 69 miles per degree?
Yeah, that's what you want. So Witsit wanted to accuse me of hanging out with pedos.
No, I did not.
Yes, you do. Then keep on the subject then. Keep on the subject then. You're supposed to be an intelligent.
If you interrupt me one more time, I'm not going to... Hey, listen. If you interrupt me one more time, I won't respond to you again.
You're like Nathan Oakley. You're just like Nathan Oakley.
Yeah,
really? Because Nathan Oakley would have muted you and screamed 50 times by now.
I know. He can't deal with it either. I know. Same as you. You now want to say
I can't deal with people that are grown men that aren't mature enough to control themselves in a conversation, asking me a question, and then for 15 minutes straight, in good faith, I try to answer those questions, and they keep stepping all over me, interrupting me, and repeating their question over and over, pretending I'm not answering it when they won't give me enough time to answer it.
Yeah, someone beat me to the punch. I was just about to mute him. It's so rude and disrespectful and just immature, really.
What a wild reaction for the pedo comment. He wasn't even calling him a pedo. What the hell?
No, yeah, I was just making a point about like a lot of the leaders or whatever. But Like really quickly, my understanding of that is that according to the globe, there's a linear relationship because we're tipping over on the globe, and so the sky appears to drop, right? Like 1 degree per 69 miles. But it actually doesn't do that under 15 degrees or closer to 90 degrees, which conveniently is exactly what we would expect if we actually see in curved visual space and like perspectives not strictly Euclidean. We would expect like a range, roughly 15, 20 degrees up to around 90, that it would be like a linear relationship or very close to one. But once you got towards the bottom or the top, it would start to compress and it would get logarithmic. And that's like literally what happens. So, you can
Compression
claim
due
it,
to
but
what?
it's not. Just like visual limit. Like
Okay.
if you have a like a little dome and you can only see so far in each direction, as you got towards the bottom or top of that dome, everything starts to compress together.
Is there 69 miles? Is that compressing, or is it actually 69 miles?
Like I said, right in the middle range, it'd be accurate and linear, right? But as you got to the end, it wouldn't be 69 miles, which it's not. Like if you try to use a star and then determine the 69 miles per degree anywhere under like 15, 20 degrees, it's not going to work. In reality, it doesn't work. Like you will get totally jacked up. You won't be able to travel at all.
What about 0 to 1?
0 to 1 definitely does.
Right at zenith. That's pretty
Zenith,
reliable, right?
90 degrees at zenith also doesn't work. And it should be the most reliable if it's supposedly refraction, right? Because that should be the least refraction, but it doesn't work near zenith
The
either.
problem with zenith is it just doesn't give you enough ability to resolve your exact location. It's not as, it doesn't give you as good of results, but it is accurate. It's just not, it doesn't determine your position on Earth as well.
Well, it is accurate, but doesn't determine our location on Earth as well. I mean,
so it's not accurate.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't. The measurement of where it is in the sky is accurate, but my understanding is it doesn't give as good of results in terms of figuring out your actual position on the ground. I think.
But that's where we would say, like, yeah, because like you're basically have a little dome that you're looking in. And like that isn't just some ad hoc made up thing. Like there's something called crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays, which literally don't make sense to my understanding, I'll say, right? Like without something like a little personal dome, like a visual limit. Like if the sun
They
is
make
setting in the
perfect
west.
sense.
You can easily produce those
It's according
inside
with
your laws. Like they're not complicated.
perspectives laws, trigonometric laws.
Go ahead and explain.
Well, crepuscular rays, unless I've got the wrong concept in mind, they're just the things that look like they're radiating out from the sun. That is just a beam that's going beside you in whatever direction is going to look like it's getting further out angularly as it gets closer to you in linear terms.
Yeah, but what about the anti-crepuscular ones?
Same thing in reverse.
Okay, but the issue with that is that it requires just claiming basically it's like a railroad track, right? Just straight lines that look like they're converging. But when we actually look at this phenomena, we look at the crepuscular rays, we can follow them over our head and they curve up and they curve back down to converge on the opposite horizon. That doesn't make sense with what you're saying.
I mean, no, it's exactly the same phenomena. It is like just again, it's the same beams through the air, and as they get further away from you, again, they look like they're coming closer together because the same distance of separation is a smaller angle of separation as it gets further away.
No, they don't make sense at all because, real quick, if it was the same beam of light, if it was the same, dude, can I get it out? Jesus. If it's the same beam of light, regardless of which way you're looking at it, it's still going to spread out the same way. It's still going to look crepuscular. Anti-crepuscular rays are different, so it's not the same.
It's the same concept, but it's in the other direction. It's away from you.
Yeah, but that doesn't work. The source of light in the other direction.
It has to do with the light source. You have a singular point source of light, and it's in the distance. And so when you have this light above the clouds, and it looks like it's breaking off into 3 or 4 different islands in a lake, for example. If you were on every one of those lakes, every one of those islands rather, you would look in the exact. If you pointed your finger up to the direction of the sun, every one of the people in a telescope would be pointing the same direction, not where the crepuscular rays are going. By the way.
Okay, so let's think about this very simply. If I take a laser and I
You're just
shoot
like
it
hand
across
waving
my
in dismissal what I
room,
just said.
no, I'm not. If you take a laser and shoot it across your room, right, you're going to see it diverge out. So if you go look at it, right, from all the way across your room, even though it's diverging out, right, you're going to see it converging in, and like we expect that, right? And if I look at it on the other, if I turn around and look at it on the other side of the room, it's going to keep diverging the same way, bruh. Like it isn't going to suddenly converge back in because of perspective.
But
That doesn't
the
like,
problem is how
No,
you're
that's
setting
not
it
what.
up.
It's not.
The rays
That's
are
not a
actually
valid
parallel.
analogy.
Okay? Like that's the important part. Is the rays are parallel.
You guys brought it up.
They're not spreading it in a
okay,
fan. They're
Not a
parallel.
valid
so
analogy.
let's say we're standing in the middle
You
of
brought up
railroad
the
tracks and we
analogy.
look, what you're trying to say is if we stand in the middle of railroad tracks and we look both ways will look like they're converging.
No.
The reason that isn't analogous though is because there's only one single light source in the other direction, and you're claiming that they're just parallel, right? But when I follow the light source, it curves over my head, comes back down, like it curves over my head, comes back down, and then
Sounds
converges
like you
in the
don't want
other
to learn
direction.
how they actually work.
It appears to curve.
I guarantee you that nowhere along the next 10 minutes of this conversation will you address that they curve.
No, they appear to curve. I agree with you on that. The thing is, it's an
Why?
appearing to curve. They are not actually curving. They are
But that's
parallel
not what your
lines.
perspective predicts.
No, that is exactly what perspective predicts. Like literally, go on Google Maps, pick a straight road, and look at how the road appears to converge in as it gets further away in both directions.
Where does it curve?
Like, sorry, let me pull one up and show you a little bit
You're
more than
never
I
going to
mean.
find it, right? Like what you're saying, it would be like taking the railroad tracks and putting them above my head and claiming they're going to curve. What they're going to do is look like they're maybe making a V, right? They are not going to curve from beginning to end. They'll look like they're making a V. Like if I see a plane flying towards me, it's the same thing. It's going to look like it's going up, then it's going to come over my head, and then as I turn around, it's going to look like it's going down, right? So it's going to make a V. But what these rays do is they converge from horizon to horizon with a giant arc in between them. Like it's a gradual curve the whole way.
Okay, let's look at the three examples so you can get this straight. So that's not like that at all. You're using false analogies to make your point. That's a problem. The first picture is crepuscular rays. A light source that is directly vertical from all those spots. Say it's 12 noon, high noon. If you're driving in your car, you will actually see that sun follow you. It's not that it's dictating where its location is due to trigonometric laws. It's due to perspective of where that single point source of light is with respect to the observer 5-10 miles away. So even though it looks like that there's an angle to the sun going to a spot to the left or the right, there's not. All those observers are looking at that sun directly above their head. That's a hard one to wrap your head around.
Okay. But if I
From the
turn
air, from
away from
space,
it,
you can see
if
the
I
shadows. Those are crepuscular. Those are all parallel. That's exactly what happens because now we're looking at something far enough away where perspective is not going to be a factor. And then the bottom, the last picture, is the anti-crepuscular rays, where these rays are now beginning to converge behind you.
yeah,
Zanuck,
okay, so your first explanation totally doesn't make it. It looks like it's following them. Okay, well, when I turn my back to it and drive away from it, why would it look like it's following me?
What do you mean, turn your back to it?
You're like, there's the sun over there, and people are gonna drive underneath it, and it's gonna look like it's underneath all of them. Okay, I'm now gonna turn my back to it and drive the opposite direction, so it's not gonna look like it's following me anymore, right? So like,
Yeah, no, it
like
will. It absolutely will. It will look like it's following you. That's exactly what it does do.
No, okay, Zanuck, you and I
Yeah, you
live
can't
very,
drive
very.
away from that light. You can't drive that light's going to be in the same exact angle from above the horizon as you drive away. It's not going to
I
change.
only have one thing to comment on.
Except for the curvature rate of the Earth, and that'll make it change a little bit. But
You and
that's
I,
not
we
what we're
live
talking about.
almost in the exact same place, but take in November, December, January-ish, take 680 southbound, right around Sunol, and then look. You can see the entire southern bay, and you'll see a hot spot above the bay, and your angle
On the bay.
Yeah, the southern bay. Yeah, it's like right there. Yeah.
Yeah, you drive across, as the sun's setting, you'll see a hot spot in the bay. So that's just a pure reflection off the bay's surface, like a mirror.
It's no, but you can look at it from different angles, and it's still the same place.
Well, as you drive, it'll follow that spot.
Hey, just check it out, man.
Will follow you. It'll go across.
What,
Will
dude?
move
I'm
across
so
the bay as
confused
you
here,
drive.
right? Like, I
As you
sped this
drive-
conversation up by giving you a stillman analogy, and you said it wasn't analogous, and then proceeded to drop pictures that just circle back to my analogy, which would be akin to taking a railroad track and standing in the middle of it. And if I look left, they converge in the distance. If I look right, they converge in the distance. If I put that above my head, it would do the same thing. I'd look right, it converges in the distance. If I look left, it converges in the distance. If I kept lifting it above my head and I looked up in the middle, what I would see is it would look like they're making a V, right? And I even gave the analogy of the plane. If I see a plane start flying towards me, it's going to look like it's angled up, even though the plane's obviously maintaining altitude the whole time. It's going to look like it's angled up because of perspective, like it's ramping up. And then it's going to get above my head. And then as it goes past me, it's going to look like it's angled down, like it's ramping down. So what I saw, if I drew out the path of that plane, is a V. Okay, it's a straight line at an angle.
Then you're talking about the last picture I posted for you. So that is the turning around thing that you're talking about, like the railroad track in the other direction. The source would do the same thing, like as we see here. But if you turn around, it above you is its widest point of those crepuscular rays, and then they start angling down toward. Oh, it looks like it might be to a source, but it's not, because that's not how perspective would work from the point source. They're not going to go to a point like they would in front of you, because there's not enough distance between you and these rays that you see in front of you from behind or looking behind you. So and above you, they also are going down too, like the airplane does, because that's how perspective works as well. Anything away from you that's above eye level will come down to eye level as it gets farther away from you.
Do you remember when I told you that, like, if we had this conversation for 10 minutes, at no point will you actually address the curve part?
Where's the curve part on these 2 pictures or 3 pictures?
That doesn't show the full freaking ray, does it? Like, why would you show a picture that's irrelevant? Like,
Show me a
you
picture
never
of
seen it?
this curved ray.
Okay. So now we're just disputing that they're curving, which is progress, I guess,
I want to
right?
see what you're I don't know what you're talking about, so I like to see
Okay,
it.
before I go get it, then we agree that your explanation would not entail them curving.
It could. Certain conditions it would.
Wait, how?
It depends on where you're looking at it from and what
Depends on if I can find it first. Yeah.
Find it first.
That's not how
because
this works.
As you know, these rays are not the actual rays coming from the sun. They're looking they are looking
So
like
why are they
are
curving?
angling away from each other, but actually they're parallel.
Why are they curving?
But I would like to see the curve. I think I've sounds
But why would
vaguely
they
familiar,
curve,
but let me
though?
see what you have there.
I just want you to tell me why they would curve.
Well, let me see it first, and I'll tell you why it curves.
No.
Dude, be good faith, dude. You know that they wouldn't curve because they're parallel. So be honest.
No, they could be a compound angle that would make it look at, or progressive angles based on the medium that they're being transferred through. I mean, there's a lot of ways that they could be looking like they curve.
Oh my god, bro!
I have to see it. If you show it to me, I'll tell you what's going on.
So if he shows it to you, you're gonna know the astronomical situation that's happening from the picture. Like, dude.
You would agree in the first picture I posted, there's 3 or 4 distinct light rays that look distinct, but they're really not, that are coming down from a point source that look like they're angling away. They're not. That's an optical illusion. That's due to perspective.
Because they're parallel.
Because they're parallel in this particular picture, yes. And they're the same reason that you're going to see any curved lines based on whatever medium it's going through. Maybe a couple different layers of clouds could make it look like it's curving. I'm not sure. I got to see it to be
there's
answer
nothing,
the question. I don't know. I don't know what he's going to post.
Nothing would make that happen, though.
Well, let me see, and I'll tell you what would happen. Look, what do you think makes it happen? Let's go from that perspective.
What? Oh, wait. Can we acknowledge that it makes sense it'd look like a V?
If what my bottom picture looks like a V, then I would agree that looks like a V to me.
No. Then we don't need a bottom picture, which is we're just going to use your explanation.
We don't. The bottom picture is already posted. That's a V. If it looks like
that,
then
it's
it
irrelevant.
looks like a V.
No, no, no. We're not talking about a V like that. We're talking about the path, right? And I've said it 3 times. If the plane flies towards me, it's going to angle up, like it's ramping
That's not
up. We're going to draw a straight
Well, yeah, because
line,
as things that are the same height are
angled
above
up.
you, as they get closer, they will get higher. As they get farther away,
Right.
they'll go lower. That's
So right.
perspective.
So there'll be 2 diagonal lines. One of them will be going up towards my head, and the other one will be going down away from my head. Really, they both would be doing the same thing in opposite directions.
That is
And
an
so
object. That's not a
it would
point source of
create
light.
an upside down V.
Oh,
We need
okay.
to see this
I
in
understand
visuals.
that,
It's
and
hard
I
to
agree.
imagine all
Yes,
this.
that's how perspective works. Yes, an upside down V. I guess that we're looking up at a V where it comes up towards you at its highest
Thank you.
point visual. Hold on, highest point visually above your head, and will go down apparently as it goes away, even though it's maintaining the same altitude. And by the way, that V
Right.
will also dictate the curvature of the Earth because the V is more dramatic than it should be for a flat Earth. But go ahead, show me the curved.
What
What?
the
Dude, no
bruh?
way. No
I know it's
way.
tough to heart. It's tough to follow.
No
It's
No,
way.
it's not
basic
tough to
basic
follow. It's
perspective. I'm just
retarded.
trying
I
to
followed it and
help you
fell off
out.
a cliff of retardation. I mean, it's not
No, I'm not.
making
I'm
any
giving you
sense.
the exact definition of perspective. Something
No,
higher than
you
you,
threw a curve of the
something
earth in
higher than
there,
you,
and
something higher than you coming towards you will go up.
because of the curve of the earth.
No, it'll be more dramatic because of the
Oh,
curve of the earth. Yes. The rate at which it
okay,
goes up will be higher. It's not retarded, it's math. If math is
you
retarded to
literally
you,
No,
it's
that
wouldn't
not my
that
even
has
problem.
nothing to
see
do with it,
that.
dude.
No,
Something
you literally
above
wouldn't
you,
even
going
see
in the
that.
distance at the same altitude above the surface, will go down due to perspective. And it will go down at a more dramatic rate if the Earth is curved. And that's exactly what we see. You can prove this with airliners. If you know if you can track their position 100 miles away, you can see them 100 miles away if you have a telescope, and you'll see they're lower in your field of view than they should be based on the curvature of the Earth. What is so hard? Why
Well,
would you make fun
actually,
of that? That's basic
let me
math.
help you out
Saying
here.
that's
Let me help
retarded?
you out here.
That's
Let me help you.
retarded.
Let me help you out.
You're being
Let me help you out
retarded.
here, right? So
You're gonna
if
help
the
me out. Well, how are you
plane
gonna
is
help me out?
maintaining, I got you. If the plane is maintaining the same altitude and it's going to fly towards me and then get above my head and fly away from me, right? If
Mhm.
and it's going to make a V. Like if the Earth were flat, it would make a V, right? It would look like it's ramping up, and then it's going to look like it's ramping down. That's just perspective, nothing to do with anything else. So
Wait,
if
V
the
as in what it looks like, or
stop,
V as in geometrically?
it just looks like an upside down V. So it's a diagonal
Would it
line
be
above
a
my head and away.
V
Can you
prospectively,
please
or would it
stop?
be a V
Can you please stop?
geometrically?
Can you please stop?
I'm
So
asking a
it's
valid question.
perspective.
I want to make sure I'm
It's
accurate.
perspective. It's a straight line geometrically.
Okay,
The plane
good.
just
So yes,
flying in a straight line.
it'll appear to be a V. Yes.
So this duh, that's what we're talking about. Okay.
Show me the
Now
curved line.
if stop, dude. So if the no, you're trying to run away because you know what you said,
I'm
stupid.
not
So
running away from
like,
anything
well,
ever.
then stop interrupting me. Then if you're so confident. So if the Earth were actually curving, dropping down below it, what it would actually do is make that V, right, less like exaggerated, because
No.
it would create if the Earth were flat, it would be a more shallow distance between the plane and the ground. If you drop the ground down further away from it, then it's actually going to make it look like it's going at a more shallow diagonal line.
You're
So
100% wrong. That's
not
over
only
180.
wait,
Yeah, you are.
not only would
Based
it
on
not be
perspective, you are.
perceptible at not only would it not be perceptible at all in your paradigm, but like if it were to be, right, it would have the opposite effect of what you're saying, because
That's not true.
literally if the
You're
ground's
making that up.
dropping would you agree that the distance between the plane and the ground is increasing?
No.
Okay, so
Why?
on a globe Earth, it's not increasing. So like
On a
and
flat
like
Earth, not
dude,
increasing
technically
either. Either way,
yeah,
either
because
situation, you're not increasing altitude. We're talking about a constant altitude airplane going away from you. It will look like it is going down at a greater rate on a curved Earth than a flat Earth. That's just elementary.
okay, dude.
Do you
Like
not? No, dude. Do you understand it, dude?
no,
Am I
I
wrong?
you think I don't
Find the error.
understand
Find the
that you're
flaw in my
saying,
logic.
you don't think I don't understand that you're saying, like, if I'm standing on the apex of a ball, so the ground curves down and away from me on both sides, therefore as the plane goes away from me, it's going down and away from me on both sides on a ball. And then you're just leaping to the fact that it would look like it's going down more No, you wouldn't even be able to tell a difference in the plane.
You certainly.
But what is so funny though?
Yeah, you actually could.
What is
If
so
100
funny
miles away,
though?
you could
The
tell a
reason.
difference.
What is so funny though? The reason you jumped in to say that was to derail the conversation because,
No, I
like,
didn't. You mentioned it. I
first
said,
you.
"What is this
I
V
didn't
thing you're
mention
talking
it.
about?"
Yeah, dude, the V thing was 4 points ago, and you denied it for 10
Then we
minutes, and then
talked
you're
about the
like,
curve. You still haven't posted your
you're doing the
curve
interruption thing. You're
perspective.
doing the interruption thing again.
Why can't we go
Okay,
back and forth like adults?
Bro, it's
I
like the
love when he does
gaslighting is
that.
unreal.
I love when
Where
he
is
does that.
Noah when you need it? That's
Seriously, I'm just
actual
trying to have a
gaslighting right there.
conversation.
Yeah.
That's
Witsit,
actual
check chat.
gaslighting.
I posted a graph of what you'd expect crepuscular and intercrepuscular rays to look like. Just pure math, no complexities of observation. That it's clearly curved. Like you would expect curved when dealing with pure math for exactly parallel lines.
What?
Posted in chat. I tagged you like a minute ago.
Well, I see it, right? I
What are you
see your
talking about?
chart here, right? Like, how is this? What?
That's the angle that you would expect, like the thing to be at. It's going to curve. Probably throw together some ray tracing. I really had to, but I don't have that software installed.
Be nice if you posted your picture, because we're being honest here and
I
upfront.
don't even know.
Coming.
I don't even know what that is. I mean, you have to explain it.
Dude, are you talking about
the angle?
both ways?
Oh, bro, you're looking 100 feet ahead at something 10 feet off to the side. It's at an angle of 5.7 degrees. The next row, 90 feet ahead, still 10 feet off to the side, 6.3 degrees. And then down in 10-foot steps. So as it gets closer to you, the angles start to warp very quickly and then go back to being very flat. You'd expect it to be curved because it's not linear. It's going to curve as you get closer and further away.
What? Dude,
Wait, time out. Wait. I want to make sure everyone's going to hold this line here. So if I stand in the middle of a railroad track, and I look to my right and I see them converge off in distance, I look to my left and I see them out in converge distance. If I look out in front of me, I'm going to see, like, as the railroad tracks get closer to me, they're going to curve.
Yeah, dude, what?
It's going to be very subtle for anything that side. Like, it's not going to be a big, obvious curve, but like the rate at which the angle, like, it's.
I feel like this graph has to be like misleading because the graph would be visible, right? Like if the dots are like the ratio of the dots are accurate. Yo, chill out, buddy.
Picture. Post your picture.
Like,
what's it?
no, because this is the reason
Because you know
I
you're
haven't
going to
posted
be
the
chewed up
video.
and spit out on this one.
No, not at all, dude. Not at all, dude.
Well, then
No,
post it. If you're
you
so confident,
denied it
post
would
it.
be curved for the
Don't
first
be a
5
wimp.
minutes, bro. Like, wait, chill out, dude. You think that the whole like schoolyard girl thing is gonna work? Like, dude, this is the thing, right? The reason I don't just do it is because you guys have this weird like pattern of behavior where if you think I'm gonna set you up for something, because you know if I'm making a point, like I have a conclusion, then you want to like squirm your way around. You want to squirm your way around and peek around the corner. You want to peek around the corner first, so that you can make sure your answer. That's just weird, right? That's just weird.
Kind of.
I don't do that to you.
I get you. I hear what you're saying. But I think what I told you was correct.
You can come to me with any little gotcha you got. I'm going to answer.
Well, I've already got you on the
honestly
V
the whole way.
I've already got you in the V. If something's above you, if you have a jet airline that's 30,000 feet going away from you, it will have a greater descent in your field of view angularly if it is flying 30,000 feet over a curved surface versus a flat surface. This is well known by anybody with a very little knowledge of mathematics. Okay, think about it. It's above you.
Is it going to curve or is it going to be straight?
That's why it goes over the curve. That's why we can't see it anymore, because it keeps on going down farther angularly in our field of view and is blocked by the curve.
Man, like, this is the part I don't miss, right? Where like if I just met someone, if I was just hanging out with someone from high school or having a beer and I had a conversation with them, dude, it would take 2 minutes, right? And like whether they agree or disagree, it just take 2 minutes, right?
This should take
You're
2
just
minutes.
trying to fight
you
every
disagree
part
with
of
me?
it. You're trying to pretend you're saying things that are relevant that aren't, and like, bruh.
It's not irrelevant.
It is
It's very
simple.
relevant. And it would take 2 minutes with you.
Bruh.
If you and I were having a beer right now, this would be over. I'd be on a whiteboard or I'd have a piece of napkin and I'd be able to draw it to you. You would get it.
You
Right
would
now,
not
you're
be
not getting it for
talking
some
like
reason.
this.
You're not
I would
getting
be
it.
talking like
Dude,
this, and you would not be talking
to
like
use your
that.
vernacular, dude. Listen, if something's above you and it stays at the same level, angular position above the surface, and it's going over a curved surface versus a flat surface, the object, this jet or whatever that's traveling away from you, that's going over the curved surface, remaining its height above the surface, will be lower in your field of view as it gets farther away. That's just basic, simple math. You're saying it's not. You're
Stop
absolutely
talking about
wrong.
that.
You're inverted. You got it
So
backwards.
so this okay. So if we were looking at a railroad track, right, it would just look like a V. Just factually, objectively, it would look like a V. I guess he's
Yes.
saying that because the angles are going to be slightly more compressed as they get closer to you, there would technically be a slight curve, but it wouldn't be that perceptible. Okay, I think the graph's misleading. It looks like it'd be really perceptible according to that curve. And
Well, how
like
far away is
we
it from you?
know
Look at
in
the distance away from
reality
you.
that doesn't have. I don't have to check the math or know why the math works or anything like that because I just
Do you
know
see
we
the
all know in
distance
reality
between?
it doesn't look like that.
Do you see the
Like,
distance
can
from
anyone
you though?
imagine?
The
Stop
track is.
interrupting me, dude.
Well,
Can
no,
anyone
this is a key
imagine in
point.
reality? Can anyone imagine in reality if we
That's
were
what's
like standing
impossible
in
to
the
talk
middle of a railroad track, right? And we look, it's impossible to talk to me because I won't let you interrupt me all the time. Like, so if we were standing in the middle of a railroad track and we looked to the right and it looked like it was converging, looked to the left, looked like converging. We looked in the middle and looked out in front of us. Like, imagine how goofy it would be if it's like these straight railroad tracks and then right when they get in front of us, they just start curving, you know? Like, that's not reality. But it may be slightly in some technical way or whatever, but that still wouldn't explain what we see because what we see with the anti-crepuscular rays and crepuscular waves is like they literally curve from horizon to horizon, right? Like they spread out and they're just curving the whole way. So not like just up above us in like some small compressed section of it or anything. It's just a gradual curve. It's very similar to how
Eat the
if you guys
money.
have seen like what's the crystals in the you guys claim it's like crystals in the sky.
Yeah, those
Um
the thing around the
Sundogs?
sun, the
Snow
sun
yeah,
dogs.
sundogs. Yeah, it's similar to that, right? Like, it's just a gradual curve. So I'll go find this video, which sucks. Like, I don't want to
I
have to
get it. I
find it, but
know,
I'll
but
try to.
you're gonna. We'll be able to explain it to you. I guarantee it.
No, I no, you
I don't mean
no,
that in a
bro. What?
pompous way. I
I
mean
don't
it's
even
just it's.
slightly believe that.
Yeah,
Well,
just
I know you
saying
don't.
that is bad
That's why
faith.
I'm excited to show it to see it. So
What
we'll
you're
talk
actually
about
gonna
it.
You
do
haven't
is
seen it
deny
yet.
it.
It's bad faith, dude.
It's not bad
You're gonna
faith.
deny it. You're gonna
I'm
deny
not
it. You're
going to
gonna say
deny
they're
it.
not curving. You're gonna say they're not
I'm not
curving.
going to deny it. Of course not.
Guaranteed, you're gonna say they're not curving.
Zanuck, you haven't seen it, and you said I can't wait to explain it to you.
Because I know how
That's bad
crepuscular
faith.
rays work. It's
Oh
Then
my
very
explain it
god.
simple.
right
It's
now.
all it is perspective. So everything you tell me will be due to perspective, curved or
So
not.
you can explain it right now. Well, apparently you can't explain how perspective makes it curve, and that's kind of
Well,
the
he
whole
just gave
point. Is
you
I'm
a
saying
graph of what it does for not railroad track. If something's wider than a railroad track, that's what it
Dude,
would look to be curving as it approaches you, and then straighten out as it gets farther away. I think it's
Zanuck,
probably
you didn't
related
so.
to that.
understand
If I
that.
was to
You didn't
guess, I
understand
could
that
be
graph.
wrong. You know, I could be totally wrong with it, and you could be right. I want to see it to know one way or the other. How about that?
Yeah. Okay.
I'm already
So when you
I'm
say,
already admitting in advance that I could be wrong. So put it out there, and you will be
did I
right.
just
You will
say
be
I'm
the
gonna have to
difference.
go find it? I
Well, yeah.
did,
Well, I
right?
mean,
So,
look it up on the internet or something. See if you can find
And
it. Don't poke
oh
fun
and
at
yeah,
me.
just
that's how it works.
yeah, just to make the while you're looking a little more intuitive, maybe. I mean, think about again the railroad tracks, a freeway, whatever you want. At either end, they're obviously very close together. They're very pinched in. Near you, it's fairly wide in your field of view. So it has to go from thin to wide to thin, and there's no sharp corners there. It has to be a curve. It's not a very sharp curve.
What?
Like
No,
my
it
graph
doesn't.
did make it look bigger than it's going to look to your eye.
It can
But
absolutely
it's
be
not
a V. It doesn't
wide
have
to
to be
thin.
a curve.
It isn't
Oh, I
going to
think I know
be.
what he's talking about. I have a picture of something. I think this is it. I think I found it.
It's
This
going
is
to
where
be
you're
like
gonna grab the wide angle and claim it's not actually curved or something stupid.
No, I think this is actually what you're talking about. Tell me if it is. Maybe it was. Okay, here we go. All right. I think this might be it. If this is going to be a little more difficult to explain, but go ahead. Is this it?
Mm, I mean, maybe I don't know exactly what that is. Like,
It's curved crepuscular rays.
That looks like it's from the
yeah,
side.
like I don't know exactly what it is, right? So, like, if it is from the side, I've seen one that looks like that's just way better than that, and you're gonna try to claim it's from the camera or something.
No, I don't think so because it's almost like the same principles as a rainbow. A rainbow has this curvature based on.
We're starting to get there.
Well, it's kind of corpuscular rays are related in some ways to a rainbow, to perspective.
How so?
Uh-oh.
You don't think they are?
I'm just asking how you think they are.
Because where they are in your field of view is not where they actually are. It's a product of perspective, but it's in a certain. Let me just send this. This is a better picture, I think, of what you were
So
talking
perspective makes things appear to curve when they're straight?
about. Yes, exactly.
Wow. So then, like, perspective wouldn't be strictly Euclidean then.
No, that is how perspective works in a Euclidean world.
Yeah, because
You can't just dogmatically assert the
you can make
conclusion
curved lines
and
with
say,
straight lines, like those things you made in
Okay.
kindergarten with the
this is
straight
what always
line.
this happened last night too, right? Like something with this just is like a mental block for people. Like you can't just say perspective like it's a magic word
I don't.
that
I always say
makes the answer.
math.
Time out. You have Euclidean geometry. You have Euclid's postulates. You have the parallel postulate. Two straight parallel lines will never intersect. Euclidean geometry basics. They claim that that perspective is Euclidean. They claim we see in straight lines and that it's infinite straight lines, in fact, and that light travels in straight lines, and that we have plane geometry. The only time that light's not traveling straight lines, you got some type of refraction or some type of interference or obstruction, but the way that we see is Euclidean. We see in plane geometry. If you don't believe that, just wad your globe model up and throw it away. Okay. But whenever we actually go to do the math to explain what we see with perspective, right? We have specific perspective math where we actually have to transform it, right? Because it doesn't work if we don't do that for a very simple
From the
reason.
viewer.
Like,
So that's when you get back to your old how we see things. Remember, my guitar in my corner is this it's in the corner. Is it below me? Is it really below me if I'm looking at it at a distance? No, it's just perspective. We can measure things from a side view. It looks like it's a straight line, but from my view, it's looking down, like looking down at your feet. Am I looking down at my feet? Am I looking in the corner? Where are you looking? What's the angle? It's all trigonometry. It looks like it's lower than it is because that's how perspective works. Things converge to the corner. They don't in reality. Things are still the same width in a hallway all the way down a mile away. That thing that's at the little dot in the middle is eye level, but everything converges to it. Does it actually converge? No, it looks like it does. That's called perspective. Things come up as they go away from you that are below eye level. Things go down. Things from outside left to right, they go to the center. They don't actually go to the center. They don't break any laws of planar geometry.
you just hijacked the whole thing and just didn't say anything about what I said. You know, you do that every time.
Yeah, I did.
No, you didn't. Can I not share
Yes, I
screen
did.
in here? Oh, I'm not in there. Oh, dang. All right, I'm about to switch over. You guys will have to tell me if you can still hear me.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Chat? Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Here, let me share screen.
Microphone quality is a bit bad, but we can still hear you.
Okay,
It's
just a sec.
Staticky.
Dang, is this still bad?
Not horrible. It's okay.
That's better, I think.
I can't even hear you guys. My goodness. Okay, can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Whatever. I'm gonna play this video. Okay. See these rays right here? Just watch the rays.
How do you do this? Oh, there it is. Okay, got it. Yeah, that's following with this.
Yeah, that's exactly what we would expect
That's
them
what
to
he's
look like.
posted about. His math
That's
was exactly
what
that.
we expect. So we expect them to curve.
Like I said, yeah, it's going to curve a little because it's narrow at one end, big in the middle, and narrow at the other end. It has to curve. It's not going around a corner.
Dude, no, it doesn't have to curve. What are you talking about? It can just be a V.
How do you go from narrow to wide to
How can it be a
narrow
V? It
without
can't.
curving your can?
Geometry doesn't work that way.
What are you talking about? It can
The
literally
angles do not
be
change.
out.
They follow. They are not linear. Or excuse me. They are.
Yeah, the angles are not linear. The measurements are linear. The angles are not linear.
What angles? What are you talking about?
From you to the side. Look at the way they can't just be at a point right above you, like the diagram that's always shown about the hallway, where it's like an angle above you and it goes one way, it's divergent one way and convergent the other way. It has an angle. No, it's
Why
smooth.
not?
And he gave you the math behind it, and I referenced that with the dribble trick. You can't see it because it's so slight. But if it's farther away to the left and right of you, like this is, then you see the curvature as he predicted.
Bro, I'm saying it doesn't have to curve. What are you talking about? It doesn't have
It's
to.
curving the whole way.
Be a V. Oh my God, I know it's curving. I'm saying it doesn't have to. Why do you keep acting like your
It
side
does
now
have to.
says it has to curve?
How does something go from
Holy shit,
thin to
bro.
wide to
What are we,
thin without a
are we
corner?
serious?
How can anything
Very
go from
serious.
thin to wide to thin without curving or cornering?
Dude, if they're parallel and you're looking one way and then looking the other way, then they're not curving. They're like a V, like a perfect V.
No,
I
it's
don't
not
understand
perfect.
how you're saying it's curved.
Such that they
Okay,
have
a
to
perfect
be.
V has a corner in it. Where would a corner be on a straight line?
Right where you're at. What are you talking about, a corner? It's
Well, you
going
said
to...
V's have a corner at the bottom.
What do you mean a corner?
Like a corner. You know
Like
what
a
a corner is?
like a convergence point.
Yeah, like a point where it kinks, a point where it bends in a quickly at a specific spot.
So wait, we do all agree that these are curving, right?
Yeah.
Of course they're curving. And by the way, the distance is curving for another phenomenon that I was referring
Russ said,
to
of course they're
earliest.
curving.
Yeah, Witsit.
Hold on.
That's their story now, is that it has to curve. That it
The
can't
end is-
possibly be a V.
The end,
That it
the
was
end is
always
curving
curving.
due to strata.
Shut up,
strata
Xander.
can I speak, please? The ends are
Now, while I'm
curving a little bit.
speaking.
Let me just finish the sentence, please. Thank you. At the end, you're seeing it going. The strata of the atmosphere is illuminating different levels and different altitudes, which makes it look like it's kind of a, like almost like masonry layers or something in the distance. That curve, I don't think you're talking about that curve, but I saw a curve there. But what we're talking about is what was mathematically shown in this chat.
Oh my God.
If it's side to side to you, it will not have the distinct angle, even though Bear thinks it does. It doesn't. It has to be a curve because of the angle, the rate of change of the angles above you.
It's weird that you now say it has to curve when Witsit said that they were curved and you were like, what? Yeah, show me a picture. Oh, da, 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 da.
I didn't know what he
Now
was
it's
talking
curved,
about
right?
until we
I
had
thought
the
you
math.
didn't know what he was talking about.
I didn't know what he was referring to.
Pretty easy to explain.
I didn't know if he was talking about right above you. He didn't say where the curve was. I had no visual. I had no idea what he was talking about. Of course, whatever comes at you will be like a Venturi tube. You know, like a Venturi tube where it comes in and then it has a neck and then it'll roll out. It has to curve, even though those would be the Venturis themselves. The cones would be straight. Where it forms a Venturi will be a curved period. It has to be. You don't have a
It
Venturi
literally
with
doesn't have to be. That's
doesn't
what's
have a
making me
straight,
so mad.
doesn't have a,
It doesn't have to be,
vertex.
Xanac.
Does not let me talk.
You guys are
Doesn't have a
just saying
vertex
that now.
at the Venturi. There is a curved area, and that's what he was talking about mathematically. I don't know why
It
that's
doesn't
not
have to be a curve. You're just saying that.
For the globe
I'm not
model.
saying
For the
it's
globe model.
mathematically
There's
the way
two
it is.
models.
No, the globe model
Oh my
requires
God.
Euclidean geometry for the perspective, and you would get a V. It would be just like a railroad track. And if you're claiming there's a curve, it would be like the smallest little curve right in the center, right on the edge of each edge of the center. And it's
No,
like
it's
if I was
progressive, especially when it's far
Oh
away.
my God, dude. So now if I'm standing in the middle of railroad tracks and I look to the left and these parallel lines look like they're converging, and then I look to the right and they look like they're converging out in the distance. If I look right in front of me, wait, if I go from right to left, they're gonna look like they're curving the whole way.
It's going to be a very slight curve, but again, it goes from thin to wide to thin. There's no corner. There's only one choice left.
No, it's not. That's not how.
It's
Wait, time on. That's not how that works. No, that's not how that works. It's gonna look like it's ramping up until it gets to right where I'm at, and then it's gonna look like it's ramping down. It's literally gonna go up to down,
Yeah.
Now you're going to
right?
go back and double down on your first mistake.
So if I take two diagonal lines and I put them
diagonal lines?
together, that's what they would be. So if I
No, they
take
can't. They can't have a vertex. They cannot absolutely have a vertex. That's what
Yeah,
his
there's no
math shows.
vertex, there's no
That is
point.
how perspective works. It will be like a Venturi tube that curves at if you're left and you're right before it starts diverging, going the other direction as it did coming towards you. Same thing, but it does not have
So
a
I
vertex.
just addressed that. I said the most you could say is right in the middle and right on each side of the middle, just where the middle is, where it switches over. It can't be like a direct point. If you're trying to claim it's a gradual curve from beginning to end, you just completely redefined what we observe in reality according to your claim, right?
No, we don't.
And
If you were to
and
get two highways in the middle of the
even
desert,
even
and
better for me
there are
though,
5
you're
miles between
claiming
them,
that
you will see this
perspective
very
makes
dramatically.
everything look curved. Okay, cool. Perspective makes straight lines look curved. That's awesome. So
Well,
perspective
yeah,
makes straight
that's
lines
been
look curved.
obvious forever.
Awesome.
Like that's basic math.
I'm
Plus,
just
right
excited
above
now that we
you,
all agree
Basic
perspective
math.
makes straight lines. This is where people think that math is somehow explanatory, and if they can like do an equation that equates to understanding, that's not how it works. I already explained that perspective math was separated from Euclidean plane geometry math because it doesn't work. It doesn't work.
No, that's not the point.
No,
If
it's
you
basic
have
trig.
straight strings on those boards we had in kindergarten, you can use straight lines to make a circle. Do you know that? That string art that they use, those are straight lines to make curved shapes. This is kind of similar to what we're
Oh
doing
my
here
god,
with
there's no
these.
way you just thought that was
I
relevant.
can't fucking believe he's actually saying this.
Dude, the
When
way
you're
that
looking
they
up,
they stretch out a string from end to end and then end to end and cross them all over each other to where they end ends up making a circle all around it. That is so
oh, I know.
relevant to this.
It's unbelievable.
It's related to what your
It's literally
confusion
not
is.
even slightly related in any possible
It
conceivable
is
way.
based on the angle, based on that line's relationship to every other line that intersects it and progressively intersects
Oh,
other
no way
lines.
this is
That will
happening.
make a
No.
curved line. You're seeing something that, and he
Oh
shows you.
my
It's so funny.
god.
You have the math. It's on
Zenik,
the
holy shit,
chat.
dude. No,
It
that
showed you the
graph is
relationship and
wrong.
how the angle progressively will change, and it
No,
shows you that there
no.
will be a gradual curve as it approaches and it departs from you.
When
And
I
that's
you're
actually
what
don't
on
think
the
we should
ground
fight this.
looking
so
I don't even
straight
think we
visible
up,
should.
known. In
oh
reality,
my
if you
god,
see two
whatever, dude.
highways like in Arizona that are parallel and they have a mile between them, you can actually have that same effect and measure it. Go get a
Okay, so
friggin'
how come when I see crepuscular rays every day, why are they not just curving?
do you see them?
It's
Do
a
you see them
fairly
go behind you?
gradual curve. It's not like
Oh,
slapping the face off.
the video we just watched was slap in the face.
No, it wasn't. That looked
Are you kidding
pretty
me? It
much
was
like a
literally an
straight line
arc
north
from
Korea.
it was an arc beginning to end.
No, the end. That
Yeah,
was a
but it was a very
strata
slow.
reflections that were showing the curve at the end of this thing. The curve I saw was above you. That's what I was speaking to, not in the distance, and that's why I mentioned it was more of a strata reflection of that
Oh my
light that was
god, are
shining
they
off the
denying it
cloud
again?
at different
They
altitudes.
can't decide what they want to do.
Dude, I can't
You can
even
see
follow
it
this.
looks like a jagged. Come on, you saw it looks like a jagged
It's a
edge of a
subtle
knife
curve.
almost, where it
No,
curved because some parts were illuminated. There was no clouds. Then above it there were some clouds, and it was illuminated, and it made a slight bend. But what I was looking at was above you, and that's what he talked about in his math. That's what I've been talking about since he brought it up as well. That's the curvature that cannot be a right angle that Bear can understand.
dude,
Yeah, you
straight
just
lines above you, when you're looking up, in the middle of them, they're gonna look like they're just gonna connect. Over your head, parallel rays are gonna look straight and the same width. Okay,
No,
that
Only
is
the parallel
reality.
line going past
that's
you
not
that has
reality.
Based
a
on
curve.
perspective, when you're looking one way versus the other, that's when it gets different. You're acting like there has to be a weird hard corner right in the middle when you look up. That's not how
You're
perspective
seeing
works.
it as a hard corner.
It's
You're
going to
seeing
look
two
straight if you cut
lines.
off the top, like the sides, and just look at it straight up. It's going to look like a straight line, give or take, because you're directly under it.
Do we need a picture?
Picture might help
Grab that,
some,
grab
but I'm
that
not even sure
screenshot. Throw that in the chat.
Okay.
Let's take a screenshot of that thing, and you can see the strata in the reverse direction that shows that the lines of the crepuscular rays, these straight rays that are coming from the point source, are hitting different strata of the atmosphere and the clouds, and that's why it's looking like it's taking almost like a staircase curve in the reverse direction. That is not the same thing that's happening above you.
So where does the perspective come in then, Zanuck?
Well, they're diverging in the distance due to perspective, and they're making a curve divergence above you due to perspective as well.
So what are you talking about? The staircase, whatever. That was
Because
just like
he said they were
shadow.
curved end to end, and I did see some curvature of that crepuscular rays, anti-crepuscular rays in the distance, but that was due to it was illuminating different layers of the atmosphere, the clouds, the stratus, or whatever was in there.
Just that little part was they were curving the whole way. Don't mistake what I'm saying for what was shown.
Put it up
The
again.
only thing I'm saying is that they
Now we'll talk
absolutely
about
can
it.
be these.
'Cause you're seriously confused, and now you're just double downing in your confusion.
Nice projection, bro. Well done.
I'm not confused. I remember what I saw. But Witsit, put it back up again so we can take a screenshot of that. I'll circle it and point out what I'm saying and what is.
I know what you're talking about. You saw a little jagged part from the shadow.
It's very visibly shown there in that picture.
I know. I've just addressed it 3 times. Can you say
Show
what I
me
said
the
it was?
picture.
Okay.
Yeah, stuff like this never ceases to amaze me, man. Because if I were to just think for a second and come up with a time period where you're going to need to say it doesn't curve, then you will immediately say that.
Hold me to this for as long as we ever talk again, but it curves slightly. It is not dramatic. It is not going to look dramatic. And you saying that video is dramatic is pushing it. But it is going to curve slightly. And the details of how much we can do more, like slightly different math if you want, fine. But yeah, it curves slightly.
Bro, the graph you had said parallel lines 10 feet to the left and right or something. Like, I didn't even know what your graph is talking about, and then it's showing the curve. Like, I know what you were trying to show, but what does it mean when you say parallel lines 10 feet to each side of you?
Basically, it is, imagine you are on a freeway, 20 feet wide. You're in the middle of it. So the edge of the road is 10 feet to your side. And beside you, where you're close to it, it's going to be at a pretty, it's going to look fairly wide. Off in the distance, where it's hundreds and thousands of feet away, it's going to look pretty narrow. And there isn't a corner. It is, in the real world, a straight line. If you move your perspective to the edge, it would just be a straight line. But from where you stand in the middle, the angles do form a curve. Like, it is not, it is the, sorry, let me try to phrase this accurately. It is a physically straight object. These are the angles you would see to a physically straight object in Euclidean space. We're ignoring refraction, we're ignoring all that bullshit.
See, I don't see the curve, dude. I picture it in my head like train tracks, like just a V.
Yeah, I guess maybe the difference is you want to, if you can in your head, what is curving is not the edge of the road. What is curving is the angle to the edge of the road. It is the angles that curve, not the physical object.
In Euclidean geometry, that's what you're going with?
Yes, due to perspective. That's how that works.
Due to perspective, okay. So we're talking about like 2 different things here, which is kind of
look like they're different angles. They are from the observer, but they're not in reality. Just like the crepuscular rays are not angled to that object. They're not different angles to the sun. Those little islands on the water, they have crepuscular rays that are illuminating different islands. But if you're on those islands and the sun was above you on one, they would be directly above you on the other. There's not going to be an angle, a 45-degree angle one way and a 45-degree in the opposite direction in the other one. That's not how it works. They're all straight up.
So how are you claiming
curve? It looks like it is because that's perspective.
So how are you claiming curvature then?
Because if they're going to be if they turn in from crepuscular rays or some ray that's actually converging to you, when they go away from you, they'll be diverging. And that divergence convergence point is not a vertex angle. It is a rounded, that's why I keep on using a venturi. It's shaped like a venturi. Very, very.
I think you guys are.
It is a venturi.
I think you two are going back and forth, not knowing between the geometrical and the perspective of what it's going to look like.
No,
you guys
I have the equation.
messing that up.
He posted it. He posted the actual equation.
The
You can
graph,
see what happens.
the graph is
angles
retarded.
change at a progressive rate.
Dude, oh my god, you guys are
You
so
don't
off on this.
agree?
It's insane, dude.
He gave you the answer. A simple model.
You say that. You
showed
say
it.
that. Sure.
You don't believe it because you don't believe in math.
No, I've looked at it. I've looked it over, and I'm very good with
for
math.
people to cover mistakes. with
Zanuck,
math.
you guys have been wrong like every step. You want me to believe the chart now?
Name me one thing we've been wrong about.
Well, you switched back and forth 3 times on the curving versus the corner.
I didn't know what he was
thing.
talking about. In my mind,
So
I thought
there's
he was
that
talking
already.
about like rainbows and
I know you keep switching it up in your mind. I get it. That's what I'm claiming to still
I didn't
happen.
realize he was talking about what happens when it goes over your head and goes the other direction.
Oh my god, I said it 17 times. I knew he wanted
I
the
didn't know where
video
the
just to
curve
make
was. I
sure it
didn't know what he was talking
existed,
about, where the
right?
curve was.
It turned into, it went from I would be shocked to see that, let me see it, to of course that's what happens. And that's what happens every time, which is why I was reluctant to just go grab the video real
I
quick
respect why you
without
didn't want to
getting
do
you
it,
to
but the
state a
reason why
claim.
That is literally what you do every time, Zanuck. And then you
What are y'all arguing
gaslight me
about?
saying I don't know the graph.
No, I had no idea. The slightness of that curve above us, it was something I wasn't even considering. I was picturing something like a sundog, some big curve. That's why I posted it. In my mind, that's what I thought he was talking about. And it wasn't anything like he was talking about. He was talking about what we were already looking at, but the point above his head where there's a slight curve. That's what he
Zanuck,
was
it's
talking
the
about.
same thing, just from the side. Like it's not whatever.
You know what Witsit was really talking about? He was talking about something that I could give an answer to that was not curvature. These lines that were hitting different strata of the atmosphere and the cirrus clouds, different levels, which kind of made a staircase, kind of a sawtooth direction to the right in that picture. And that is not due to perspective. That is due to different clouds being illuminated by the perspective lines. So if he's talking about that, that is not curvature. That is a fake curvature. It looks an optical illusion.
So you really think,
now it's
you think he
not
was
curving.
Well, the ones in the distance were not. Go look at the picture again. If you look at it, you'll go, you know what? Zanuck's right. That is the light.
I can bet you a lot of money that will not happen.
Go do it. Put it up again. You won't put it up because you know we're going to find it. And I'll circle it and show you what I'm talking about because it's very apparent the way that those clouds are being illuminated that they are not part of a curvature due to perspective. They're due to a curvature due to what these elements in the different strata of the atmosphere are being illuminated with respect to the observer.
So
but
that's
the stuff
like
above your head.
That's like the fifth time.
That's what he was talking about when he finally showed it was above our head, and that was already displayed mathematically in the prior post.
You're talking about the chart again. You're going to talk about the chart.
Describes things. So we're right. Well, whatever you.
Oh my god,
but go ahead.
Bro, this is so wild. You guys.
And he already was wrong about the way things fall in the distance over a curved surface or a flat surface. If you have an airplane 30,000 feet, it's going to go down in your field of view faster at a greater rate than something that is 30,000 feet going over a flat surface.
Hey, Zanuck, you know what? I was going to prove you wrong.
Provable.
I was going to prove you wrong on that, but you keep moving on so quick to more and more bullshit. If what you're saying is correct, right? The literal only difference between it being on a flat plane and a globe is that if you're right, where you can see it longer on the backside as it's moving away from you or as it's coming to you, the only way that's possible is if your horizon is literally lower on the globe model. But as we know, the horizon's in the exact same place as it is, whether it's globe or flat. So that plane is going the same distance. It's going away.
That's not true at all.
Dude.
Yeah, the horizon dip is different on globe versus flat. Globe definitely has more horizon dip. It's a small amount, but it has more.
Yes, it's such a small amount that you would not see any difference with the perspective of a plane going over your damn head, and you know it.
No, that's not true at all.
Okay, explain it again, Zanuck.
You need pretty good measurement.
In fact, it's more visible with it being an airplane over your head.
Zanuck, it would be exactly the same.
Being
You're way wrong.
Something is 5 miles above your head. You can see it for over 100 miles. If you are on a globe, you see something that is at eye level. It's only going to be above eye level for 3 miles before it's out of sight, 6 feet tall. So we get a longer distance to see this thing come down. Hold on, let me finish.
Wait, say that again. Hold on. Say it again. Can you
something at
repeat it
30,000
though?
feet or 5 miles high, we are going to be able to see a thing for over 100 miles go down lower in your field of view than you would if you were on a flat surface where it was just going off in the distance. Still would be going down, just not going down as fast as that fast of a rate. In contrast to what Witsit said, he thinks it's the opposite. I'm right. He's not correct.
Zanuck, it would be so you're saying that because the Earth is a globe, the gravity is going to pull the plane a farther way around where we can still see it. Whereas if it's flat, the plane's going to be higher than it would be, like when it's its furthest point away. Is that what you're saying?
I have no idea where you got what came up with that. No, that's wrong.
Believe me, I'm trying to follow you here. This is what
you brought up gravity. How does gravity come into it?
Because I can't figure out how the fuck you're trying to say that on a globe we would see the plane for longer.
Okay, let me spell it. Okay, Regis, let me spell it out for you, and I won't do it in an insulting way. I'm just going to do it kind of slow.
Do it however you want, bro.
Okay, so we have a flat surface, and we have an object that is above our heads at 5 miles up. All right, 5 miles, something close to 30,000 feet, and it starts going away from us. Due to perspective, it'll start coming down angularly, and we can tell you what that angle will be by taking the angle, the height above us divided by the distance away from us, inverse tangent. That'll give us an angle down. If we do this and this object is staying above the surface at 30,000 feet, always is not changing its altitude above the surface, globe or flat globe or flat Earth. So if you have a round Earth, it'll continue to follow the curved surface, but the curvature is going away from us downward. So
that's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I asked.
That has nothing to do with gravity. It has to do with the fact that the Earth is curved.
I said gravity pulls it around the curve.
I'm almost done. I mean, this is the second scenario. Now the curved Earth. The object is still above our heads at 30,000 feet. As it goes away from us, it starts going down, but it's staying at the same height above the surface, which is going away from us down as well. So it will be angularly further down in our field of view than the previous version of a flat Earth. In contrast, with because of the fact that the Earth is curving away from us.
So what if you only see the plane for a certain amount, for a certain distance? That is the same. That is the same on flat.
Here's going to be. You know what?
Hold on. Let me get the question out. So how do we know that we're not seeing the plane and it disappears at the same mileage from where we're at? You're just assuming that it's going to follow the globe all the way down, and we're going to be able to see over the curve of the globe to see it longer? Come on, dude. It's going to be the same, and you know it.
Right. So that's why
the plane is exactly the same.
We have
if I can get a couple of words, and I've been listening.
Let me finish. We have the moon. We have the moon in the sky. Hold on. And we have this airplane that crosses the moon, and it is about 250 miles away or 200 miles away. We see the moon. We see the airplane. Okay, maybe 200 miles away. We see it transited, and it's about the same size as the ISS. About the same distance too, by the way. But if it's flat, that same airplane that is above the surface, 5 miles, will be higher in the sky than it would be for the jet.
Oh my God!
Zen, you just proved. You see the plane; it'd be too small.
Zen, you just proved that we're on a globe. You know that? You just proved that we're on a globe. Well, because there is no damn observation that does what you're saying.
So what you do is then you just get the distance. So say it's 250 miles. You divide the distance to it. The 5 miles high above the surface divided by the distance to it. You'll give 5 miles divided by 250. You get some number. Take an inverse tangent that gives you an angle. You do that for a flat Earth. That's what it would be for the flat Earth. This angle that we will get for the object that's crossing the moon, that's near the horizon, will be much lower than for a flat Earth.
Zanuck,
you think I know 50 miles away, bro? What are you talking about?
200 miles away.
Like Zanuck, you think I don't understand what you're saying?
At 30 or 40,000 feet, 200 miles away, if it's crossing the moon, yes.
I understand what you're saying. I just disagree with it. I don't think we're going to notice the big difference.
You disagree. Now just do the simple math. Figure out how high it would be if it was 250 or 200 miles away and 5 miles high. Do you think I'll put it in the calculator right here if I'll give you the angle myself.
200 miles away, Zanuck?
Yes.
No. Nope.
Yes.
Absolutely not.
Yes, of course.
It's going to be
No, you're
it's
not
going
going
to be
to
like
see the
5
plane
miles,
5
just
miles
like
away.
it is high.
I've
You're
seen
not going to
airports
see
at
the
150
plane.
miles an hour at
Have you
30,000
seen
feet.
that plane
Not
trying to
200
migrate
miles, not even
on the
close now.
surface
Yes,
of the Earth?
when you're in an airplane and you're at 30,000,
All right, I'm
35,000
done.
feet,
This
I
is
can see
real. You're
flashing lights
killing my
about
brain.
Guy's a
150
fucking
so
idiot,
like
man.
Reading. I can see Reading when I'm at San Francisco and it's a clear all the way up the coast. I can see the flashing lights at Reading, which is about
Oh, when
150
you're
miles
in a
away.
plane?
Not
When
a
you're in a
problem.
plane? Weird.
In a
That's
plane,
totally fucking
it's
different.
really close to the
Wow.
horizon, but you can see flashing lights. So if you were on the ground
Welcome to the
looking at
flat
that
Earth.
airplane and there was a moon behind you, you would see it transited. I'm just doing the moon in there because they have transits of airplanes that are that far away. By the way, you can get the angular size of the airplane and you can see the angular size of the moon and know how large the airplane
Yeah,
is. You can
okay,
figure out
because
how
it's
far it
real
is away as
panic
well.
talking. Can we
Math is
get
an
some words
incredible
in?
tool. I would
Moderation. He's
suggest you
going
guys
on.
learn how to use
Come
math
on now,
to figure
Zanik.
this
My
shit out
turn.
because you're
Fucking
clueless.
hell. Shut up. Fuck. You've just gone on. You're wrecking the mic, you are. Ladies and
Oh my
gentlemen, can
God!
you hear
Here
the
we go. Now
panic coming
the
out of
expert of
Zanik's mouth?
mathematics
Just
teacher.
panicking. Just complete and
He's a
shut
teacher of
up.
Japanese,
Can you
English, and
shut up
mathematics.
now? Can you shut up now? Can you shut up now? Let someone else talk.
No, because
Fuck,
you're gonna not have any
shut the
clue what
fuck
you're
up,
talking
you
about.
cunt. Too much bloody noise, you're. Actually a passenger in that aeroplane, it would be still flying horizontally. It wouldn't be nose downwards, flying horizontally away from your location. So what you're
I'm
witnessing is
thinking
just
about
an
it with my
optical
brain instead
illusion
of my
as the
emotions.
plane moves away from you. That's all you're looking at here. There's no nosing down of the plane going down. It appears to be going down
I
because
didn't
the
talk about
distance.
nosing down.
You made that point. The nosing
No.
downwards. The plane is moving away from
Well,
you
technically, maybe it would
horizontally.
be.
The plane
Actually,
is
at
flying
200 miles, it'd be nosing
horizontally,
down about a
ladies and
couple degrees,
gentlemen.
but you can't see it through a
Right. You
telescope.
can't help yourself, can you, Zanik? You just can't help yourself.
No, you can't
Shut
help
the
yourself.
fuck up.
You're just saying gibberish.
We gotta get something else going, guys. Unless you guys recommend we don't mute those two for just shouting and screaming at each other. Does anyone else want to pick it up? You guys can't. That's just we can't hear that.
No, I'd rather just wrap this up. It's so much longer than I said 10 minutes for like 7 hours or something. But like I dropped a little illustration there, right? Like logically, if you're saying they're like parallel lines that, converge like railroad tracks do, then if you were to just take one from each side and they just go to meet, then you'd see something like this. It'd be a little bit more shallow than this, maybe. Um, like pretty simple stuff. And if suddenly we're claiming that we're expecting these to curve and make like a rainbow, um, that I've never heard such a thing before, and that would be curved visual space, right? That would comport to kind of my understanding of things. So yeah, anyway, that's my take. I just wanted the many examples of stuff that shows us curved visual space. Because when I say something like we see in a little dome, everyone just thinks, I guess, that's crazy, or we just made it up because we needed it, or I don't know.
Sorry about that, guys. Jin gets
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
yeah, I'm not yelling at you, Witsit. So that picture is very interesting, and I don't know what's causing that. So that's different than what we do. That's different than the video you posted, by the way. That resembles a sundog type of effect, but I don't know what the scenario is for that at all. So I can't even speak to it. You can
So
take a screenshot of your. Sorry.
this can't be explained with just corpuscular and anticorpuscular rays being parallel and converging like railroad tracks due to perspective.
Well, that's not a corpuscular ray, I don't think. I mean, it's a variation of the concepts. Even rainbows are, but this is something I've never seen before. So
It is literally just, it's just an illustration. Like I said, it's literally just AI. I just told it to do
it's
that.
AI?
Yeah, I
Oh,
literally just told it to do that to like depict what we would expect if what you were saying is true.
Can you do me a favor and just take a screenshot of what you showed me earlier, like maybe in the distance and right above you, just that video? Or can you give me the link to the video? Or is it
Yeah.
YouTube?
Yeah.
And I'll do it. Okay. I mean, I don't argue with you. These are interesting phenomena. I think they follow perspective perfectly. I mean, it's anti-corpuscular and corpuscular rays are not a mystery, but there are some pretty cool things that happen with light and sun rays. And this isn't obviously, this is AI, you said, but rainbows and sundogs, they're all very, and even things down at the refractive level of superior inferior mirages are all very amazing.
Dude, you're a mystery, Zandig. Yo, Witsit, do you need something before I go to bed, bro?
No, it's all good.
IT
Pretty
shit?
late.
Okay. For sure. I'll be
Yeah,
free
thanks
tomorrow.
for posting that. That's cool.
I had there is a really dope image of corpuscular inflows from like the side, basically, and it shows similar to a rainbow, just not as like as exaggerated, and it's super dope. And normally, what all the Globers would say is that it's not actually curving; it's just because they're using a wide angle. And it's like, no, it's curving, and wide angles can exaggerate curves, but whatever. But I can't find it.
You have the 75, 69-mile increments. Is that what you were saying?
Nope.
You said it was true for not up to 15 degrees. You said the other 75 was 9 miles.
No, I said it's relatively accurate in between 15 degrees and then like maybe 85 or something like that.
So
So
how
about
many
70
is
degrees.
accurate? How many degrees are accurate?
Relatively accurate for about roughly 70 degrees.
70. So what's that? 70, 69s. What's that?
We would just expect to see that in curved visual space. So like
No, on the ground. The 69 miles is on the ground.
yeah, but we're looking up at the sky, and so we would expect to see that. Like, there's no difference if we were on a globe and we were looking with plane geometry perspective, we would expect to see 1 degree per 69 miles, top to bottom, right? Zenith to horizon. If we were on a flat Earth with curved visual space, we would not expect to see that top to bottom. What we would expect is to see that in this little mid-range area. And that's actually what we do see in reality. If we actually go try to use one degree per 69 miles, we see that like linear relationship, like in that little mid area. It's not perfect. It's slightly off here and there. And that's also what we would expect to see. We would actually expect it to be very exact on a globe because it's just like geometry, right? Of a ball. But so the differences are with a flat earth with curved visual space, you would say, well, the reason that it doesn't work below a certain point and above a certain point is because everything starts compressing. It starts curving down, like in your little dome of vision. Everything starts curving down towards the top and bottom and compressing. And so instead of a linear relationship, it becomes logarithmic. And what the globe says is under 15 degrees, it doesn't work because of refraction. And I don't even know. I never really get a clear answer about why it doesn't work near zenith.
Yeah,
So
I'm
anyway.
not asking about the globe. I'm asking about
I'm
the
just
flat
explaining
Earth.
the difference.
The 69 miles per 1 degree on flat Earth. So if we have 70 degrees increments of 69 miles of flat Earth, that's
Yeah, because the sky's
4,830
curving, not the ground.
That's 4,000. The ground's flat and straight for
Yeah, the
69 miles
sky
per
is
1 degree.
curving. The sky's
So I'm
curving,
talking about
not
the
the ground.
ground, though. I'm talking about the ground, not the sky.
How does that work when going around Antarctica on the Gleason
Hang on.
setup?
Oh my god, I don't claim exactly what Antarctica
No,
looks
it's not
like.
about you, but just like theoretically. Could
Yeah,
let's
we've
say
got
someone that did
70
back that let's say someone that did
How does
back
that
that
happen?
up.
How does
If
that
they
happen?
were,
Yet when I do that, I get muted.
it's on the point. Go ahead. I'm not trying to interrupt. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So you got 70 increments of 69 flat Earth miles. That's 4,830 miles. The other 15 degrees, do you presume that that's flat or that suddenly curves? Or the 30 degrees?
I don't think you're getting it, man. Like it's all flat and the sky is curving.
Okay. Is the equator a circle or?
It's an arbitrary line that we've drawn on an arbitrary map.
Yeah, but is it a circle?
On the map that we arbitrarily
On flat
drew it
Earth.
on? Yeah. Well, the equator is a line that we drew on a map. Really, regardless of what
Yeah, it's
you
a
say.
latitude. It is a latitude, the equator.
Yeah, and the latitude's built from the stars with a coordinate system of longitude and latitude, and you know,
So
we made a
presumably
map.
on the ground, on the equator, going east or west, you'll be going in a circle.
Inside of that construct, yes.
Okay. So do you know what the distance is around the equator on flat Earth?
No, I don't claim a map.
Well, you've got a distance. You've got a radius distance up to 70 degrees so far.
You mean that map does?
Well, it's what you describe. It's what your words paint a picture of that.
Oh, you mean like the relationship with the sky and the ground?
No, I'm talking about the distance on the ground and the circles.
I just said I don't claim a distance to the equator.
No, you just said there were 70 increments of 69 miles. The other 30 degrees you're not sure about. But if you're claiming the
Yeah, do
Earth
you
is
understand
flat,
how
then
that
that
works?
30 degrees presumably will be flat too.
That's right. Like as soon as you move forward, the degrees would change. So it's not like there's an area that all of a sudden isn't flat or something. Like I don't understand.
Yeah, okay. So you have, as I said, 70 increments of 69 miles of flat Earth.
Yeah, we have mapped the sky and then created maps based on the way the sky looks everywhere you are. And the sky appears to drop at a certain rate. And we've mapped that out with the map given to us by like the world governments. It seems to have some usability for sure, right? I mean,
Well, it's used for navigation and has been for hundreds of years, yes.
well, for
And the
hundreds of years,
distance has been
our
used as well,
navigation was
for the
shit.
same purpose.
Well, for hundreds of years, right, people got lost and got wrecked, and every time they went to the south, they would die and lose all their stuff on the boat and crash and die. Like the south was a disaster when we did celestial navigation until recently we started incorporating GPS.
But the distance of the equator, the given distance of the equator is, has been used for hundreds of years too, for logistics,
Also,
measurements, traveling, navigation.
what? For thousands of years, people have traveled the whole equator?
No, so for hundreds of years, those numbers have been used for logistics and for navigation.
Yes, I do believe that we just discussed that.
Yeah, so there is a value given for the equator, a distance value.
I think we discussed that, yeah.
Okay, so, well, what is that? I mean, is on the flat Earth, is it the same though? 24,901 miles?
I thought we discussed that, right? Whereas, like, I don't claim that because I don't claim a map of the whole Earth. I think that's crazy.
Yeah, but the equator is a circle or not?
Yeah, but
Tell us, Elder Bear. You don't have
Okay.
to. You don't have to go through him. Just tell us if you have some info or whatever. Because there's people that are looking at different models, right? Even different flat Earth models. So just tell us what you think, and people will consider it.
Well, the flat Earth model that Witsit is explaining is is flat for 70 degrees. So it's flat for 4,830 miles from the North Pole.
He just told you he doesn't have a model.
I know, it's just so weird. It's so you so
Dude,
desperately
he
want
just
to
said it's
force
true.
me.
He
why are
says
you
it's
trying to
true, though.
attribute him to a model, dude? He just said, "I don't claim a map." Like, what are you doing?
I didn't.
What are you
We
doing?
get 4,830 miles of flat Earth so far.
Oh, that's
You are
great.
saying that,
Good
Elder Bear.
observation.
No,
Oh
Witsit
my God.
agreed. 69 mile increments.
No, he agreed with you saying it, trying to understand what the hell you're bringing up.
Yeah,
No, I agree. I agreed that there is a relationship between the ground and the sky, and as you move across the Earth, the stars in the sky move, and they move at a relatively predictable rate. As long as you're only looking at the stars in between like 15 and 85 degrees, and it's not exact. It doesn't always work, but it's pretty good, pretty damn good as far as I can tell. I've never done it myself, right? But it seems pretty for sure. And whatever, I explained to you why. I explained like, yeah, if the Earth was flat and we saw the sky curved, then that would be explained. You're trying to now say, okay, like to still man your points, like, okay, you're traveling using that method, which means that it's determining a certain amount of miles. And so then you try to make this leap over to how big is the equator, as if it's a realistic question that someone's going around the whole equator using celestial navigation. I mean, it's not even a thing. Like if you want to present some evidence where someone reliably documented where they went around the entire equator utilizing celestial navigation and only looking at the stars between 15 and 80 degrees, and it matched exactly what was predicted, and they were on a boat that somehow levitated above the land masses on the equator, then let me know. But it's not a real thing, right? You're just going off of assumptions based off a whole entire world map. That's what you're doing. You're trying to corner me in to defending that map and defending that model. I guess you thought that like the cell nav was going to do it, but it's not. It's not going to do it. Man.
Well, the sun, the sun gives us, a time distance, doesn't it? 15 degrees an hour.
Okay, we're back to the sun, man. We're back to the sun, dude. I think the
that would
sun's
give. Doesn't that give a distance on the equator?
You mean on the arbitrary line, on the assumed arbitrary map that I denounced? Yes.
Well, it depends whether it's a circle or not.
It would
Some
only be
people
a
say it's a
circle
straight line.
on the map that you assume.
How do you not
But you said
understand
you said earlier when you were talking about a compass that east and west is a circle.
How about this, Elder Bear? On the global model, it
So
would.
if you were traveling on the equator going east and west, you'd be going around it in a circle.
Elder Bear, you keep switching back and forth between flat and globe and then conflating what
No, I'm
he's
not.
saying.
No, I'm not. I'm only talking about the flat Earth. Witsit spoke earlier about how do you know what the south is, and then referred to a compass and said that you would be going in a circle if you went east to west. All
I
right,
didn't
so
say
that
that.
must stand for the equator as well. You must be going in a circle.
Witsit told you 10 times he's model agnostic right now. He's researching just like many others right now. He's literally you have no vector of attack on him on this. He's not claiming one.
Just gave the
He's
numbers.
he's also not he finds importance in a model, so you can't attack him on that either. You just tell us what you think. You don't have to go through Witsit to share this info.
Well, I'm asking
Please,
Witsit. I'm
please
not
ask the same
asking
question
Witsit
15
his
times in a
opinion.
row. Please. No, keep asking.
My opinion is based on like how difficult it is to map out the whole Earth. Like we're kind of limited to what we have. It obviously has been proven to be valuable and useful in many ways. I think it's really weird that people think they know it's completely accurate because that's not really the case at all, right? Like even the world's like biggest planes like have to stop and refuel all the time. Ships are going around all kinds of places, adding all kinds of miles, subtracting all kinds of miles. And now we use GPS that's just automatically updating and kind of reifying that model. Like, I think it would be insane if the world's most powerful families and governments, like royal families, spent equivalent to many billions of dollars to traverse, map out the earth. And then they came and gave all the peasants like the everything that they found It would be the first time in the history of mankind that has happened, right? And then what we saw is when they went to the south and they did a lot of exploration, the person that did that and brought it back to the royal family, they took his writings and they kept them secret for many years, right? And then he died, and then it got quote unquote released, right? And then they gave a decree that no one could create a map unless it adhered to the coordinates that they provided. So it's like I could stick my head in the sand and pretend that's all totally normal and there's nothing suspicious about it, but that just doesn't make sense to me, right? Like, so I don't denounce the current map and model in terms of usability. I'm not even suggesting that we replace it, do away with it, or that would be stupid. It's like what we have, and we're not realistically going to go replace it tomorrow. So, like, I know, again, a lot of people are not comfortable being able to just be like, yo, I don't know. And they actually are super arrogant and think they can make fun of me because they're like, you don't even have a map of the earth. It's like, all you have is what you were spoon fed. And then you get on a plane and a GPS re-updates as you travel based on what the model is built into it. And then you're like, oh, this is so real. Like, I'm just not the same as everybody, bro. But you're not going to get me to like defend this AE map. You're not going to get me to defend this Gleason model, quote unquote. Like, I've defended it some in the past. I never have claimed it, and I've pointed out the problems with it more efficiently than most Globers for like 5 years. I have entire streams pointing out all these things that you're trying to present to me in 2026 as gotchas, right? Like I listed off the problems better than you are.
You're the one who's now bringing back the information to whatever royal family.
Do you
And then there are
understand what?
maps. And then there are maps, which you said, you can't deny. I mean, we have maps to get from place to place that have distances on them that are measured. And yet
Okay,
you
what's
say there are
the
no
what
maps.
exactly?
We don't have a map.
Elderbear, what exactly is your point? Like, what is the main point you're trying to make here? What are you trying to
And
say?
as far as flat Earth goes, you're spoon feeding me what flat Earth is up till now.
Oh, you're
Yeah,
just
well, if you
attacking
listen,
I have
Witsit.
some questions
Okay.
about flat Earth, and I have some questions about it. I asked them.
You're
Sometimes
trying to
gets difficult.
pretend that you're learning flat Earth from me by then
Not just
coming
you.
and
Not just you.
taking a position that isn't mine and trying to force me to answer for it. Like that's super goofy.
No. I asked you about the relationship between 1 degree and 69 miles. Clarify that for 70 degrees, 70
Yes,
of
you
those
made a
increments, it
fallacious
would be
jump.
69
Somehow
miles.
that
It
means I need
is
to make a claim
69
of the
miles.
distance of the equator.
So you talking over me, or am I talking over you? What's happening now?
Yeah, because I'm just repeating yourself.
So you are talking over me.
Yes,
Okay.
for one time in the last 2
So
hours,
that's
I talked
allowed,
over you.
right? Just to be clear, we know where we.
All right, man. Like I don't know. Like you said the 70 degrees, and that's 4,000
Yeah.
miles.
So what I hear is 70 increments of 69 miles. So I can now see 4,830 miles of flatness, right? And if they relate to latitudes and they relate to circles, then I see a radius.
Well, that's what you see. That's not what I see.
It's what you describe.
No, it's not.
Well, you described that going east to west is a circle.
I didn't even say that.
This is
You did
what you're
earlier
doing
when you were
over
talking about north and south. That's what you said.
No, someone else jumped in and said that. I didn't even say that.
No, it was you.
Do you want to bet?
Do you have like
It
some
was
beef
me,
with
Elderbear.
Witsit? Yeah, do you have some beef with Witsit? Like, what are you doing, dude?
Yeah, it was someone else. He jumped in and said, "Yeah." He said, "Yeah." So, what's your point? I didn't say that.
Yeah, it was me.
When we were talking about Antarctica and I talked about south, you went to where? How do you know where north and south is?
Correct. And then
we
you
got
said, "Isn't
talking
east
about
and
east
west
and
on a
west,
flat
and
Earth
you
a
said
circle?"
it in relation to a compass, and then you asked me about a compass. You said going east and west is a circle.
I did not say that. You said on a flat Earth, east and west is a circle, right? And then someone else jumped in and said, "Yeah." So, what's your point? And then you started interrupting him to keep talking because you just talking.
Okay,
I
so
said
it's
the
not a
circle on
circle.
yours too because I thought you were a glober.
So you
Yeah,
don't
he
go
said
in a
it. Yeah, that's
circle
what he
east
said.
and west. If you go east to west, you don't go in a circle. You're saying?
Holy shit!
Dude,
What is this, dude?
if you go east and west using a compass and a map that you're trying to force on me that I don't claim, then you would go in a circle on that map. You know, and what I actually explained to you was like
In
compasses
real
aren't
life, no.
as
In reality, no. In
yeah,
reality,
in
would
reality,
you
how
do
would I
that?
possibly know in reality if I went in a circle that was 25,000 miles in distance? How would I know that in reality?
So you can't get anywhere. You wouldn't be able to navigate or.
Well, I guess I've gotten everywhere for, over 30 years of my life, and I've never had to calculate the distance that I traveled across the whole equator. I mean, I think barely anyone ever has even attempted that.
Okay, that's fine. So we're getting smaller and smaller. That's interesting.
I guess you don't get. I know you think these are like these big gotchas, and your overall point is just like
They're
you
not
don't have
gotchas. I'm trying
anything.
to understand you, Witsit. I'm trying to understand you and what you
Okay,
say.
okay,
Okay.
okay,
And so
okay.
we've got from big things you talk about, from the ionosphere, we've got down to something very, very local now. That's about your limit.
How is the entirety of Earth very local?
Well, you just described it as local because you haven't done any of
Oh wait, hey, how
it.
is
You have a
knowing the
map. You do
entirety of
have
Earth
maps, and
local?
you can get to the next city, and you can
That's
measure a
right. That's
distance to
right.
that
And
city.
those and we
Yeah.
measure those distances assuming it's flat, and we create the maps as if it's flat. And yes, they all work.
And you then agreed that for every 1 degree up to 70 degrees, you've got 69 increments, 70 increments of 69 miles, the flatness.
We don't make maps that way. We don't travel that way in reality. So, if we're going to we're going to pretend we're Vikings and we're going to try to go from one continent to another.
Well, the
And
Vikings have
yeah,
been and gone. People have navigated and done that for a long time. That's
oh, so now we're back
that's a
to other
given.
people, not me. And I don't, I
Yeah, I know.
explained
Well,
like,
we know. I know. Yeah, I
dude,
understand now that
it's
actually you
so
are very local,
simple.
like everybody else,
So
and you don't know either.
It's so simple that I even acknowledged, yes, it's pretty overwhelming evidence. There's absolutely a linear relationship between traveling on the ground and the stars. And that can be reliably utilized between around 15 degrees and 85 degrees. And you have two options. Option A is because we have basically infinite vision that sees in straight lines forever, right? We just like see in straight lines and we're on a curved earth. The other option is that we're on a plane earth and we have curved visual space. So that is not mutually exclusive either way, other than the globe idea, the idea of the Earth's curving causing it. I still explain why it messes up under 15 degrees and all of a sudden becomes logarithmic, just like curved visual space would predict. And then they'll say refraction. And then I'll ask, how so? And they'll just say, trust me, bro, even though it's different than terrestrial refraction and we don't make any measurements and we can't actually predict it. And just trust me. And just so happens to compress it at a logarithmic rate, even though sometimes we claim refraction lifts things over hundreds of miles. And I'm like, all right, bro, I'm out of here. That's kind of how that goes.
Your magnetic field theory, they're circles, are they?
My magnetic field theory? I mean, they're kind of ovals in a magnetic field,
That Metamucil kick in on you, Elderberry? You starting to calm down?
Sorry?
Did that
Oh,
Metamucil
no, I
kick
mean,
in? You got all docile?
Witsit will agree to something,
Metamucil.
but then he doesn't agree to anything.
When are we going to get to talk about integrity? Flat Earth certainly
There
lost
we
it.
go.
You
Now
don't
let's
want
get
to
it
talk
going.
to me
Let's
because of
spiral,
it.
dude.
Speak for
You don't want
yourself,
to talk
drama
to me
queen.
because of it. So if
Let's
Flat
start the
Earth, if
spiral,
we're
the
going to
whole
say, man,
chat.
we
Let's
just don't
do that.
know, right? We just
See, for
don't
those
know.
people,
We
Jesus
certainly
Christ.
don't have any integrity, right?
You
for those
don't,
people who
baby.
did,
Speak for yourself.
What we're trying to corner here is the integrity part of this. That's what anybody really is supposed to be caring about. Now,
It should be curvature.
I got a particular problem here where I get accused of things, and you guys don't want to hear about it. and you don't want to hear about reality. So I'm just going to
Nobody wants
ask
a
in
life story.
general, how do we feel about accountability? Because, for instance, some people are making claims. David Weiss makes lots of claims. Nathan Thompson makes lots of claims.
All right, you guys want to? You want to
If
own
you
up to
want to
that, guys?
pretend you're not making
Oh, they're
claims,
not here.
that's fine.
They're not
But
here though.
but
Yeah,
you have to
I don't
understand
see him in
now,
the chat anywhere.
where's the integrity going to come from then? What do we got?
Somebody
Now,
mod this guy.
I got
Somebody mod that.
Is everyone going to
Could everybody stop interrupting?
Or are we
Dude,
going
he's
to talk
trying to,
integrity?
hold on. Dan, hold on. Dan, you guys, he's making a point. Why are 5 people talking over him?
He's
talking about people that are not here,
People
Gio.
aren't here.
All right, I wasn't listening. Dan, did you have a point to add to the topic?
It's just that we should talk about the people that are offering us garbage.
Yeah, but they're not here.
Well,
Okay. If somebody has information, if somebody has or is putting out information you don't agree with, then you don't have to listen to it or continue to listen to them, right? You have your choice.
I'd
of what
appreciate it if you'd ask Austin right now to confirm the speculation that you attached to me. Just ask him right now if I was
Why don't
trying
you
to
ask him? You're a grown
Just
ass man.
ask
He's in
him
the chat with
if I
you.
was trying to help or not, Jill. Just ask
Why
him
don't
right
you ask
now.
him? Instead of playing
Because
these he said, she said
he doesn't
games.
want to talk to me. He doesn't want to talk to me. And Gio made the
I
accusation.
don't.
wonder why.
Yeah, hold on, Dan. We're not doing interpersonal dramas. Did you have something you wanted
This
to
isn't
add to the
interpersonal drama. This
We're
is
live
something
streaming.
you accused me of.
We're live streaming right now, Dan. So I'm going to unmute you, give you one last chance. Otherwise, we're going to leave you on mute. Did you want to add to the topic, the conversation? Go ahead. It's your last chance. Go ahead.
Okay,
Add
you
to the
won't
topic.
talk to
We're
me in
live
private.
streaming.
This
We're
is
not
my
talking about-
opportunity to clear my name in front of you.
We're not doing that.
You're-
That's not okay. I'm going to mute you again. That's not what this live stream is for, Dan. This live stream is for topics, engaging, intellectual discussion, so on and so forth. Sometimes debates. It's not for just blasting out all of your emotions and concerns about things that you feel have happened in interpersonal dramas. That's not what this is for. So I'm going to have to moderate for what the live stream is for. I don't want to
Wait,
just.
that's not what this is for?
Yeah,
Dang
I
it.
don't. I don't want to just shut you down. I'm going to unmute you. Did you want to add to a topic or something? This isn't the place to do that, to do what you're trying to do. So one last shot.
Well,
You want to
you
try to add?
kept asking Elderbear, what's he getting at? What's he getting at? What's he getting at? And let me just summarize. He was feeling empty in some solidity, in someone having something solid to talk about and say, this is how I actually feel, not I don't know. And if we just keep going, we don't know, and then you got these other people you say aren't here, but they're saying they do know, but we don't talk about them. We don't condemn anyone who lies. Come on.
Are they propagating misinformation or disinformation or information that's just retarded?
Not only that, I've been chastised and tossed for
They
years.
are?
Yeah.
They are? Okay, so then we can ignore them and move on.
You can say that, but now we're including the entirety of flat Earth. What do you
What if
got
we
left?
sent bees
No,
over
that's what
to
you're
your house
doing,
to give
dude.
you a hug? Would that fix
I'm
things?
just saying, what do you got left if you're
That includes you.
I mean, Dan, I don't agree with everything that's said. You know, just because somebody says they have a flat Earth or a planar stationary Earth cosmology, it doesn't mean that I agree. I'm just speaking for myself that I agree with everything they say. In fact, there's a lot of things I don't agree with.
You made accusations.
Why are you interrupting me?
Because
This
you
is
made
audio
accusations.
chaos. I was just responding to the topic. This is your topic. It's somewhat as we can talk on this. So we're not just. I was asking you not to go into all kinds of personal accusations and stuff because
It's
that's
not
not what this is
personal.
for. So
You
I was
fucking made a
responding-
false accusation.
You're interrupting me. I was responding, speaking
Well-
my mind about how I live my life. That's all I was doing. It had nothing to do with you. What I was saying is that if there
You're
are
gonna be
people,
what?
you're just interrupting. I was speaking my mind. So what I was saying is that if there's people that I may agree on some things with, but don't agree with other things, then I might take what is useful or what I agree with. I might set aside what they're saying that I don't find useful or that I think is false or is not validated or supported. And if they are putting out a lot of information that's really off base, I may not continue to, listen to them or, subscribe to their channels or whatever it may be. So all I was doing was sharing how I go about that. And everybody's different. Just because people may agree on some component of a worldview doesn't mean that, we have to, agree on everything else they say, or have to, represent or back up every single thing someone else says just because we agree on something.
Can you just, without any crappiness, can you understand that when I went to try and work in the field, that there was a collective note amongst FE Corps to not talk, right? We're not allowed to talk. Flat earthers aren't working together. They're not going to work together. And this is something that needs to be spoken about openly.
This is completely off topic of what was Witsit
No, it's
and Elder Bear.
again, Elder
was
Bear
actually
was
talking.
asking, again, Witsit specifically, you were down there. What do you think? You were there. You, as a representative of our little community, went. So asking him questions is legit.
You were the chosen one.
I'm out of here, guys. Good night.
Asking his perspective.
That's kind of what I thought, really.
It's totally
it was legit to ask the questions.
This is just
That's not
killing
what
me.
happened at all. Like Elder Bell interacted with me a couple hours ago. I sat there and I didn't know who it was. So I just answered the question like with full honesty and like, here's what I think now. It changed this for me now. Like this would be my two maybe most viable understandings of it now. And then it quickly became obvious that he didn't actually care about those things. He was just trying to get a gotcha. And he's just asking me all of these like bad faith questions and interrupting me and talking over me. Then he jumped back in this time. All of a sudden, I need to defend cell navigation and the size of the equator and answer all of his questions. Like,
just
it wasn't
interested in
anything
your
about you went
your
to
position. That's
Antarctica and
all.
saw it. What is
Witsit.
your experience?
I'm only
That's
interested
not
in
what
your
happened.
position.
You've been backing up and you're
Listen,
backing up.
listen.
He just wants
What
to know
I've
where
been
you're parked. He just wants to know where the fuck you're parked. All right? You just keep backing up. So wherever you're going to park, let's
if you're
maneuver
a
around you.
grown man and you need someone else to tailor your thoughts for you, then there is a conglomerate of sources that would happily do that for you. You were force fed them your whole life, where they take your brain out and fill it up for you. And if that's the way that people want to approach the world, they shouldn't be coming to me for that, since that's like exactly what I stand against. And I made that very clear as well, right? Like, not everyone is as comfortable with me not knowing things. I mean, so much so you got people claiming they know what's 4,000 feet or miles below their feet and what's 46 billion light years away from them. I just say I don't know, right? And I know people really spiraled about the sun. Like, dude, I told people before I went, if I saw it, it wasn't gonna change a ton. Other than now I know, and now we know a couple things don't work, and I still don't fully know how everything works. If that's not satisfactory to someone, I understand it. I don't have a personal obligation to hold their hand to some type of replacement, nor am I personally responsible for what their current position is.
We're not allowed to talk about your personal responsibilities.
Dude, and even with that thing that you keep bringing up, you don't know anything about it. You don't even know anything about that.
I definitely do, and I'd like you to
No,
tell
you don't.
Gio that I tried to help. I tried you to tell Gio right now.
Even he didn't know about it. When I call it, you're an insane.
Man, every time you drink your water, you get to acting crazy. You got to calm down, buddy.
Fucking be honest, you guys. Be fucking honest.
This is where you think you know things you don't. And just like when I talked to him on the phone, stop interrupting me, man. Stop interrupting me, man.
I begged you. You promised me. You promised me in writing, right? So just tell Gio I tried to help.
I
that
don't
you
know
made
what
a promise that you
dude.
didn't keep, and it led to
isn't
the other
true.
stuff that I'm
That
not
isn't
telling
true.
everyone.
That
right?
isn't true. That isn't true. I went and talked to him on the phone and had to remind him of like 10 different things that we had agreed on that he didn't
Friend that
remember.
you owe money to.
stop
dude.
interrupt. Dude, you have a problem, bro. Like, you don't know what you're
I have a
talking
problem with
about.
your integrity. Yes.
Okay,
Because
cool.
you
Go.
told me
Okay,
to
cool.
do
So,
in
whatever.
October. In October, it's been 120 days.
So hard to listen
Dude,
to
if
you,
Dan, if
Geo.
I was to have a list of people
Did you
that I
do
felt
it or not?
obligated to tell you everything that's been going on with me since October, you wouldn't make the list, bro.
You
Okay. And I
tell me
talked to
what
him
you
on
were
the phone. I talked to Chris on the phone and explained everything to him. And every few weeks, it's like he forgets. Okay. And and don't interrupt me again. I know him way better than you do. And the reality is, as I started to go through, are you talking? As I started to go through everything that happened that he didn't seem to remember, right? It actually starts to turn the other way around very quickly. Okay. So I'm not going to get into the specifics of that because it's no one here's business, meaning like, I'm not, I would happily say my side of it, but I'm not going to say his side of it. I'm also not going to try to talk bad about him or anything. And I love him. He's like my brother. He told me he regretted talking to you about it. So like, I don't know why you every single time I've been around you, you bombard me as though you're his attorney and you know way more about it than we do. But then I go talk to him and have lengthy conversations, and it's completely different. It's completely different. We're on good
okay,
terms. I explain
talk to him
everything
all
to
the
him. I
time.
talk to him
It's
about
not
all the
your only
details.
debt. It's not your only debt. Don't pretend it is. Don't pretend I don't know. Don't pretend you're afraid to talk to me. And tell Geo that I didn't go after you and I've been protecting you. Fucking tell him.
You're going after him right
What
now,
are you
motherfucker.
talking about? Yeah, like
Because
you're
That's
Geo
damn
protecting
sure.
me.
accuses me of trying to drag you
Your
through the mud.
version of protecting someone is that if you actually come across some information that's personal, not telling the
It's
whole
not
world about it. You're like a
because it's
child. You're like a
not
girl.
personal. It's you
Dude,
being
I don't
fucking
care to publicly
shitball.
state that Chris loaned me some money on the tour and then wants me to pay him back. And then I said, hey, yeah, do you remember all this stuff I paid you back? Do you remember all this stuff that I paid for you? Do you remember when we discussed that specifically and we came up with this specific plan to pay you back? And then I did that and some, right?
What
So
number are you pretending you came up with? Because
I
you
guarantee
told
you,
me in writing in
you don't
October
even
you were
know.
going to pay him. Now you're pretending you don't have to. Fine. So should we mention the other debt? The bigger one? The bigger problem? Or should you shut me up
Look,
now?
Why is
I
this
know how
personal,
we can
What are
Dan?
you,
settle this,
dude? You're such
Dan.
a weirdo. You're
We can
such a
settle this by
weirdo.
starting a GoFundMe real quick and ask the community for money to settle this.
It's about you being
At
full
what
of
point
shit
in
and
time
me
did you
protecting
think,
you. I don't
dude?
need to protect you. In your writing, you're like, don't let this get out. Don't tell
I
anyone.
didn't
Fuck
say that.
you. Fuck you. Fuck
I
you.
didn't say that. You're a liar,
Why is this
Bullshit, it's in
personal
writing. I'll bring it
attack?
up right the fuck now. I'll
dude.
bring it up
This is what
right
Dan
the
does
fuck
to
Geo,
people.
now.
what's going
That's what he
on,
does.
Dude,
Geo?
Dan,
He goes
dude,
after
how do
Please
you
people.
not
control
see that
Dan.
you're objectively weird for being so obsessed with my personal situation that you're in a personal live stream or in a screen live stream screaming about it? It's just weird to me,
Yeah,
bro.
sounds like audio chaos to me.
Yeah, it looks
Dan,
like
do
he
you
left.
filter that water, Dan?
He just left on his own. I was asking him not to do exactly that, but
Well,
he did.
what really sucks about situations like that is like, ironically, him talking about integrity is like all of these things that I could say, all like with everything in my personal life, all these things that I could say that would explain it, I am not going to do for the benefit of other people. So, like, I mean, I don't care if people believe that or don't believe that. I mean, that's just the truth, right? Like the whole last year that's been the situation. That's actually predominantly why I haven't even been online the last year. It wasn't because I chose to do that. It wasn't because I was scared of something. It wasn't. It just that I'm not going to like. I'm cool taking unnecessary shots to have integrity. So someone because and I'll just say it, it's pretty clear, right? I just said it. Like Chris bought him money. Chris told me I called him and talked to him about it, and Chris like literally like forgot all kinds of stuff, whatever. And he told me he regretted telling him, like he wanted to meet him up for lunch. They met up for lunch and he told him all this different stuff. And then Dan went crazy with it and started making stuff up that Chris supposedly said. And then it was insane. And then he talked to me and I'm like, yo, Chris hates me now. What is he talking about? So then I talked to Chris and it's like not the case at all, obviously. you know?
Yeah, I
So
mean, the personal, your
whatever.
personal shit, bro.
You don't owe
Your
anybody
personal shit that
anything.
you don't even need to tell anybody any explanation for, bro. It's your personal
Yeah.
finances. That's nobody's business, bro.
I agree 100% with Elbow. Nobody deserves an explanation on your personal life. They can eat a dick.
Yeah, I was telling the only thing I even know about this was Dan like DMing me out of the blue and just saying all this stuff. And I even said to him, I was like, dude, this sounds like some personal things between other people. You know, like it's, yeah, people have their personal lives. So, and he's been coming in here being like, I have something that if anyone DMs me, I'll tell them. And I don't know, he DM'd it to me and just, so yeah, but I don't know why he's so focused on that.
Yeah, well, I don't know, man. Like the way he phrased it to me, it was basically like Chris was in turmoil about it, right? And he was being a good friend. He was like virtue signaling about it. But like I talked to him, and like Chris is going through some stuff, and I know all kinds of stuff about what's happened to Chris that's unfortunate and unfair and all this stuff, right? But like I'm not saying any of that stuff publicly. And I mean, I will just say, like with the tour, the reality of the tour, dude, was that when we totaled it up, I spent over $120,000. So I'll just let that sit in for a second. So for like 15 months or so, I spent over $120,000, dude, from like repairs to like feeding everybody to like an insane amount in gas, all these crazy things. And then I'm paying for a house where I'm not living in it. And then eventually, after like 5 months of paying for it, past the lease month to month where I'm not even living in it, we go back through Tennessee. I sell all my stuff for next to nothing, basically give it away just to continue the tour. And literally every dollar that came in, I was just like funding everybody. So like, you know, it is kind of frustrating where like someone can come along at the tail end of that and then try to paint me as being some like person that has no integrity and is taking money or something. Like it's like, what do you? I spent literally every dollar I had. I emptied all my crypto investments. I did everything just to fund that tour, right? Like that's what actually happened, and that's because I was like, I didn't really know where we were going. I didn't know if we were going to ever get out of lockdown. I didn't know if this was going to be like more of a permanent thing that we were in and out of, right? And I'm like, you know, whatever, we got to like get the word out however we can. We were getting censored all over every platform, so I'm like, you know, we'll just go tell people in our life. So whatever, bro. I will say this, right? Like this is the thing, right? So like, most people that kind of like do YouTube or like a stream or something, like let's just like if you name some of the more popular streamers like Sneeko, Nick Fuentes, like name them. Those are some pretty popular ones, or whoever you name, right? Like they don't come in Discord for like extended periods of time for hours, like an open book, like taking all questions for reasons like this, right? Like you can't even imagine, right? Like they stay in a very controlled environment. They're on their platform with their chat, with their moderators. And if people even start chatting things they shouldn't, they get blocked and banned from the chat. Same on their Twitter accounts or whatever. And so I don't miss this component of it, you know, like if I'm being honest. And I'm not asking for any like thing to be done about that per se. I'm just explaining so you guys understand my perspective. Like this part of it was not the part that like made me want to come back. You know what I mean? Like I don't know, because like I don't really see that happening to anyone else. So I mean, you know, I don't know. I guess someone could say like you signed up for it or something, but it's kind of annoying. All right, I'll stop ranting, but it's annoying. I feel like I feel like I am, you know, tied up where I'm not going to say certain things. And I think that there's like an unspoken code of certain things that shouldn't be said. Like, I definitely think stuff like with my wife and with my children, like that just like that stuff shouldn't be publicly talked about. I think stuff like with Chris or whoever, I don't know. Maybe people are different. I just don't, I think that's lame. I think even like leaking screenshots of text messages and DMs, I think that's super lame, right? Like it's something that I don't participate in, and no one's gonna be able to bait me into it. Like he said the debt thing out loud, so I acknowledged it, but like generally speaking, right, I'm not really going to, and I'm just whoever's in here that's planning to try to keep doing that. Like I'm not going. You're not gonna get me to like expose other people or reveal tons of personal things that would affect other people. I'm just not going to do it. So I would appreciate it if, you know, you kind of chill out with it. Which will not happen realistically.
Yeah, I mean, if no one else is jumping in, it's just kind of a unique type of community situation. Like you said, there's other people that are either like there's like politicians, there's musicians, you know, or actors in Hollywood, and I'm sure like if there's any public notoriety with somebody, they're gonna get, you know, there's a paparazzi for the Hollywood guys. People get probably attacked in different ways, and you know, and if you're any type of public figure. So yeah, people who are public figures have some way to kind of try to keep their private life different than their personal life. Obviously, then there's people that are either like vindictive or they want to try to slander that person or do whatever. So that's just kind of like a dynamic in the world, I guess, between the public and personal, and especially if somebody's a public figure because they have some kind of cause that they want to be doing something in the public, then there's like a certain risk involved where it's like, okay, their private life may not be as private as other people. Like if other people who aren't a public figure, their private life can be kept more private, and so on. Whereas other people that are public figures, there's people are going to be, you know, digging and trying to attack. And so there's that factor. And then in terms of like these discussions in this community, it's kind of unique because it's sort of small in a way. Like, I mean, there's probably millions of people out there that know about the cosmology, but I'm just saying, you know, in the ones that are like actively talking about it. And then there's, you know, you can do like YouTube type things where it's just like one person doing a stream or a small panel or something where it's more kind of, you know, kind of like regulated in terms of who's speaking. But then like in an environment like this where it's sort of like this community, people have known each other for years. I hear you though, like all the personal, I mean, that's why we have to try to moderate for personal attacks. There is something awesome about having the open panel though, like allowing sort of everyone from the human community at large to come together, especially when there's like so few people, you know, comparably that are actually talking about it compared to how many people are in the world. Like how many people are really interested, who even know about 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Like if they released that documentary, which I guess now Duffy's like asking for 50 grand, I guess, to try to finish it. But I've always thought like, even if they do that, like, I don't know that the population is really going to care. Like a lot of people don't even really understand what a 24-hour sun is or why there would or wouldn't be one in the different polls and things. So I'm just saying like people that even know about this topic, it's kind of cool that like we can all from all around the world that we can come together. And yeah, ideally if it's like there's no interruptions and it's a good live stream, that's ideal. But then like I was saying though, it's like giving yourself, you know, on the other hand, if it's just everybody has an open mic, then yeah, people can do all the personal attack stuff and lies and slanders and deceptions and attacks. And obviously you get attacked a lot. I mean, we can mod for it. I mean, it's like, what are the options? Like, we just don't do this at all. Just don't have an open panel stream at all. That's one option. And just, we can't come together and have these combos. And like we have all day, it's been like amazing stuff we've been, you know, going through and stuff. So there's that option. Or we just mod really strictly. You know, the minute someone does personal attacks, they get muted. Of course, they're going to feel shut down. I mean, that's one option. Or we just have this like airing out dirty laundry personal attack bonanza where anyone can just come in and start calling someone agents and all the wild stuff, you know, that people say. So it's tough. It's a fine line.
Yeah, well, dude, check this out, right? Like I'm super anti-censorship, you know, but like this is like the weird thing. Okay, so I can understand people if, you know, like if there is this suspicion that somebody that they listen to or they viewed a certain way, if there are like these rumors or suspicions that they aren't really who they say they are, or they're being manipulative, or you know, something that would show that they don't have integrity, um you know, something like that, right? Like where like I understand the motivation and I think it's like fair, right? Like um not only is that kind of like a part of like public life or whatever, but it's like a good part of it, I think, in a way, right? Like it's an unfortunate but necessary part, I think is how I would say it, right? Like it's unfortunate for the person that does it because realistically, like everyone has a personal life. Everyone has experienced things that they necessarily can't predict or isn't like the best situation ever or whatever, right? But there can be like a sincere motivation for like asking the questions, right? Like, is this person like like a evil person? Is this person like a grifter? Is he lying? Is he manipulating people? Whatever it is, right? Like, is this person talking to little kids? Is this person, beating his wife? Is this person stealing money? Like all these things, right? And I get that, but like what normally happens is like it's like in these situations, it's not even that motivation. It's not like someone asking me genuinely, because the people that do that, they normally like reach out to me privately, and I usually tell them. Although it's a risk, right? Because like I have no guarantee that they won't go tell other people. I won't go show messages or whatever. But that's not really what that was. I mean, so that's the part that makes it a little trickier, right? Because like in that situation, what option A is to just not respond, like to call for him to be modded or to try to shut down what he's saying, and or just go quiet or whatever, or just refuse to engage. And that looks like suspicious, right? As though there is something to hide or I am doing something wrong, and he does have this like huge thing that would expose me, which is what he's like, well, how's he trying to present it? Um so then I kind of have to say something. And my issue with that is it's actually much less about me, because I'm kind of used to that. Like I guess like you do sign up for it, like I didn't ever do this signing up for something like that, right? Like I didn't really, I mean, I don't want to ramble too long, but like I've told you guys, I know Geo, right? Like I don't really love the idea of like being famous or something. And I wouldn't consider myself that at all, but, like, just a little taste of it here and there, I don't like it, that's just not my thing. I didn't do any of this for that at all, and I would think that me just completely disappearing for a year almost, like, really for more than a year would kinda prove that, but that isn't really my motive. So that's why it sucks for me, is it's like, if I grew up working my whole life towards this goal of being famous, and that was my objective, then like, yeah, it comes with that. It wasn't really my objective. And then like it has like all these other downsides that it comes with. Like if I'm like looking for normal jobs, it's like basically impossible. Like, yeah, I could go like work at Home Depot, maybe, right? Because like they'll look my name up. You know what I'm saying? And so it just depends on the manager and like, do they get triggered about Flat Earth or whatever? But for any other like front facing company and stuff, it's like very difficult. You have to have connects or whatever. So I've had like all my I'm not gonna go on like a sob story, right? But I've had my bank account since Antarctica. I've had two bank accounts attacked, and one of them attacked twice. And like I mean attacked, like wiped out. Two of those three times, like wiped out. And you know, one of them isn't necessarily related to what I talk about or anything, but the other one I suspect was. And so, like, I don't I'm not gonna, like, come on here and, okay, I guess I'll summarize it with this, right? Like, there are some people that, like, their kind of role or whatever is, like, to talk about relationships or to talk about like, that's not my thing. I don't care to do that. I don't want to do that. Like I don't want to talk about other people. Like I genuinely don't want to talk about other people. And for me to legitimately answer some questions that are like being posted on videos or that have been even mentioned in here, it requires me to potentially hurt other people and to release information that like they certainly didn't sign up for. So like you get it, bro? I don't wanna deal with that, like, even I know Chris didn't sign up for that. Chris did not ask him to come in here and scream and start talking about that like, he didn't do that, or he would do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, um, to me, that's all very gay. I think people should be much more considerate of other people, and you may even, like, your motivation may be to like attack me or expose me or something, but you should be more considerate of maybe other people because like they're still like humans, and most people that like Geo is describing when you're like that big, I mean, everybody's signing NDAs. Literally everyone signs NDA, to avoid this. And okay, you get it. I will say I suspect it to get much worse. Ironic because I was telling someone about this yesterday. Like I expect this to get pretty bad when I do this debate, like against Israel and etc. Like I kind of expect a full attack like this. So I guess it's cool to get a warm up maybe. As to your general question, like I don't have as like I think it should always still stay the open forum. I come in here under my free will, you know what I mean? And I don't have to interact with anybody and I wouldn't necessarily like if someone's just gonna scream and berate and not let me talk, like I think that should be modded like normal, like with me if I do it to somebody, but outside of that, I don't really care. I don't really care. It's unavoidable, nothing I can do about it. And I just, yeah, I get it's a tricky situation for me because if I don't say anything and if I shut it down, it kind of looks bad. And then maybe I should just do that and like let it look bad and let people make up whatever. I don't know. Okay. That's my take. I don't think you should change anything about it per se.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I mean, there's kind of limited of what we can do. I mean, it looks like Dan's now posting. Is that your private DMs? That's what I'm saying. We just have to mod it, or we just don't let people be here, right? But then it's like, okay, then Dan's gone, this person's gone, that person's gone. You know what I mean? If you start adding up, I mean, it's not everybody that does this stuff, though. It's only a few. But
Okay, see, when I said please do not say things, it's extremely sensitive. It was about look, I say the last 9 months of my life have been the hardest of my life. And then I said, please don't say anything. It was about that, right? It was where I explained what was going on and asked him to please not say anything about it. So then he comes in
Yeah,
here
but that's a
pretending
big
I said,
problem. That's a big problem. It's like he came in bitching about the integrity of people, and you asked him not to say anything. It's like, where is his integrity on the matter?
yeah.
You get what I mean? It's like this is personal shit, man. Like, keep it personal.
Yeah, I'm just explaining that like that was painted as though he came to me saying like I owe someone money. I said, yeah, please don't say anyone. I'm so like that's not what happened. I just explained to him the general context and was like, yo, please don't say anything about this. I don't remember what all I told him, which kind of sucks. I maybe should have been wiser than that, but and it's because it's like very sensitive, like it says right there, and sensitive meaning like certain things being circulated can be very damaging for me and like my children. So it's like super serious and I've taken like no chances with that to the point that I don't even live stream because I know I just naturally like start talking and answering questions like real like transparently and I'll just maybe slip up and say things and like it's really sensitive. And I feel like people should be able to put that together, right? So whatever. But that is pretty gay. I mean, I guess he cut it out, so maybe it's not as bad as it could be. That was the preface to me telling him. Anyway, man.
well, that's what I'm saying, dude. This is kind of a unique community to where, like I said, there's only sort of a limited number of people that are actively knowledgeable and talking about, a lot of these topics. Of course, there's many more that are not actively daily necessarily like as involved. But I mean, think about like someone like Tom Cruise or one of those guys. Like if they went into like a Discord voice channel with like 50 people that all wanted to shout and scream and say wild stuff, you know what I mean? Like they couldn't even live their lives probably. Like I think a lot of those guys, they have to just completely like that joke of like, don't Google yourself kind of thing and all the stuff at that level. And who knows what paparazzi and whatever goes on with some of those guys. But yeah, so that's like an extreme version of it. But yeah, this is kind of a unique situation. And I don't think anyone should really have to be to go through all of that, to have to like, yeah, when all kinds of like personal stuff is being blasted out, you know, in terms of in some way. I hear what you're saying about like, yeah, if somebody was like doing something illegal or corrupt or whatever, that like in a community there should be some mechanism to, you know, like I guess that whole thing of like calling someone out or kind of exposing. And I mean, I understand that like there could be some context for that. I don't know what the ideal solution is, but it almost needs like a court case or whatever it would be. Maybe. I mean, I'm not saying we should do that, but I mean, I understand that idea that people, because some people really feel like they want to expose someone, you know, but it's this fine line between like, oh, I'm going to expose this person and I guess show everyone that they're, you know, whatever it is, they want to show everybody that. But then there's this fine line that like, first of all, if they're delusional or if they're wrong, then now they're just spreading false information and just lying or slandering. So that's a problem if they're doing that, you know. And then also it's like some of these like whatever accusations are going to be difficult for someone to like prove as well. Like we're online, we're all remote, we live in different parts of the world, you know. So it's just this fine line, and we've seen it all happen in this community. You know, this guy's a shill, this guy's, you know, like I even heard well, I won't say who. Anyways, I listened. I wasn't there, but when QOP and Crizzle and those, where they were all going after you, and I was listening to that. I guess I will mention it. Crizzle said something like you got arrested and then you got hired by the government. Like, what a claim! You know what I mean? To say that, like, does she have any proof of that? I guess I did say it. She is in here. I don't know. It's just claims like that all of a sudden are then just thrown out, and it's like,
No,
you know,
I said somebody who's arrested more than once. I don't trust that guy. That's something totally different.
Okay, well, cool. That's not what you said.
I thought you said that because he was arrested once or twice,
that is the conclusion that stems from that.
Okay, so you did say it. So everyone that's been arrested more than once works for the government. Yikes.
No, anybody who lies about it and hides it, that's suspicious.
Never once have I ever denied that I've been arrested multiple times. In fact, I've been more transparent about my arrest than probably anyone on the whole internet, telling the full length story of each arrest multiple times. What are you talking about?
Well, you need to misrepresent what people say in here when you're talking about going back to time. When I was talking about cyclical thing, going back in time for events that happened through time, and you made of it that I was saying you can go back into time and returning it back to time, back in time, back in time. That was not what I said, Witsit. That makes you a liar.
Yeah, see how you just got called out for your claim and then immediately deflected to something completely different. And even what you deflected to, man, was like it was actually a conversation about
I said
time.
what I said. I said you've got multiple arrests, and that's for me. That then you are a government operate because nobody gets put out
Well, you're
of
done.
jail for the offense that you did. Everybody else get locked up,
What
but
are you?
Witsit doesn't get locked
Wait,
up.
time out,
How
time out,
come?
time out. Wait, get locked up for what offense? Just say it. Which offense?
The
There's
devil's
multiple
lettuce.
people just in jail for just having some weed in their pocket with it. Don't pretend that it ain't like that.
It isn't
Okay,
like
so
that.
this person just has no idea what they're talking about. I was
I'd
raised
like
in
to introduce
Tennessee,
you to my
where
brother.
with literally a weed seed in Tennessee, you'll get locked up, and it's less of a big deal now in 2026. Like you'll get a ticket sometimes for small amounts, but when I was in college, dude, they would like railroad you for small amounts of weed. You have no idea what you're talking about. Like literally, my life is a living testament of
Yeah,
it.
so what you're still doing on the streets then, Witsit?
What am I doing on the streets? What does that mean? I've been completely sober for like 7 years.
You made a Fed deal over a weed seed, Frizzle. You got it. You cracked the code.
Yeah, I mean, Crizzle,
Yeah,
cannabis.
everybody else gets put behind bars for that. People have been put behind bars for less, but Witsit gets a free
So
pass.
so a second ago it was like no one gets arrested for just small amounts of weed, and then it was people get put behind bars for a long time for less than that. Like, dude, here's the deal: the standard punishment for
Misrepresenting again what I
no,
said.
just quoting
Total
you.
gaslight.
No, I'm not. So, just so you know, right? Like, there's a standard punishment for weed in Tennessee, right? If it's a personal amount under I think it's an ounce or half an ounce, then it is 1 year, up to 1 year in jail. So it's like $1,000 fine, up to 1 year in jail. And your first offense, you never actually get a year in jail. You always like get probation, right? I got arrested for it was like 2.7 grams of weed, and the whole story is ridiculous, right? Like I would have my dog in my car when I drove around sometimes, and most of the people I hung out with at the time were black, and like I swear the cops like hated me because all my friends were black. And anyway, to expedite this, right? Just to give an example of how like I not only don't lie about it, I am very transparent about all of it. Like we were in college, went to the apartment right off the campus. This guy got in trouble and actually got arrested. And his girl was at his apartment. They lived together, and my friend's Xbox was in there, and he wanted it back. So we had to try to go get it back. She refused to give it to us. So he said, "I'm gonna have to call the police to get it back." And we were all like, "You're gonna call the police here?" Like it was just so counterintuitive for him to call the police because we were always smoking weed. And we're like, okay, so I went and preemptively moved my car away from the parking spot near the apartment, all of that. And then they came, they helped him get his Xbox. And then sure enough, they said, "Are you Austin? What's it? We need to talk to you," you know? And they said, "We heard you're letting your dog live in your car. We need to see it." And I'm like, "What? My dog doesn't live in my car. That isn't true at all. My dog lived in my apartment with me, you know?" And they're like, "Well, we have to see it or whatever." I'm like, "Do you?" And they found it parked like in the parking lot and then blocked it in with two cop cars in the front and back. And then they started looking inside of it, and the dog was in there with the windows down because we just like walked over to the apartment to get the Xbox real quick. And they said, "We see a Swisher wrapper in here, so we need to search the car." And I'm like, "What? If you're going around a college campus and anytime you see a Swisher, you're searching their car, you'd be searching everyone's car, and that's not legal at all." And, they just didn't care and then kept me blocked in there and said I had to let them search it. And that if I let them and they found something, they'd just write me a ticket. But if they had to go through getting a warrant, that they would arrest me. And I called their bluff, and then I heard them actually calling in to get the warrant. So I'm like, okay, whatever, you can search it. They searched it, didn't even find it for a while. I'm like, dude, it's in the backpack. So they opened up my backpack, found the weed. Actually, my friend had a little bit of lean, like cough syrup, in a bottle in there, and luckily they didn't even notice that. Um, and yeah, it was like 2.7 grams of Kush. It was like a bunch of shake from like an ounce, ironically. And they wrote me a ticket, like they said they would. And yeah, so whatever. And the story was really crazy because my friend had his backpack in there, and I think he had like his gun with him, and I'm like really trying to prioritize them not getting in trouble and like getting to walk away with their backpacks. So I'm like distracting the cops. Okay, yeah. So then a week later, which was 1 week before my birthday, when I was still scheduled to go to court for that ticket, um, I went to a party and got dropped off by a girl who wanted me to go to a frat party, but I didn't want to go. I'm outside my apartment. I'm smoking a Newport. They pull up and um, they literally just like throw me on the ground and tell me to give me my ID. And they claim that they just hated me, bro. And they said that they wanted that I was underage drinking, and so they were going to take me in for underage consumption. And I'm like, dude, I literally just had a DD drop me off, turned down going to another party. I'm like literally being responsible. And whatever. They pulled me in. When I got to the police station, this is 5 days or something before I turned 21. And then when they're searching me, that little bitty pocket on your jeans, like the little bitty one that you can like put half a bic in or whatever, like they were searching me and they were like, "Is there anything in here I'm gonna find?" And right as they were asking me, they were looking in that pocket, and I remembered that I had kept like a like little crumb of weed to put in like a gravity bong, like a little flow gravity bong, to hit the next morning after I drank. And I was like, "Oh," and then she's like, "What is it, weed?" Like they knew me. It's like a small college, and they pulled the butt out and got all excited and put it on the scale. It didn't even register. The story's almost over, but it didn't even register. And they're like, "How much does that weigh?" I'm like, not even 0.1." And then she said, "0.1." He said it and wrote down 0.1. So like it wasn't even 0.1 grams of weed. So like you clearly have no idea. It wasn't even 0.1 grams of weed. And they charged me with that and underage consumption. And then when I saw the judge, and I had to stay in there for a while, when I saw the judge, he's yelling at me, "You think you can do whatever you want? You before you could even get here for the weed the first time, you get caught with weed again," and like made an example out of me basically. When the guy in front of me got caught with almost an ounce, and like he was super chill because he had a nice attorney that he paid for. And so then the rest of the story is also just insane. I ended up doing like um I had done 14 days, they let me out, or I did 7 days, and they let me out to go do finals, and then I had to turn myself back in to do the remainder, like 20, like 3 days or whatever, and then they put me on probation and drug tested me, I fell for weed, and then they made me go to rehab for weed, and, I ended up going to rehab for I went to jail for 2 weeks, and then they transferred me to a rehab for 6 weeks, and then they, kicked me out of that rehab for saving my ibuprofen, and putting it in a pocket or whatever. It's like a Christian one. And then they put me back in jail for 10 days and then put me back in rehab for a 30-day rehab where everyone else was there for like meth and heroin and crack, and all thought I was a snitch because I said I was in there for like weed. And then I completed that program, got out, got returned back to um, the jail, and then or the judge or whatever, and he like released me. And all of that was for 2.7 grams of weed and less than point 0.1. And it ended up kind of turning into like a year of my life with probation and all that. So that's one story. No one's hiding that. I mean, like, yeah, I got arrested for weed. Oh my God, you got me. And all my arrests are me drinking, me smoking weed, me being where there was weed on the RV. That was the more recent one. And there was the domestic issue, which is again a situation where like if I say all the details, it would exonerate me, but I'm not going to. And yeah, there you go. But like this is the thing, right? Not only do I not work for the government, like I sat in jail for 18 days because I wouldn't snitch on someone else. Please stop slandering me, bro. It just makes no sense. I've never even been charged with a serious enough charge that you would ever even be asked to cooperate. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if you're from America or not, but you stop pretending you know about the laws if you're not. Like I've never even been asked to cooperate, because and the one charge, the recent one, the domestic situation, they did not even pursue the charges. I didn't get an attorney. I didn't do anything. They just dropped them because they were so ridiculous and provably false. So, okay, there's that. And I don't have to do that kind of stuff, but it's whatever. Who cares? I mean, because my mugshots, I do look crazy in my mugshots usually, and it's like a go-to thing that people love to drop and talk about. So can now that I spent all that time to tell you that, can you like stop talking about it? Can you stop lying about it?
Can you stop misrepresenting what people say then, Witsit? Can we agree on that?
I don't believe I was misrepresenting you. If I was, I'm sorry, right? Like,
Yes, you did.
you think I was intentionally misrepresenting you?
Yes, you were intentionally misrepresenting you, and you were playing that
Oh
tape
my
like a
God.
little child. That's what you were
That's not what
doing.
happened. We were talking about the claim that I still remember all of it. Like I've experienced this the last year or more where people like try to gaslight me and stuff like that. Like I have a really good memory. It's just not gonna work, bro. And like I am a little bit sensitive to
Well,
that
I have
now.
a
I'm just gonna
really
be
good
honest.
memory as well,
I'm pretty
Witsit.
I'm pretty sensitive to that now. So like I'm just not gonna tolerate that stuff, bro. Like um that's not what
Well, I'm
happened,
not
right? We were having a
tolerating it
conver I'm
either
about
from you.
okay, let's see. Do you remember the context of the conversation? What
You're
like
talking about
what
just
started it?
a day or two ago with QOP and
No,
Tuck?
this no. This was like
No, this was a
uh
while ago.
months ago. Yeah. And it was about what? Do you remember?
What I was talking about was about going back in time, that you can see that there is a cyclical nature of our world. And you made from it that I was saying you can go back in time, which I didn't say.
Okay. See how she just said you can go back in time, and then she said, and then you said I was saying you could go back in time, which I didn't say. So
I
like,
said when you go back in time, and you made of it to go back in time. That's a fucking big difference with it.
no, that's not what. Well, at the time, I did not claim you said that we could literally traverse time. I did not say that. What happened was that was when I forgot the name of the PhD Tony. He was trying to defend this idea that Stephen Hawking had proposed that like time is basically like a physical shape and should get out of like the universe problem and there needing to be a god. He tried to like propose this idea that it's like a circle, so that it never ends or whatever. And we were talking about that, and then so the people in the room that had decided to defend the position there was no creator, right? All like oddly started trying to defend it, and you know that's like an indefensible position. And then in the context of like a 20-minute conversation with Tony and someone else trying to swear to me that that was somehow viable, that time was a shape like a circle or like a sphere, and how you can walk along it. It's like a surface and you can walk all this stuff. And then Crizzle jumped in that combo, like ostensibly defending in that position, saying that you could, like when you go
No,
back
I
in time or
said it's
whatever.
like a snake eating its tail. It has really no end and no beginning. That's what I said.
Right. But that doesn't make any sense, right? In the context of the whole argument, which we don't have to rehash, right? But
When you're
the first
talking
and
about
second law of
cyclical
thermodynamics.
nature of our world, it does make sense, and that's what you don't get.
But you don't get to just start with everything that's in the world to explain how everything in the world got here, right? So you have the first and second law of thermodynamics. That was the argument that he tried to invoke that as a response to. So whatever. The point is that you said the phrase like back in time multiple times, and then I'm like, wait, so let me understand this. You can't. I rebutted it and said like, you can't go back in time and
No,
invoke
I
the
said
beginning to then
when
say
you go back in time, you're doing it again.
you just to see, okay? And so then you swore up and down you never said the phrase back in time. And I said, you did say that. I mean, do you want to explain what you meant? I did not ever say that. You're gaslighting me.
No, I
You're such
said
a POS.
when you go back in time, and you clip that off.
I didn't clip anything off because I played the full like 15 seconds before and after it. So yeah.
No, you didn't.
See, this is exactly like what happened then, where you swore you didn't say it, and that I was gaslighting you, and that I was a liar, and all this stuff, and made me go get it. And then I played it, right? And then you got quiet. That's what actually happened.
No, you only played it back in time, and then you muted me. That's what you did.
I haven't muted someone on this server in like years, bro. That's objectively not true. And like, yeah, maybe I've technically muted someone, but it's like insanely rare. I know I did not mute you while I was talking to you. So please, can you do me a favor and stop just making stuff up? Do you see the repeated nature here of
No, you stop lying, Witsit.
you are projecting because you are lying. Like you just claimed I muted you, but I didn't mute you. Right? So you see how that's a lie?
Somebody muted me. Might not be you, but
Okay.
somebody muted.
Okay, so if somebody muted you but not me, then would it be cool to say, and then you muted me? No, it's not. And you don't know that I muted you. You just made it up. So stop saying it. Just like you don't know I supposedly made a deal with the government, right? You're just making it up.
When my mic is muted, I'm muted. Don't know how it works for you.
All right, this is not even like can't even pretend to be substantive anymore. I don't even know, like whatever. Okay, it's kind of a waste of time. It's all good. Like I, I know you're not gonna do it probably, but I'm just asking that you please just stop lying about me, right? Like it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, you stop lying about me, which you're doing still, on and on and on, because you're still saying what I didn't say.
Wow, what
Okay,
a stupid
whatever.
woman. Shut up. Holy
All
shit.
right, doesn't help. Like okay, agree to
Yeah,
disagree,
go
right?
go crawl in his ass.
Okay, so agree to disagree. Like I'm pretty sure like everyone in the room like agreed that what they were trying to tell you. Like we just heard you say that though. And he said, I never said those words. And I'm like, whoa, you did say those words. And you call me a liar and I was a gaslighter and
I
all this
said
crazy stuff.
when you go back in time. I never said go back in time alone. So if you can't understand what the difference is in between those two things, then I don't know what to say to you, Witsit. You're
Oh
just a
my.
liar.
Okay.
So wait, you're saying that
Again,
you're saying that you just said go back, like when you think about back in time rather than like time traveling. Is that all that's being said here? Like when you think about, like if I was to
Exactly.
say,
I
oh,
said
what?
when you go back in time, when you look at the cyclical nature of our world, that's what I said. Nothing more. I didn't say you could travel back in time, and that's what he's making of it back
That
then.
isn't that isn't what happened. I never once claimed you said we could time travel. That isn't what happened. That I was refuting the argument itself, which is that you just skip past the needing of a beginning. And I said you can't say go back in time. You're becking the question. Then you said I never said go back in time. And it's still right now the same point. While you're talking about theoretically going back in time, you were presenting the idea of the snake eating its tail, where time is cyclical, therefore never ending and perpetual. And the rebuttal is still you can't invoke a beginning to then skip past the beginning. You can't just invoke it existing
You
and then
can't
avoid
even
the.
find the beginning of your universe. That means your time has no beginning and no end, Witsit.
I don't know. Can you? You don't guaranteed. You don't know my argument. So it's all good. But like we both know you don't know my argument. So why are you like? Why are you pretending you know I'm wrong about it?
Keep missing.
What?
dude, I swear to God, women can't take accountability. Like, holy shit. I'm sorry, but Jesus.
Because I don't think you know my argument. It's all good. But it's like first law of thermodynamics, second law. Matter and energy cannot be created nor destroyed. We have matter and energy here. So we ask the question, how did matter and energy get here? Well, if we're going to say that it can't be created nor destroyed, and we're not going to invoke something that's supernatural that can violate that natural law, then we have to say it was always here, right? Which is effectively what you are saying. The problem with that, though, is that entropy exists and the amount of usable energy decreases. In order for it to decrease, it has to have a beginning point to decrease from. You cannot infinitely regress. If it decreases, it's decreasing from a previously larger amount that had to have a beginning point to decrease from. Very basic logic, bro. So, like, okay, well, if it had to have a beginning point, and we go back to the first law, matter and energy cannot be created or destroyed, we have to violate that because it had a beginning. So it had to be put here. It had to not be here and then be here, right? And so now we have to invoke some type of causal agent that isn't limited to natural law, which is by definition supernatural, attributed to a force that's not limited to the laws of nature.
Yeah. What about pressure?
What about it? Like a byproduct of energy, which comes after energy's here.
No, you need that pressure to get that energy with it.
What?
Electricity is a unification of the magnetic and the electromagnetic. It's counter-rotating fields pushed together what gives you that current in between them in the first place.
Yeah, the energy existing, right? Because magnetism is also energy. The energy itself is generating pressure and it mediates. So you have pressure mediation as a byproduct of the energy relative to the ether, right? So whatever. I mean, even if you say pressure was like, are you saying that pressure created energy?
Yeah, for and close. Oh, I got a phone call. I gotta go.
Yeah. Then pressure would be supernatural because it created energy and violated the first law. And okay. I don't get it, but whatever.
We could
Yeah,
diplomatically back
yeah.
away from Israel if Iran and that regime gets taken, is let's say like something happens where they're not as much of a threat to the Middle East, then there's no reason for us to bankroll Israel. So we back off Israel. It's like it's the way out of like Israel is the Nazi
So
party
he's just
CIA
like,
state. So it's like
There's no
it's
is
the
that
way
reason
out.
is that
to
him like
stand
pay out
with
to be a
Iran.
part of it so he can like get out of like get us away from Israel by acting like he's in on it with them and
Dude, it's Anthony.
being the being the
I'm calling it the Anthony Fauci effect, where he
But
stands
it's
on
funny you
stage.
say that because recently Netanyahu's been interviewed and quoted saying that he has a 10-year plan and expectation for the U.S. to cut off funding to Israel. And this situation is going on. So, I mean, you could be par for the course on that.
That sounds good. If he takes care
Attacking
of
Iran
Iran,
is not
which is
necessary to stop funding Israel.
yeah, that's true too. But I was just saying, if he takes care of Iran, Iran is like the biggest threat in the Middle East right now. They have the most potential to cause damage than any other country over there except Russia. And if Trump takes care of Iran, yeah, like that'll help everybody out. It'll help us out. It'll help
Dude,
Israel out. But the
Iran.
one thing is though that Israel still basically controls the Federal Reserve, and from what I understand, the Rothschilds own like 60-something% of the printing presses themselves.
Right, but that
Print our
gets
money.
well. Okay, 2 points. One is that like well, for instance, with the money supply, we've ended the 3 terms of 70-year contracts. You've talked. I don't know if you've heard me talk about this forever, right? You guys are up to speed on my opinion on that shit.
I don't really remember.
I've talked to you, Lion. I've told you this
The
like 100
Jubilee,
times,
yeah,
bro.
the
I get so
Jubilee.
frustrated with you motherfuckers. Okay, look, sorry, I just want because I don't want to, but like 3 terms of 70-year contracts. Every 70 years, the United States changes its money supply. Okay, because we have to re-up we lost the Revolutionary War, we owe Great Britain, but now the thing is that there's been 3 terms of 70 years. Those 3 terms are up, so we're renegotiating the whole fucking show. And so Trump, the top negotiator, the guy who wrote the book on how to negotiate, is literally at the helm of our country as we relinquish the 3 terms of 70-year contracts, enter into a financial banker's jubilee where we're no longer fucking subject to the loans of the past. We're fucking primed historical conspiracy wise, we're primed to like be free of all those old agreements. So we're literally entering into like a new financial stage of the United States, free of the encumbrances of the fucking war, of the Revolutionary War, finally. So where we can renegotiate all this shit. And I think Iran has been the Osama bin Laden of Israel. They were set up to be the boogeyman so that we always had to give money to Israel. And now if Trump takes out that, then like it's a wrap. There's no boogeyman in the Middle East that the CIA created so they can keep sending money into the black hole of Israel. And so it's like we're tying up these loose ends. The problem is it's going to look like what we've been protesting for the last however many years about invading any country that's not a party to the IMF. But with the renegotiation, it's fucking crazy, man. I think like it's nothing but goodness coming up, in my
What
opinion.
source do you get this elaborate system of geopolitical machinations?
Well, it's 70 years contracts. You mean? Is that what you're talking about?
That
Like,
and
yeah,
everything you just.
yeah. Okay, so like, who won the revolution? Do we have to go back to the Revolutionary War? Do you want to talk about that, or where do you want to start?
I mean, you're saying these things. I'm wondering what is the source you get these things from?
All right. Well, the Treaty of Paris, 1783, for one. So let me ask you a question: Who won the Revolutionary War?
The common notion is the U.S.
Okay. So
I'll
at the end of a war, who writes the treaty? The winner or the loser?
winner.
Okay. So when the King of England wrote the Treaty of Paris, which ended the Revolutionary War, in the first paragraph, he calls himself the King of the United States. So based on that, I can assume that the United States lost the Revolutionary War. The genius of John Adams and them was that they created an institution to put the debt on instead of the states. And so the idea is that in like bankruptcies, you have 7 years, right? In international bankruptcies, it's 70. So 70 years after the after the Constitution is put together, we default on the debt, and we have to tax the South, and we create the Civil War, and we take the southern states' property for not paying the tax, which is the freed slave. The freed slaves become the first United States citizens, the collateral on the national debt. That's why black people were only given 3/5 the rights, or U.S. citizens were only given 3/5 the rights of a state citizen.
What was it, the 14th Amendment?
Well, I'm not going to get it. The 14th Amendment, there's the 14th and the 13th, but like the 13th is like there is no involuntary servitude. That's why you could sign up and become a United States citizen, which makes you
Yeah,
a
the
servant.
slaves became citizens, right?
Well, right. The first U.S. citizens were freed slaves, technically, and they were the collateral on the national debt, which allowed us to restructure the thing, and then we created up with new money. That's why Lincoln came out and said, "Wait a minute, I could create my own money. I don't need to stick to these old agreements." And they were like, "Bang, yes, you do." So fucking then, like that's what happened with JFK. He tried to decide it. So 70 years after the fucking Civil War and the restructuring of the default. You have 70 years after that, you have a restructuring again where we all get the Federal Reserve note. And now 70 years after
So
that, they blow up the fucking financial center, trade center. They blow that up. And now 20 years after that, we shut down the economy. And now we're potentially in a digital money revolution.
so you said who authored the Treaty of Paris?
The King of England.
According to what source?
The Treaty of Paris, 1783.
The Treaty of Paris says the king authored this treaty.
Come again?
The treaty says the king authored this treaty.
Yeah, go read the treaty. It's written by the King of England. And he calls himself the King of the United States in the first paragraph.
I assume you read this on what archives.org.
I mean, whatever one, just put up 1780, Treaty of Paris 1783 PDF if you get that one. Just, it's pretty much the same one you're going to find.
I mean, you read it on what on some. I can't speak English all of a sudden. You read this on some website, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's pretty much, it's the same document, whatever website you look it up. But yeah, if you look it up, like, just read, actually, if you want, I'm busy for a second, read the first paragraph if you pull it up. It's pretty grandiose on behalf of the king if he just lost a war.
Yeah, but if you look at all the treaties, they show the truth.
Yeah, all the treaties show the truth.
I thought that.
It's all the agreements between the empires. It shows a trace.
Yeah, all right.
Not wrong though,
Tea
because
Party is a nice one also.
I
like
can't hear
most
you.
of
What'd
the,
you say, Issa?
oh no, I was just gonna say like most treaty. It's probably an interesting way to look at history. Is the actual treaties of the endings of wars? And that's probably actually a good way to look at look to kind of study history, really.
And that's just studying history, is studying the documents.
Right, and like just like we're doing right now, like colloquially speaking, everyone thinks the United States won the Revolutionary War, but then you can go and look at the treaties and realize, wait a minute, maybe we didn't win that war. That's why I was just saying it's like an interesting way to study history because it's just case in point.
Yo, weren't the freed slaves promised 40 acres and a mule?
Maybe, yeah.
Do you know why they never received that 40 acres and a mule?
I don't know why. Do you know, or why is it?
Okay, so I just read the first handful of sentences. Well, actually, this is one humongous run-on sentence. Actually, that's actually how it's written. But the definitive. Well, let me just post a link. I'll do it. I'll do it in a moment. The definitive Treaty of Paris, 1783, in the name of the most holy and undivided Trinity, and having pleased the divine providence to dispose the hearts of the most serene and most potent Prince George III, by the grace of God, King of Britain, France, and Ireland, defender of the faith, Duke of Brunswick and Lundberg, Arch-Treasurer and Prince Elector of the Holy Roman Empire, etc., and of the United States of America, to forget all past misunderstandings and differences that have unhappily interrupted the good correspondence and friendship which they mutually wish to restore, and to establish such a beneficial and satisfactory intercourse between the two countries upon the ground of reciprocal advantages and mutual conveniences may promote and secure to both perpetual peace and harmony, and having for this desirable end already laid the foundation of peace and reconciliation by the provincial articles signed at Paris on the 30th of November, 1782, by the commissioners empowered on each part, which
Yeah, we
articles
don't need to.
agreed to be.
Did
Yeah.
you see it in the beginning where he calls himself the King of the United States?
Yeah.
Yeah, and the fact that he wrote it is huge.
So did the colonies acknowledge him to be the king of the United States after this treaty?
Hey, the,
Well,
the,
it's
the,
it's
the
like
United
it's
States
like,
has a debt to pay. If they gave 40 acres and a mule, they can no longer pay back the debt.
oh, it's an interesting take. Is that what you? Because I asked you earlier and I didn't hear you respond. Yeah, it's a good one. But real quick, just to address this, because like I look at it like this, Greg. It's like imagine like you're a gangster and you take over some young gang's block because you fucking steamrolled their crew, and you're like, I'm gonna let you sell drugs from Sunday to Tuesday on this block, and I'm gonna let you do this on that block, and I'm gonna let you go fishing over here in these waters, and I'm gonna let you do all this. So like that's what the king's doing. He's just coming in and being like, hey, my new friends. You know what I mean? Like, and it's like being gangster about it, trying to be like, I'm gonna let you guys, you know, fish over here, and you guys can do that now, and we're just gonna be peaceful to keep up the peaceful business relations we have. You know what I mean? It's some gangster shit, dude. The King of England just does in that document. And everyone's like, it liberated us. It's the proof that tells us that we won the war. It's like, how?
Okay, so did the colonies at this time, after this treaty was ratified, acknowledge the King of Britain to be also the King of the United States now?
Okay, let me ask you just okay. The Magna Carta, right?
Okay.
You know what the Magna Carta is? So, like, the Magna Carta, like, do you think that that document ever had legal power?
Insofar as I understand this document, yeah.
Yeah, and the problem with that is that when when King John was recommuned with the Catholic Church, he said that he signed the Magna Carta under duress, and the Pope issued a papal bull nullifying the Magna Carta. So, the general population in England falsely believed that the Magna Carta had legal authority ever. When in reality, between King John and the governments, there's a papal bull, you can go look it up, that nullifies the Magna Carta. And it's in effect because the king who signed the Magna Carta admitted that he signed it under duress. in order to get back into the fold of the church. So even though that the masses wrongly think and thought that the Magna Carta had any legal effect, effectively it didn't. So they don't care what the masses misinterpret. They care about the business relationships. And that's why when Lincoln came along thinking that America was free, and he's like, well, I don't need to substantiate the creation of money off of anything to do with what we did in the past. That's why they shot him in the head, even though he should have had the right to make his own money supply. You know, on the
Well, my
books.
question wasn't about.
Oh, sorry, go on.
I understand your point. My question wasn't about the common public. My question was primarily. I didn't specify earlier, so that's my fault. But my question was primarily focused on: did the magistrates, in the basic sense of the term, magistrates of the United States, acknowledge the King of Britain to be King of the United States after the treaty was ratified?
No, nor did they need to.
Or why would they not need to if this is a part? If they're subordinate to him and their lands is under his jurisdiction?
It's a need to know basis.
But, well,
Yo,
they
yo,
would.
real quick.
If,
Gangster.
if, if,
It's
I'm not
gangster
speaking.
shit. It's
Real quick, I'm
gangster
not
shit.
speaking on this,
if,
but why were we paying taxes to England at one point? Where in Massachusetts, the Massachusetts Bay Colony, which I'm from, they were like, no taxes without representation, and they rebelled and spilled all the tea into the bay. If we were
that was
completely
before.
independent,
That was before. Hang on,
oh, that was
I'm going to
before.
get confused if we digress to that. Yeah,
That was
the
18th
Boston Tea
century,
Party
I
was.
thought.
No, that was a part of what led up to the, or was a part of the Revolutionary War.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, my bad. Go ahead.
What was I saying? You said your reply was need to know basis. That doesn't quite make sense out of my question, because if it is the case that this is a de jure binding legal precedent, right? If the United States is under the jurisdiction of King Britain, and the magistrates of the United States knew this, then of course my next natural question is: did the magistrates of the United States acknowledge that?
Well, I don't know. They got King James Bible in every courtroom. I mean, they got it
Okay,
where it counts.
you
They
said
got
you
it
don't
where it
know.
counts. In my opinion, they have it where it counts, and that's why, like I'm saying, like
What
the
do you?
mass.
Who's
What's up?
they when you say that?
The people in the know about the treaties regarding the proper treaties regarding the United States and Great Britain. I think it's one of the things that, like, any sitting president, you know, when they come into power with all the shit that they talk, you know what I mean? They get into the office and they're like, oh shit, there's this like outstanding agreements that are going on kind of like beneath the surface. Like I said, like, did the barons who lived in England, you know, think that the Magna Carta gave them the right to do what they wanted to? Yes, they did. They thought the Magna Carta gave them like legal ability. And the problem with that is that the papal bull, that, you know, just says that it's complete bullshit. It nullifies the Magna Carta, and yet people, the lay people, were still going along with it, and so they didn't find the need to try to change them. They just made sure that the people who were in the higher echelons of power, they're the ones who pulled the final strings on things. That's my opinion, anyway. You know, it's just it's
Okay,
gangster.
I get
You
that.
need to know. Yep.
Okay, I get that. So that's why I'm like, well, I'm just inquiring of you to see how much you know, or see how coherent your view is on this. So, I mean, it would be an incomplete view of yours if you don't know that even if the first generations immediately after the ratification of the Treaty of Paris, that if you don't know if the magistrates of the United States didn't even acknowledge the King of Britain to be also the King of the U.S., that would be just at best a gap and an incomplete view of this.
Well, look at, like, there's a theory about like the War of 1812, right? When England came in and burned down the White House, and the theory being is that, like, the Congress was trying to pass a law that said no one in Congress could hold titles of nobility, and you know,
What document said that?
I believe I don't know the document, but there's a. If we could look it up together, I guess. But there's a it was like a motion put in by Congress. And if you want, go dig it up. Where they were trying to make it the original 13th, I think, or it was an original um, offer of one of the amendments was that no member of Congress would hold titles of nobility. And the theory is that England came in and said, no, you can't do that. And that's why there's like another theory that every esquire or attorney is holding a position of a title of nobility. And that's why only
You said no member of
attorneys.
Congress, right?
I think it's Congress. Yeah, I think that was, I don't know if that's the wording, but I believe it's the wording. But it was no member of Congress shall hold title of nobility. And England came in and burned down the White House because they were like, no, 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 no. We control what the fuck is going on here. But I'm not too sure I could, I don't think any my point being is that like the lay people, even the people in Congress and in government at the time, maybe were not privy to the fact of this outlook, but there was like a silent almost agreement that like one of the best ways to have your enemy stop fighting you is tell them that they won. So like, if you can convince them that they won the war, they're not in a war anymore, they're not going to fight. And so like and I
Oh,
think
you're
that's
talking about the Constitution. That's what the Google AI just pulled up when I typed in War of 1812. No members of Congress shall hold titles of nobility. You talk about the unratified amendment.
yeah, there was an amendment, yeah, and it wasn't ratified because they came in and burned the fucking White House down. Because they didn't want to have because the theory being that the crown wanted to have control over Congress, and they did so by having people with titles of nobility. And that's where people look at the term esquire, being an attorney, as a title of nobility, and that's why most members of Congress are lawyers.
And you mentioned this because that's an instance uh, of
The instance of the
foreign
disconnect,
magistrate trying to
the disc.
trying to interfere with the machinations of the federal government of the U.S.
Well, all I'm trying to highlight is
Trying to
the
control.
well, like the difference between what lay people thought was going on versus what was really going on. So, like, even though
Yeah, yeah,
the masses may have thought they won the war, may have thought this and the other thing, there was like a quiet group of bankers that understood otherwise.
yeah. So
And
regardless of the masses, because
I'd say
I never talked
the
about the
reason we
masses.
got to this in the first place was just the idea that, like, in conclusion, was just to bring it up to speed, is that we're entering into a stage where we may be free of all of those contracts. And that's why Trump is on a tirade right now against the world and even against Great Britain and against, like, is that there's no authority on their behalf anymore. Like, it's like when you finally like paid your debt and you're done. And like that's where it's, even though in our case it's like through default. It's like when you're freed of your bankruptcy or something, you can go get a credit card again and you're not restrained by your old poor credit score. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get it. So I was asking you about the Treaty of Paris, and then you brought our attention to the Magna Carta to make a point of analogy, and so um, I guess to tie it into Trump, I guess. Um,
Well, it started
have
off
you
why.
heard him?
Okay, go on.
Have you heard him publicly warn people the same way JFK did in his public address titled "The President and the Press"?
Is that the address where it's like there's a secret group or whatever type of thing? Is that?
Yeah, monolithic conspiracy, like in painful detail.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think right now Trump is like. I mean, I'm totally on conspiracy street, but like I just think Trump is instituting. I think some of like our newfound freedom, and I think like in the sense of being free of the constraints of our debt relations with England. And I think that like he's just he's operating the thing versus actually trying to explain it. So like I think JFK was killed for like he was I think any president would have dreamed for the moment that Trump has right now in as far as debt freedom. And I think like you know he's actually at liberty to create a new currency or create a new way forward. Whereas I think before, like during JFK's time and Lincoln's time, he wasn't free to create his own like unbacked funds. You know what I mean? Like he like I think Trump may be the
I get
first
it. I get
president
you.
that's not constrained, and that's why we have this. I really I just think that we have a new money change happening. You know, because if you also look into every 70 years, roughly as a country. So like
Well,
you
the
know we
reason
have
I doubt this, the reason I strongly doubt this, is because I've never heard him say anything remotely close to like what I can quote here right now from JFK back in 1961. If I remember correctly, he was murdered in 1963, right? JFK.
But do you know about like Executive Order 11116 or some shit like that from him? Do you know about that?
JFK.
Yeah.
I don't recognize it in detail.
Okay. Yeah. You know, he tried to. I bring up JFK in that way because he tried to create his own money supply. He wanted to get free. He was
Yeah.
going to make his. And when he tried to do that, it's like the gangsters were like, "Dude, you can't do that. You have to pay the money and the money that we've been doing it." And he's like, "I could just create my own money." And they were like, "Take him out." Same
Right.
thing with
So
Lincoln. Same thing
that
with Lincoln.
right. So that's
And
that's a
think of
part
it
of my
like this.
skepticism.
Think of it. Okay, well, hold on real quick, and just put it into context. Like symbolically, they shot at Trump, but they didn't get him. So they shot at Trump, but they didn't get him. They killed Lincoln. They killed
Did they?
JFK. They shot at Trump, but they didn't kill him. I mean, I'm not going to get into like conspiratoriality about because let's say it was all fake. It's even still it's symbolic. They shot him and they didn't get him, but they shot JFK and they shot Lincoln. And I'm saying to you that like I think this is almost symbolically, if we're going to be all Illuminati about it, this is telling you that we're free of those old constraints. They don't have the authority like they did.
Well, if it's a symbol, then he's a part of this deceptive symbol because he
Yeah,
himself would know
welcome
he
to the
was
show,
God.
brother. Welcome to the show, brother.
Right. So then he wouldn't be in the same category as Lincoln or JFK then.
Yeah, I think he is. I mean, I don't. You know, I'm not going to get into who's what. I just don't. I think that there's more going on than just like the Illuminati versus the world. But I think the Illuminati's got their own problems, and I think like I think there's something interesting going on. I don't know what the fuck it is, but I
So
think
JFK said this, and it's not just for you, but it's he said this. So he said the very word secrecy, quote unquote, is repugnant in a free and open society. And when we are as a people inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers and excessive unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweigh the dangers which are cited to justify it. Even today, there is little value in opposing the threat of a closed society by limiting its arbitrary restrictions. Even today, there is little value in ensuring the survival of our nation. Our traditions do not survive with it, and there is a very grave danger that an announced need for increased security will be seized upon by those anxious to expand its meaning to the very limits of official censorship and concealment. That I do not intend to permit to the extent that it is in my control, and no official of my administration, whether his rank is high or low, civilian or military, should interpret my words here tonight as an excuse to censor the news, to stifle dissent, to cover up our mistakes, or to withhold from the press and the public the facts they deserve to know. If the press is awaiting a declaration of war, or it imposes the self discipline of combat conditions, then I can only say that no war imminent. It requires a change in outlook, a change in tactics, a change in missions by the government, by the people, by every businessman or labor leader, and by every newspaper. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means, by expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system that has a it is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. This is the last paragraph. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditures questioned, no rumors printed, no secret is revealed. It conducts the Cold War. In short, with wartime discipline, no democracy would ever hope or wish to match. Now, where has Trump ever conveyed anything like that?
I think he's, I think he's in a different role, man. Like, I think they're, it's kind of like, like he learned, like, let's say, because JFK, he says, like, they have to conceal this monolith that we're up against conceals more than it reveals, right? And shit like that, right? And I just think, like, in some weird way, there's been an effort to use that strategy in an attempt to help liberate our country also. So, like, for instance, like my theory of Trump invading Iran to take out the CIA Israeli narco state that it created and installed, like, if that's true, then, like, Trump potentially is in the process of, under their cover, even under the cover of working with these people, he's destroying their whole fucking network. Of like,
Aisha,
'cause I happen to think Iran is the boogeyman that Israel created for itself. But what's up?
Aisha,
I mean, that's a romantic
when you
notion.
look
How
at
do you
what
actually
Trump,
conceal that
I'm
from
pretty fucking romantic,
the
Brooks.
other
You
players?
couldn't tell. Pretty romantic.
Aisha,
But what
but
sense
when you
does that
look at
make?
what
How do you
Trump did
conceal that
with
from the
Hillary,
major players involved in it?
Gregory, don't you hear
Yo,
me?
there's too many people talking at once.
I had a question for Isa. If look at what Trump did with Hillary, with all the fraudulent thingies behind the back doors in the money system. Basically, he's revealing the methods what they are abusing.
Yeah, I mean that's what. Yeah, he, like he said, I think he said it during one of their debates, was he was like, hey, talking about the campaign funding and the tax breaks, and he's like, hey, he's like, all your people do it too. I mean, that's an interesting way to look at it, and I think it is to certain levels. Like, yeah, he is showing the normies that, like, something is up. That there's, like, an elite group of dickheads that have been robbing our country. Like, I mean, look at the fraud that Doge, let's say, exposed. Like, that's on par with Kennedy's speech to some degree, because, like, he's actually showing the fraud. He's showing the bank accounts of the monolith. Now, most people consider Trump to be just a part of the monolith. I don't yet. I don't buy that yet. And if he is a part of the monolith, like the Illuminati, it's for the better of our society. Like, I don't necessarily demonize the Illuminati either.
Thing else that speaks for Trump. In his first term, he was one president that took America out of UN Agenda 21, which was signed in 1992 by 58 countries. He took you guys out. Biden put you straight back in.
Well, what
So
gets me
that's
is,
another thing.
dude, look at it like this. Like, dude, I'll take whatever Trump's given out in a certain sense, like in the sense that fluoride is being removed from our water supply. They're rechanging the fucking some of the health things for our cereals and foods and shit. They're taking it down. Less vaccines in the vaccine scheduling. They're fucking. We've got the opportunity where Florida right now is coming into a point where there's no mandated vaccines for kids. Like, we are making advancements in so many fucking ways that, I mean, we've got, I think, another like Trump with his like ever since Kissinger, they have outsourced everything that we manufacture in the United States overseas, and they've made it like so that everyone gets subsidized if they get all these shit from other overseas. Well, Trump's ending all that. We're out of the World Health Organization. I mean, this dude
Okay,
is
but he's
doing
not.
so much shit behind the scenes,
Okay, but
but
he's
the
not
news is
conveying.
not reporting it. What's up?
Okay, but he's not. But he's not exposing. Right? But he's not exposing the same things that JFK did, like I just quoted. Right?
No, he.
It's one thing. It's one thing to wrap some band-aids around some wounds that you and your people have inflicted. It's another thing to actually heal the wound.
Well, the first thing you need to do is realize you have an injury. And like that's what we're doing. That's what America's doing right now. Is being like, wait a minute. We mean we're spending all this money on giving condoms to fucking Afghan transsexuals? Like, what are we doing? You know what I mean? So like, if like first off, we've got to find out that wait a minute. People need to be informed that hey, our country isn't doing. It's sick. It needs to be healed. And that's where you
Right,
need
of
to get the
course. But my
person.
point is that right, of course. But my point is, he's not actually healing the wound. Like the things that are being mentioned, the several things that have been mentioned to try and like basically vindicate him is not sufficient. He's not exposing
That's
the heart of the issue, like I just quoted JFK doing.
yeah. I mean, great. I just think. Well, I mean, and right, and that's why Trump has JFK's fucking brother's son, his nephew in his administration. I think it's almost a little apropos and kind of a wink and a nod kind of territory. Uh, the fact that he has a Kennedy on board, and he's in control of the health department, which is like,
Right.
I don't know, man. I just think these things are good things. I mean, granted, he's not making any radical speeches, but I think I'd rather have someone like if you look at it like JFK was like saying that as a form of protest because he was powerless and he got shot in the head for it. Whereas Trump is not fucking necessarily talking like that, but he's doing shit. He's actually in power. He doesn't need to say, I'm going to do this. He just is doing these things, like pulling us out of the World Health Organization, like fucking, wanting to end us, making NATO, pay, making these people pay more. Like, he's
But doing
negotiating, he's
nothing
doing
about
all
the
this
dollar
shit.
and the Federal Reserve.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's why what I'm interested in is like I just said to you, what would the dollar and the Federal Reserve have to do with an complete rearrangement of currency, though? Like, if we move into like if you look up every 70 years, the United States changes its money supply. Did you?
I mean,
Are
first
you?
and foremost, like he was asked, he professed to
you
be a Christian, and then was exposed that he never even asked for forgiveness ever in his life. He was an
that's fine.
antichrist,
That's another
and
topic. But
and and displaying all the signs of the occult every day, and not exposing any of this, and saying nothing about the tyrant banking dynasties.
I mean, dude, like, what do you want him to do? Come out and tell you the Earth's flat?
There's no evidence. That's the point. All this indication about
Evidence for
minute,
what?
relatively
What I'm talking.
minute things, and there's no evidence about the majors.
Well, I'm sorry. Do you think taking away some of the vaccines isn't major?
Again, wrapping a band-aid around a wound. Sure,
No,
so you cease injecting people with poison. Sure, but with all the hundreds of other things still going on that are not
right,
stopped, and
right,
the
but you understand it's
and the greatest worst part of the issue being these tyrant banking dynasties and saying nothing about them, not even saying anything about them, let alone doing anything.
And not only that, he's creating a surveillance state of the United States. And that should worry you. He might be doing a lot of good things, but on the other hand, he's tying all your rights on your back.
I get that, and I mean, I have nothing. There's nothing for me to say. I just other than like Fidel. I think history shall absolve me. But I just think that like Trump is doing the Anthony Fauci effect on some of the worst players in the game, like Israel, etc. Like what I mean. Like I think that he's parading them around. Like these are my best friends, just like he did to Anthony Fauci. And then what happened there? Fauci's getting hung up on fucking. Yeah, I just think it's interesting
Yeah,
that
but Isa,
I'm rooting for my
But when you
boy.
take out Iran, you're giving Israel free ball for the big promised lands they have been fighting for
Right, and we're
centuries.
also it gives us the right to never fund them again.
You don't need to destroy Iran to just stop giving Israel things.
I get it, but I think that like if Iran is the CIA's personal state and Trump is taking it out, then he's like fucking up the network of this of the fucking octopus that's been fucking up our country.
Well,
Like
why
I
not
think
just
that
stop giving materials and other assets to this ridiculous pest that was made by the Rothschild dynasty called Israel?
yeah, I think it's diplomacy and the Anthony Fauci procedure.
I
This
mean, why
is
not do
walking.
that with Iran then?
I think just
It's incoherent.
yeah, I know that it seems incoherent. That's why I said history shall absolve me. You know, like I'm saying, like I think that things will come to pass that like my reading of the tea leaves will be correct. But
Okay.
I understand it, like, and I think for almost like, you know, sometimes I often just think even like I'm reluctant to even say any of this because I want it to work. You know what I mean? Like I don't necessarily need to. I think it's going to happen anyway, whether
Yeah,
we
but you
enjoy the show
forgot
or not.
David in the past already won from Goliath. What makes you think he's going to win now?
No, I think Trump is David against the Goliath of the fucking state
I'm
of
not so
Israel.
sure about that.
I get it. I understand people don't agree with me. I'm just that's how I see it. That's the way like it's to me there's no other and you know it might just be a play, you know what I mean? It might be a double Protestant Christian double Jew bluff. I don't know. But the point is that it's like this is what it looks like is coming down the pipe. Be it real or not, be it manufactured or not. I just think that like there is going to be like a restructuring of the dollar. I think America will enter into a golden age, man. I think the world will, you know.
So,
But
given my criticism, I think people are uh, primarily driven by this exhaustion and this hope, but placing their hope in the wrong thing. Um, uh, too charitably interpreting particular instances and not considering that not necessarily everyone, and not necessarily you, but many are not considering that these minor improvements relative to the majors, these major ailments in the world order, remedying, excuse me, these minor ailments relative to the major ailments or deficiencies in the world order is just um, to sweeten up the appearance, right? You're a part of it. You're in the category of people. I talk about Trump. Trump is in the category of people who are these wicked antichrist tyrants. But again, Hegelian dialectic, as many are in here are already familiar with, you present yourself to these people you're trying to control the minds of as a benevolent uh, uh, assistant, a helper to the people, and you help them in this minor thing and that minor thing, but never actually remedy the major or the heart, the root cause of the ailments and
you
deficiencies
ever
of the
see
world order.
you ever see Trump do that thing about the snake? He does a
Well
little bit
put.
about this the snake that bites him. You know what I mean? Like I don't know if you ever seen
Yeah,
that. He kind of he was doing that on the early on about how like you know, and I always wondered like how fucking you know like just to join you in your skepticism is like the idea that how fucked up would it be if Trump's you know been using that whole speech the whole time about you know trying to help the snake and yet he was the snake. You know what I mean? Like the idea that he is
yeah.
that thing. You know what I mean? Which is I get it. Like you know all that. I mean that for me just makes me pump more popcorn, put more popcorn because like I just think it's this shit is fucking crazy. I mean nobody really can kind
I
of
mean, ancient tyrants have
influence
done this
this either way.
before. They made themselves more or less
No doubt. Yeah,
pleasant
the
and
acts.
attractive to the people, while never actually trying to resolve the major, most major ailments and deficiencies in the order
See, but
of the generation.
that's what's got me though, bro, is that he is kicking them right in the nuts. And I know that sounds like, you know, fucking bullshit to some folks, But like I've been watching this shit for 20 fucking years. I've been invested in fucking Palestine and all kinds of shit. And I'm telling you, Trump's the only candidate in my lifetime that I ever fucking agree with. And I think there's something different. There's something very savvy. I just think he's playing the role perfectly. He understands the term capacity. Like I think he's like, let's say, like take for instance like some of that Q shit, right? Like, there's a lot of that Q stuff. And like, when like there's one instance where the keyboards asked for Trump to say tippy top. I don't know if you're are you familiar with that? I don't know if you're familiar with that, but like briefly, like the Q boards asked Trump to say the term tippy top. Long story, it's like, they were like, if you're legit, get Trump to say tippy top. Anyway, Trump goes on at the Easter something 2018, and he says we keep the White House in tippy top shape. So everyone in the Q position was like, oh my God, this is crazy, because all this information was coming out in Q, especially about Epstein and all that shit was coming out through the Q boards. And so one of the reporters asks Trump, well, what do you know about Q? And he's like, I don't know anything about them, except I hear they don't like pedophiles. And like, it's like in the capacity as the president of the United States, he's not supposed to know any conspiratarded shit. He's supposed to be like a Lego man. In the capacity as the president of the United States, he is a businessman, full stop. That's it. But he alludes to the fact that he's aware of the conspiracy by saying that, by asking the question, they don't like pedophiles much though, do they? Do you know what I mean? Like he's hinting that he knows what's going on, but he's in the capacity as the president for the rest of the world to listen to. So he's got to be generic. And that to me is fucking like, mwah, like, because I can see that. Anyone who else who fucking half a brain could fucking or would know anything about the Q shit sees that. But anyone who doesn't know is completely kept in the dark, which is okay.
George Bush Jr. did the same thing at a UN speech.
What did George Bush Jr. do that's anything like Donald Trump did?
So immediately after, like within 30 days after, not 30 days, but like less than a year after 9/11, he gave a speech at the UN and he said, let us not tolerate any outrageous conspiracy theories shifting the blame from those who are truly responsible. That's what he said. So he's aware of the conspiracy. He's aware of the controversy that the public is talking about, participating in about the conspiracy. He did the same thing.
Right, and he's shitting on it, telling everyone not to agree with it. Trump just never done that, except like with this. The
No, he
only
didn't
thing he did,
say. He didn't explicitly distinguish between him being the suspect or him being an exposer. What he said was, let us not tolerate outrageous conspiracy theories that shift the blame away from the true perpetrators. That's what he said.
okay, but what's the point?
Right? That the content of that quote could be easily applied to the outrageous conspiracy theory that shifts the blame away from the true perpetrators, which is the mainstream narrative. He could be alluding to that. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. He did the same thing.
I mean, but at the time, nobody was thinking. There wasn't any like mass movement trying to condemn.
Yes, there was. That's why he said that at
At
the
the,
time. Yes, there was.
I I don't know. I mean, when did he say that? Like what date? You know?
It was. I can look it up. I don't remember. It was less than a year after. I remember the clip I saw.
Well, I guess like the only difference I could point in regards to him saying that versus Trump is that, I mean, if you want to read it the way you did, then I guess you could say he's you could triple, double, jump back and see which way he's trying to point people. But I think he's trying to keep people onto the official 9/11 story, whereas I think Trump has kind of alluded to the idea that conspiracy may have some truth to it versus what Bush was saying. Because I think Bush was trying to get everyone back onto the, we got to invade Afghanistan, and I think Bush is in a whole nother league just because he was in cahoots with Cheney and the project for the new American century and all that comes with 9/11. So, but and what I see with Trump is just the idea that there's a distinct difference between Trump and those guys, in my opinion.
I mean,
Trump
just
is more
saying
like
they don't like pedophiles. Sure, that's so what? I mean, that's a very small modicum thing to appeal to. If the vast majority of people don't like pedophiles, except these tyrannical antichrists.
right, but like specifically the Q shit was pointing out, like Jeffrey Epstein is only in the zeitgeist nowadays because of the Q movement. Like the only
Sure,
thing, like one of the only reasons that is even palpable or even came about is because of what happened on the Q shit and like the push for
No,
that and the
dude, that was
exposure
way
for that.
before Q.
But you're
Q
gonna get some
was
folks.
the psyop to take over that narrative. It was way
I mean,
before
bro,
that.
you can't just come
Pizzagate
in
and all
and
that
you
shit.
can't just come in and interrupt them in a mid sentence. What the fuck? What are you doing?
You're good. I mean, the idea was like,
Oh,
I've
not
heard
good,
the
bro. That's how
argument.
the shit show starts, dude. I got Greg, you, and this guy now. That's the shit show soup we're about to make.
Yeah,
Oh shit,
thank
we're
you, Jeremy,
cooking.
for that enlightening comment.
Could we call? Yeah, we could call it
Well,
Jeremy's
it was
Kitchen.
enlightening. I wouldn't even have spoke up if you didn't interrupt someone. So I mean, don't interrupt people, please, in the middle of their sentence.
It's
Okay,
okay.
so just to make this point clear, like I get it. I get your notion about that comment. Like I get it, but it's just a very small detail and a very weak thing to try and like nudge to it. I get the way you're interpreting it, but by that pattern of reasoning, George Bush Jr. was exposing conspiracy by telling people don't tolerate outrageous conspiracy theories that shift the blame away from the true perpetrators. Like by that pattern of reasoning, then interpret that quote from George Bush Jr. as him repudiating the outrageous conspiracy theory that shift the blame away from the perpetrators, such as what the mainstream media did.
Yeah, but the
But we know
problem with
better than
that
that.
is that all roads lead back to George Bush being involved. So I don't know if he would have pointed it in that route. But because like you come to find out, like,
Yeah, of course, that interpretation of the quote wouldn't work because we know better, right? So I'm exposing the weakness of this pattern of reasoning you're doing in favor of Trump. I'm using the same pattern of reasoning you did for Trump's quote with George Bush Jr.'s quote. That's my
well,
point.
all I'm showing is, well, I mean, like, what? Well, the difference is that are you trying to say that, like, so do you believe that George Bush, by saying that quote, was telling people, "Hey, you need to look into this because the official story is bullshit"? That's what you think he
No, I
was
don't.
doing?
My point. No, I don't. I just
Okay,
said what
so
my
like,
point
but
is.
so
My
you
point is,
understand there's a
I
complete
just said what my
difference.
point. Let me make the point clear. Uh, I said that to expose the weakness of your pattern of reasoning, trying to interpret Trump's quote in favor of him.
Right, and I'm trying to expose the weakness in your reasoning right now, and that is
Well,
that
that's the
you're
analogy,
saying.
dude. What's the
No,
weakness?
okay, I'll explain. The weakness is that Trump is alluding to a pro conspiracy side of it. Like it's always good to be against pedophiles, right? Like it's
It's
always like
always
a
good
good
to be against
it's
shifting the
always
blame.
hold on. It's always good to be against pedophiles, right? So when they bring up QAnon, which is being at the time was being tarnished in the news as some conspiratorial nut job full of fucking retards and white supremacists, they go, "Well, what do you think about QAnon?" He goes, "Well, I hear that they don't like pedophiles." So that's kind of
Right,
like
and
it's well. Hold on 1 second. So this is where the weakness in your argument comes in. The point is that so Trump is alluding, hey, look into this almost in the sense that like these people don't like pedophiles. Like they're fucking probably good people to some degree. Whereas what George Bush said was, hey, don't look into these fucking conspiracy theories because we've got to invade Afghanistan. So like just on the surface, that to me is there's complete difference unless you're going to somehow allude that Bush is giving a wink and a nod. because Trump is openly giving a wink and a nod, saying these
You don't get the
people.
point.
Yeah, okay.
You still not tracking the argument. Your pattern
I
of
think I
reasoning.
am.
I'm using the same pattern of reasoning you're using. Right. I'm using the same pattern of reasoning you're using for Trump's quote in his favor on the George Bush Jr. quote that entails a conclusion you don't welcome.
So read George Bush's quote again.
Let us not shift the blame, right? Let us not tolerate outrageous conspiracy theories that shift the blame away from the true perpetrators.
Right, Osama, right? That's what he's talking about. Let us not shift the blame away from Osama bin Laden, right? That's what he's saying right
He
there,
didn't
right?
specify anything like that. That's what he
Okay, but
said.
most
He
people would think
deliberately
that.
left out.
But most people would
That's
think that,
beside the
though.
point. That's
No, it's the
beside the
exact
point.
point. No. What you're
That's
missing
not the
is
point. That's
your
not the
weakness
point.
is now coming into this
Oh,
Not,
here we go
argument.
dude,
with the shit
stop. You
show.
don't
So
understand.
we're about to start right now with the shit show, Issa.
You know how we do it.
Like, no,
No,
that's not the point.
we don't need to do it like
Right.
that. Like it's terrible, bro.
Okay, so again,
Well,
right, the quote says what it says. He said what he said, and he said more in this whole instance that I'm talking about. But of course, that's the relevant quote to make the point. He didn't specify any advocation for the official narrative when he said this. That's the speciousness of this instance, and the same speciousness of the Trump quote. So your
I
pattern of
think
reasoning to try to interpret Trump's quote as though it vindicates him and exposes that he's actually against the evil, yada yada, against the pedophiles, for instance. The same pattern of reasoning can be done for this quote from George Bush. But then you, of course, don't welcome that entailment and appeal to all these other facts, right? All these other facts, they're facts that expose his guilt, that expose his complicitness, that expose
no, but it's
his
clear.
association.
For instance, it's clear that Bush is talking about let us not tolerate anything outside of what we're telling you, right?
That's not what he said.
Okay, so how the fuck are you getting anything else out of that, dude? Are you
You just don't
like
understand. You just don't
read it?
understand.
Hold
I'm
on, hold on.
using
Read it
your
again.
pattern of
Just read it
reasoning.
again and try to understand what you're fucking reading, dude.
You're not tracking. It's not that I'm misinterpreting the quote. I know better. I'm exposing that using your pattern of reasoning that you're doing for Trump in that quote is just as weak
No,
and
it's not.
misleading and entails. You're not
No,
even
you're not.
listening.
No, brother. You're trying to be mad at Trump, is what you're trying to do, and you're not looking at the
No,
language.
I could easily say to you, you're just trying to favor Trump.
Yeah, I can. Well, I'm trying to tell you that you're trying to read something into what Bush said. I'm saying you can openly
You're
look at
reading
what.
into what Trump
Hold on,
said.
bro. Hold on, bro. I'm saying you can openly
Hold
look
on,
at
bro.
what.
You're reading into what
Let me
Trump said. Hold
finish
on,
my
bro.
fucking sentence,
Wait, hold
man.
on. Let me
Let me
finish.
finish my sentence, bro.
You're trying to read into what
Now
Trump
you don't want
said.
the interruptions. You sure?
Yeah, I'm cool either way. If you want to let it ride without the pretense, I'm cool. I could be a dick too. But I'm just saying, like, what I
No,
mean is
go
that,
ahead.
like, what I'm just saying is that, like, Trump is openly saying something positive about the conspiracy movement. George Bush is openly saying something against the conspiracy movement. Do you
That's not what
track
the
that?
quote conveyed. That's not what the quote conveyed. You're
To
not
your
tracking
fucking
that.
weird ass mind, maybe. I mean, but to the rest of the
No, by
world,
your
Gregory,
reasoning, dude.
everyone knew
Just
what he
going off
meant
that
by that.
quote.
I mean,
No,
you
going
can.
off your reasoning. The way
You're
you interpret
deluded.
the quote. You can easily interpret George Bush Jr.'s quote the same way you're interpreting Trump's quote. That's the
Well, I mean,
point.
I think you're retarded for that.
Right? Just as you're retarded for interpreting Trump's quote that way.
Obviously, I'm not though.
Because you think his quote is indicative of him
No,
being
You're
against it.
asking us to allude to your fantasy of what George Bush said. I'm telling you plainly what Trump said, which is that he
I'm
said
telling you
that the
plainly what
two.
George Bush Jr. said, not senior, junior.
It's not plain. Okay, tell me exactly what plainly George Bush said.
I just
And
told
actually,
you several
let me
times.
qualify that. Let me qualify that.
You just
Can
don't
you?
admit you're wrong.
No. I just want to qualify this. Okay. Did George Bush say that we don't want to tolerate conspiracy theories outside of Osama bin Laden doing 9/11? Is that what he meant?
No, he didn't say that. Again, you're not getting it. I told you what my point is, and you just keep ignoring what my point is with all this.
Well, you're worthy of ignoring, bro.
That's what you're doing. So that's why we're not coming to the conclusion. We can easily come to the conclusion of this
No, dude,
several
you're
minutes
not.
ago.
You're trying to make an argument where there isn't one. That's the point, dude. But
Dude,
you
you're just
guys are
invincibly ignorant.
contentious retards, so that's
We
what you
just
got.
heard him explicitly say they're just ignoring what I'm saying. That's not my
No,
fault.
bro. You might be retarded. The fucking point is that like George
All right,
Bush
now
is
ad
actually
hominem and
saying
denigration.
something. George Bush is
This is
saying
what this is
something.
what pro-Trump people do when they get
I think you are
criticized.
retarded, dude. Can you just shut the fuck
This is
up
what
for a second?
pro-Trump people do when they get criticized.
No, dude, I'm pointing at
I didn't say
when he's
none of that
not.
to him.
See, no. Your logic isn't making sense, and you think you're right for
Yeah,
that.
you don't know how to interpret sound arguments.
Now we so
That's
no.
why.
What I'm trying to explain to you is that I don't have to interpret what Trump said in order for me to come along with your delusion. I have to try to interpret what George Bush said. That's my
Dude, I'm
argument.
using your reasoning on his quote.
No, you
You
think
just
you
don't
are,
grasp that every time I say that to you.
bro. You think you are, but you're not following along with what I'm telling
Okay,
you,
so let me
dude.
prove it again. Let me prove it one more time.
You're not proving
Your
shit, dude.
reasoning is, dude, stop trying to prevent me from making it clear.
No, dude, you're not making a
Your
point. That's
reasoning,
the problem.
stop trying to prevent me from saying this. Your reasoning
Shut the fuck
is
up. How
this
about that?
quote. Okay, you cannot listen then. But you're not going to prevent me from saying this. I'm going to say it. Your reasoning is, well, Trump said a flippant short comment, that's what it is, about the QAnon people being against the pedophiles. So that proves that he's in somewhat in agreement with QAnon, at least about pedophiles being bad. That's your reasoning. So just given that quote, you think it entails or improves that notion of yours. So then just given a quote from George Bush Jr., like I just told you several times by now, conveys that he doesn't tolerate the official narrative because, of course, it's an outrageous conspiracy theory that shifts the blame away from the true perpetrators. It's the same pattern of reasoning. Your reasoning on the same
Do
on
you see
another
how?
quote.
Do you see how you see how George Bush's quote needs to be interpreted some way for your theory to work? And it
You
needs
have
to
to
be
interpret
interpreted. Hold
everything.
on. It needs to be interpreted in a way that wasn't the generally accepted premise for what he was talking about. Do you see the difference?
That's my point. It entails
Yeah,
your
and that's my
pattern of
point about you
reasoning.
being retarded,
Stop
dude.
interrupting me. Stop trying to prevent me from saying this. I
Shut
wasn't
up, you
done.
little bitch.
Okay, mute him. All
You
right, just
little
being
bitch,
obnoxious
bro.
and
Nah, just fucking go
being
shut
obnoxious.
up, dude. Go back to
Yeah,
your
Issa, what
therapist,
are
you
you doing,
fucking
dude? You
bitch.
can't do that. Issa.
Sound like you got a
I'm gonna
therapist.
mute you,
Moderation,
then you're
please.
gonna leave and get all mad and leave. Come on, dude.
I didn't do none of that to him. So
I
What
just
do you
anyways,
hate
gotta
this
tell you
fake
guys?
connection, dude.
Hey,
This
don't
fake.
interrupt. Don't call names every fucking day, the same people over and over again every day.
okay, so
I'm
again,
doing good
so he
right
just
now, though.
doesn't.
Yeah, you guys were doing so
He,
good. Just continue the way you were going. Let's have a
yeah,
good conversation.
so again, he just doesn't like. Obviously, it greatly vexes him that I'm using his pattern of reasoning that he used for the
No, you
Trump
think
quote.
you are, but you're
Reached it,
not, is what
and
pisses me
he's
off,
still
dude.
trying to prevent me from saying this for no good reason. So
Because you're
again,
retarded.
he's
Yo,
still,
bro,
and he's
seriously.
still
It's
ad
like,
hominem me and still denigrating me. Where's the moderation, please? I can't do
Politics
it.
is always
The
the
moderator's got it.
worst. It's the
tell you
worst.
what, there's your
It's the worst.
moderation, bro.
Yeah,
How you
Issa,
like the
I'm gonna
moderation,
have
dude?
to I'm gonna have
Fucking
to
bitch. Yo,
dude,
no, because
Issa,
this is.
you can't do that, bro. Hold on, man. Issa.
Sorry, this dude's talking all fucking. I'll unmute him, but just Jesus Christmas, dude.
Dude, don't do that, bro. What are you doing?
I was gonna
You just
unmute him.
did several mod
That's flagrant mod
violations, bro.
abuse.
Yeah.
Flagrant
So
mod
what?
abuse. I didn't even know he was
So
a mod
kick me
too.
What
out.
you mean, so
Kick me
what?
out.
Just don't.
Okay, so anyways, so now he has to abuse mod buttons just to try to suppress my voice. So again, it greatly vexes
Shut
him
the
that I'm
fuck
using
up.
his pattern. He's blurting through me every time. I want to make sure that people want to hear what I'm saying, at least whoever the one person is, to hear it clearly without him trying to prevent me from saying this. I want to finish what I want to say. That's just the fact. So he's greatly vexed by me using his pattern of reasoning, his pattern of interpretation, because he's interpreting the quote. Right? If you don't acknowledge that you're interpreting messages, you're just being dishonest. Everyone involved is interpreting messages. That's a truism. That's not debatable, right? That's not the issue. That's not an issue. Interpretation is not inherently erroneous or flawed. That's not the issue. I'm using his pattern of interpretation for the Trump quote to get to the conclusion, well, this proves or somewhat indicates at least, that's the most conservative way to say his position charitably, that he's agreeing with QAnon and that he's against the pedophiles and all this other antichrist bullshit. That same pattern of reasoning can be applied to this quote from George Bush Jr. Because the content of the quote is, like you've heard me say, let us not tolerate outrageous conspiracy theories that shift the blame away from the true perpetrators. So then George Bush is aware of the outrageous conspiracy theory that is the official narrative, and he's actually against that, and he's exhorting the public to actually scrutinize the media and yada yada yada. The same pattern of interpretation he's using for the Trump quote used on George Bush Jr.'s quote to come to the unwelcome conclusion that he doesn't welcome, that we know better than.
It's not what you're saying that pisses me off. It's that you think that you're connecting like my chain of logic to what you're saying, which is not what I'm saying at all, dude. Like, there's a complete difference between what George Bush said. I understand your attempt to reach at this, but like they're two different, very different positions on quote unquote conspiracy. Like George Bush is saying at the time, after our country is reeling from 9/11 and we're about to go to fucking, he's like drumming up the war to go to Afghanistan. And he says, let's not tolerate outrageous conspiracy theories, because he's literally drumming up the war effort to go into Afghanistan based off 9/11. The difference is that he's saying that he's don't even entertain outrageous conspiracy theories, right? Where Trump is alluding to the fact that this crazy group of QAnon people don't like pedophiles, which is way more supportive of a group of people who are very conspiratorial, versus George Bush condemning the conspiratory movement in favor of his going to a war with Iraq. Now, you're trying to allude that you could interpret George Bush's statement as some kind of like wink and a nod to go fucking look into conspiracy theories. But it's completely out of context if you're going to look at it in that way. So
Okay,
there's no
so
correlation.
you're doing my point. You're making my
Oh my
point.
God. You're really retarded, dude.
You,
Sorry.
you just made my point. See what he just did, and what he doesn't realize is then he, of course, he recognizes how weak the appeal to just that quote in isolation is, which is my point. Then alludes to other facts to try and build a stronger inductive case or even a deductive case to prove what he thinks is the truth, and not actually leaving to the unwelcome conclusions he doesn't want to
Is this just a
concede to.
one-on-one? Like, you
That's
guys have a
great.
1 versus 1 right now, or is this like a conversation that anyone can join?
Anyone can join. Just Greg would like
It's
to
been
recap what just happened for people.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
I think like if I can even like
So
say
before you say
something,
that,
I've been
before
listening.
you say that, let me just make this clear. So what he did, what you're doing is then you recognize this quote in isolation, just like your Trump quote, is not at all sufficient. It's a very weak body of evidence to try and get to your conclusion. So then what you do is you try to appeal to mention other facts that build up a stronger indication to what is the truth, at least what you think is the truth, and not
Right, it's
having
called
to
Gregory. It's
just
called
settle for
wrecking
it,
your
and not having
premise.
to just settle for it, and not having to just settle for an unwelcome conclusion. But you
Gregory,
don't
just know that
do, but you
the
don't do,
feeling you're
but
feeling
you don't
is getting
do,
wrecked,
but you
Freddie.
don't do. I wasn't done. That's why I'm
Yeah,
repeating
we know,
myself.
dude. You never shut the fuck up, dude. You think
Yeah,
people
I
give a
wasn't
shit about
done.
what you have to say, dude?
Okay, so again, just trying to suppress my voice again. What you
Yeah,
don't
dude,
do
stop. You
is
sound like some
consistently do the
aristocratic
same thing.
crackhead, dude.
Once again, he's just trying to suppress my voice. So why
Hey,
would I not get
bro,
Try
frustrated? Anyone
harder,
would
you
get
little
frustrated. That's good.
bitch.
just stop engaging him, Issa. Like, please, like, I don't want to hear it. When Greg starts doing this shit,
Sorry,
nobody
I'm
wants
sorry.
to
I
hear
gotta
that.
just say.
So
Y'all are
just stop
crazy.
engaging him,
This is
bro.
right
Just
on the heels of Black
let's let
History
him
Month. You
finish.
guys
Hold
are
on, I got to
acting
mute
ridiculous.
fresh real quick. Hold on. Let's let Greg finish, and then we can move on or some shit.
Okay, so what I'm trying to finish, what he does not do is consistently do that in light of Trump. He won't just let the one quote stand. He'll let the one quote stand for Trump, but won't let the one quote stand for George Bush Jr. No, you got to consider this in light of these other facts, but then doesn't do that consistently for Trump. It's not the same standard of
Good
scrutiny. It's
job. You sound
hypocritical.
like
It's
such a woman,
inconsistency.
dude.
So, bro,
You sound like such
Issa,
a dumb woman.
come on, dude. Let's just let
Yeah,
him
dude.
finish this thing so we can move on, and this will be over with.
So
Don't
last
you want
sentence
this
that
to
he just
end? Everyone wants this to end right now. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Greg.
I
Finish
could
up.
just hear Gregory like complaining about his gift card
Issa,
at fucking
please,
TJ
bro.
Maxx or something, you know?
my God.
Please, dude. Everyone wants this to
The
end as
last
quickly as possible. Go ahead, Greg.
the last sentence was, but he doesn't do that consistently, right? For Trump. And in light of these other facts that I mentioned about Trump, he'll still cling to this conclusion that he obviously prefers, for some reason, that he's actually doing good when he's just at best handling minor things while neglecting and what he cannot be ignorant of, cannot be in that aspect of the world order and be ignorant of these things. He's handling, the vaccines, da 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 da, taking us out of WHO, da 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 da, but not at all exposing the tyrant baking dynasties. Not
Yeah,
doing anything
I
about
feel
it.
like I'm in TJ
That's
Maxx
great. All
behind
right. You
somebody
want to keep this
complaining.
going? Issa, you want to keep this going? Greg, are you
I
done,
don't
Greg?
care. I don't
Greg,
care.
are you done? I know you don't care,
You need
dude.
to-
I feel like he's
It's
returning
obvious you
shoes
don't
at
give a
TJ
fuck,
Maxx.
bro.
I gotta wait. You know, I'm like, God damn, hurry up.
Okay, so moving on.
This is what Trump
We're
supporters have to
moving
do.
along to a new topic. New topic. Good talk. That was a good talk, guys. Great to hear from you both.
This ain't over, Jeremy.